HarperCollins presents Indecent by Corinne Sullivan, read by Stephanie Cannon. Chapter 1. There had been no major incidents, at least nothing of the sort I imagined could happen my first week at Vandenberg School for Boys. No salmonella outbreak, no still-lit cigarette imprudently disposed in a wastebasket, no menacingly quiet freshman with a handgun. Then I caught Christopher Jordan with his hand down his pants. I didn't mean to see it. I certainly didn't want to see it, but I saw it nevertheless. The flaxen-haired second year from Roanoke, prostrate and panting on his twin bed. Beating the monkey, that's what the Vandenberg boys called it. The first time I'd heard that term used there,
"Dude, I beat the monkey every night to those tit pics Cassie sent me," said one guy to his friend 2 spots before me in the chicken fajita line. I was brought back to Camp Barbara Ann, to lying in my bottom bunk and spotting the magic marker sketch of a penis and testicles on the bedpost. 2 bulging eyes and a big long nose, I'd initially thought, and recognizing it distantly as something I'd heard about, something I should know about but would probably never fully grasp. As I've spent the majority of my life pretending to understand things I do not, Jackson Pollock, 401k plans, Buddhism, euthanasia, the sight of Christopher Jordan beating the monkey just reminded me once more how little I understood. I'd asked Kip once if he did it a lot. He'd said,
"Imogene, I'm a guy," accompanied by a look that said, "Duh." The rock music screaming through the door of Christopher Jordan's 4-story single room in Sloane House had made me stop to knock. It was quiet hours after all. My co-apprentice Raja Patel was supposed to accompany whatever girl was assigned to dorm rounds each night. The injustice of being the sole male apprentice, I suppose. But we decided instead to split up the building by floors. He 1 and 2, I 3 and 4, to get the job done quickly. I'd been too relieved to be on my own to worry about bending the rules. I never knew what to say to Raj. His gaze was too intense, as though he could see right through your clothes and maybe even your skin, too. And he seemed able to provide only unwelcome facts and opinions. On the first day I met him, he gestured to my face and said, "Did you know freckles are really just bunches of melanocytes that become darker when exposed to the sun?" I said, "Oh," feeling then that every already abhorred freckle now bulged from my face like pulsating skin pustules. I had already been up and down the hall of the 3rd floor, passing by half-ajar doors behind which I could see the golden heads of boys bent over desks, composing essays or poring through textbooks. One guy, bless him, fiddled with a chessboard, playing against an invisible opponent. My heart swelled for each and every one of them, for the uniform shirts pressed and hanging on the back of their desk chairs for tomorrow, for the sticks of Tom's of Maine deodorant and bottles of Drakkar Noir cologne and tubes of acne cream cluttering their dressers, for the patchouli and sweat and gardenia's smell of boy wafting from each room. I couldn't hear Christopher Jordan's response to my knock, if there even was one, and I only opened the door a crack. No stepping foot into a student's dormitory room. But that was enough. As though stunned by a camera shutter, I stared, immobilized by the sight of him in the small gash of light from his bedside table lamp, his brutish grunts, the sound like a plastic spoon churning a thick batter. No, a plunger unclogging a stalwart toilet, still audible above the awful metallic shriek of his music. He caught my eye before I could catch myself, before I could even realize what I was seeing. "Whoops," I heard myself say, as I would if I'd accidentally stepped on someone's shoes from behind or tripped going up the stairs. Whoops. It's a word I'd never will myself to say, but somehow always manages to emerge from my parted lips in moments of surprised indignity. "Mother Jesus!" He jumped as if he'd been shocked by an electrical outlet and slapped a pillow over his lap. "Don't you know how to fucking knock? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." In the dim light, his eyes were coin slots, his mouth a jeering sliver.
Authority shifted. "Who the fuck are you, anyway?" I was 6 years older than him, yet not feeling nearly old enough. "If you could just turn down—" Christopher Jordan smiled the smile of a boy, a man, who probably knew the words to say to get a girl to undress. "Sure thing." He reached over to his desk and adjusted the volume on his laptop, pillow still balanced precariously on his lap. "Better?" I couldn't speak. I nodded instead. "Would you mind shutting the door behind you?" I shut the door behind me. Before I had even taken a few steps away, I could hear that he was at it again. As I continued on, I fixed my gaze on the emergency exit door at the end of the hallway, afraid of what else I might see. Raj met me outside the building. "All good?" he asked. I nodded. I feared that if I opened my mouth, I might have admitted that I had irrevocably fucked up within my first week at Vandenberg, proving to myself and everyone else that I didn't belong there. Either that, or I'd puke. Dorm rounds was just one of the daily duties I began in that first week. That first week, how long ago it seems. Other duties included supervising the study period, monitoring the dining hall, helping to coach the varsity lacrosse team, and acting as the honors history assistant teacher for first years. First years, that's what freshmen were called, like it was Hogwarts. Study period was easy. Sometimes the first years would laugh and poke each other over their open biology textbooks, but just give them a hard stare, their balls would shrivel like leaves, and they'd shut the fuck up. At least, that's what Chapin said, though it certainly hadn't worked on Christopher Jordan. Dining hall duty was also mostly benign. I had to make sure no one stole an extra serving of French fries or banana pudding, and that the trays were clear before they were stacked in the dish room. Rumor had it among the apprentices that a few years ago, a couple of second years had started a food fight, splattering creamed corn and broccoli casserole, Thursday's dinner special on the mahogany-paneled walls and 20-foot-high Palladian windows. I hoped that wouldn't happen when I was on duty. My first lacrosse practice was the day before the Christopher Jordan incident. It was tradition for the older boys to attempt to pants the newcomers to the team, the virgins, as they ran around the field with their sticks. A slight third year named Clarence Howell got his pants ripped down by team captain Doug R. Robinson as they ran an overhead shooting drill. He wore a pair of grayish briefs, which set the other boys howling and made me feel strangely sad. The best part of that week was chapel. On that first Sunday, as they did on the first Sunday of every new semester, the boys donned suit jackets and ties and filed into Morris Chapel, first years in the front and fourth years in the back. We're non-denominational, the Vandenberg pamphlets all boasted. We are a spiritual campus, not a religious one. From the side wall bench under the stained glass windows, I watched as the chosen boy from each class, selected carefully by the faculty members each August based on leadership, scholarship, and philanthropy, strode solemnly up the center aisle towards the pulpit with a lit candle in his hand. When I asked Kip if he'd ever been a chosen boy, he said they'd asked him his sophomore year and he'd turned them down. He then proceeded to cackle for a solid minute. I'm still not sure whether it was a joke. They stood in order from youngest to the oldest, from the baby-faced schoolboy in front to the muscled mammoth trailing the pack, an ages and stages development chart from the boys' edition of Our Bodies Ourselves. Not a whisper or a vibrating cell phone was to be heard. They lined up before Dean Harvey, headmaster of Vandenberg School for Boys, with their candles flickering beneath their chins. Dean Harvey spoke, his voice a ringing bell through the rafters. His hanging jowls jiggled like a bloodhound's, but the blue eyes behind his glasses were clear and wise.
Do you seek to integrate intellectual excellence with moral commitment, to concern yourself with mind as well as character, to value knowledge and transcendent values above all else?
Oh yes, we do, the four boys chorused back obediently.
He raised his eyes to the room and spread his arms.
"And how about you, pupils of Vandenberg?"
With the groaning of benches and rustling of jacket sleeves, the boys all stood and sang, in almost perfect unison,
"Oh, yes. Oh, yes, we do."
I mouthed the words with them, feeling pride and love swell inside me, feeling as though my heart might beat out of my chest. On my walk alone back to the Javelina house, Raj slept in a single room in Perkins Hall, a fourth-year's dormitory. I mentally rehearsed the story. Yeah, so I opened the door, just so I could ask him to turn down his music, and there he was, masturbating, like he was brushing his teeth. I thought maybe if I said the story out loud, it would become funny, a joke. Maybe my stomach would untwist from its knots. "Imogene!" I heard Rianne cry as soon as my key turned in the lock. She sat at the kitchen table reading a book on the lifestyle and habits of Parisian women, her pudgy pink face eager as a department store makeup consultant. "How was rounds duty?" Rianne Finkelstein, in the few days I had known her at that point, seemed to always want to know how things were. How was my run this morning? How had I slept last night? How would I like to try her new maximizing high-volume lip plumper? "Okay," I said, deciding in that moment that I wasn't going to tell the story, now or ever. "Okay," she parroted, nodding, grinning. I tried to smile back. My lips stuck to my teeth. I have work to do. The hovel, a renovated old horse barn tucked behind the administrative building, had been the home of all of the Vandenberg teaching apprentices for the last dozen years. Rianne, Chapin, and I slept upstairs, while Babs Lawrence, a vegan and a Christian whose alopecia forced her to wear a horrible thick-banged human hair wig, and the Woods twins, who owned a collective 50 pairs of Tory Burch shoes and weighed a collective 180 pounds, had bedrooms downstairs. I headed up the back stairwell, and on the way to my bedroom, I passed by the open door of Chapin's room. She lay sprawled on her paisley print comforter, texting from her phone held above her face. Soft acoustic music crooned from the laptop at the foot of her bed. I paused in the doorframe. "Hi, Imogene." She didn't look away from her phone as she said this. Around Chapin Dunn, I was struck dumb, like a boy with a crush. She wasn't what I would consider beautiful. Her nose was long and severe, her frame bony and curveless, her dark hair styleless and often unwashed in a knot on top of her head. Her brows were overgrown, her nails little stubs, her clothes seemingly thrift store cast-offs. But unlike me, who felt the need to apologize for everything, ingrown hairs on my legs, eating a second cookie after dinner, the splotchy brown birthmark on my hip bone that Kip would nickname the cheetah spot, Chapin was unapologetic. Plus, her dad was some hedge fund honcho. Being moneyed made everything she did permissible. "Did you have a nice day, Imogene?" This came out in a yawn, less a question than an obligation. "Yeah, it was fine." "Glad to hear it." A beat of silence followed. She finally turned to face me, one thick brow raised in an "anything else I can do for you" manner. I hesitated, then took a step into her bedroom. "I have a question." She reached down with her big toe, its nail painted an electric green, and changed the song on her computer. She sat up and turned to me curiously. "Have you ever seen or heard anything inappropriate? Being around all these boys?" Chapin smiled, a secret smile that wasn't for me, but rather for some unseen audience. I felt sure she was looking at the spot between my eyebrows, the spot where that morning there'd been the telltale tender bump of an impending pimple, a bump that I'd picked and poked and then coated with my little pot of beige cover-up. "Imogene," she said, "we're 22-year-old women surrounded by a bunch of 14 to 18-year-old boys. Inappropriate things are bound to happen." I choked up a laugh. You haven't spent much time around guys." She wasn't asking. Chapin knew. I shrugged, then nodded because she was right. I didn't have any brothers, and all of my male cousins lived in Wisconsin and were already in their 30s. My dad wasn't exactly the paradigm of young masculinity. He wore fleece house slippers and spent his mornings watching birds through a pair of binoculars on the back deck. Even in high school, I never had any guy friends. Having realized I was awkward at a young age, I had retreated early on to the chorus room to be among the girls who were similarly challenged in determining what to do with their hands or faces when boys were around. In college, I may have begun to kiss them and touch them, always sedated with liquor, always feeling like a made-for-TV movie actress, always pretending their hairy chests and hard buttocks and probing appendages were part of an exhibit in a strange science museum. But they were just bodies. There was nothing, I'd come to realize, as impersonal as a body. And yet, the only way I could handle touching someone else's body was to pretend I wasn't in my own. I could see the next question forming on her lips, the question that had been asked by my parents, by my younger sister Joni, by my academic advisor at Buffalo State, by my friends, by my nosy neighbor Mrs. Harrington, by myself as I flipped through the Vandenberg catalogs and stared out my window, and watched the neighborhood boys curse and shove one another, and scramble after a soccer ball in the street. Why this? Why Vandenberg? Why now? It's a great opportunity, I would tell them. The truth? I didn't want to teach girls. I'd visited a few co-ed independent schools in Westchester and Connecticut during my application process, sitting dully in the back of the classrooms like a potted plant, and I'd watched. I stared as the female students tucked golden hair behind ears adorned with diamond studs and crossed bony ankles beneath their desks. They sat poised and pouting like grown women, though some hadn't even developed breasts yet. Sometimes I caught the eyes of the girls in the mirrors of their compacts or the reflections of their cell phone screens, always primping, always keeping tabs on each other, on themselves. And I could tell without even speaking to them what they thought of me. Poor, timid, plain. I feared them, those privileged girls. I hated what I saw in their gaze, hated how small they made me feel. But the male students on these visits, they never made me feel small. When I checked into the main office at one school, the secretary asked her student intern if he would mind leading me to the classroom, and he stood and smiled at me and said, "This beautiful woman? Not in the least bit." And suddenly, I was transported to an alternate universe, one in which I was back in high school but cool, coveted. I liked the ease in the boys' bodies as they sauntered through the halls and settled loosely in their chairs, and I liked that when they looked at me, they didn't see unfashionable shoes or flat hair, but instead a person, a woman, maybe even an attractive one. Vandenberg School for Boys, founded in Scarsdale, New York in 1913, was steeped in honor, tradition, and many, many rules. Vandenberg boys were expected to dress in navy blue or gray dress slacks, white or powder blue dress shirts with a tie, solid black footwear, and the uniform school sweater or school blazer. Vandenberg boys were expected to be clean-shaven and neatly groomed, with nails cut in neat half-moons and hair in no danger of festering into that reprehensible mop-like surfer style. For all intents and purposes, Vandenberg boys appeared as deferential as geishas, each one striding purposefully about campus with a thirst for knowledge and a golden halo hovering above his perfectly coiffed head. And in that first week of school, I believed it. To me, each boy seemed more capable and charismatic than the last. Future heads of state, surgeon generals, chief executive officers. The boys shimmered like imposing bronze statues, laughed and posed and grinned like models on the cover of a brochure. They held doors for one another, said thank you to the cafeteria ladies, and engaged their professors in stimulating yet respectful debates. Sure, there were vestiges of indiscretion, cigarette butts stubbed out behind the gymnasium, empty beer cans crushed on the running trail, giant phalluses carved into picnic tables and scrawled on the desks in the back of the classrooms. But as far as I could discern, Vandenberg boys were an exceptional breed.
Above all, you must remember that these boys are little shits,
Janice McNally Barnes informed us on our first day of orientation. She was the head of the apprenticeship program, making her our supervisor for the next year.
They may act civilized, sweet even, but don't trust them. Let your guard down, and these kids will eat you alive.
We sat in a semicircle around her in the library conference room, Maggie Woods on my left, her skinny legs crossed over themselves twice, and Rianne on my right, working an enormous wad of gum between her molars. Both stiffened in their chairs with this final statement. Chapin, sitting across from me, checked her watch. Ms. McNally Barnes was a squat, indelicate woman with a bulbous nose and even bigger mouth. She lived in White Plains with her partner, where they bred dairy goats. She'd worked at Vandenberg for 17 years now, and according to her, she would take raising a goat over one of these boys any day. I'd already known, when she called in May to accept me to the program, that she was not someone to cross.
This program is not for everyone, she'd said, and I need to be assured that you won't disappoint us, Imogene.
Weighty pause.
Are you going to disappoint us?
I won't disappoint you. I felt I was signing myself over to her in blood. Begun in 1987, the teacher apprenticeship program at Vandenberg School for Boys was a model for independent schools. The one-year program was for recent college graduates who wanted to develop the skills needed to be boarding school teachers, combining training with residential life experience. Apprentices worked closely with seasoned mentor teachers and Miss McNally Barnes to prepare and teach lessons as well as to support and manage their students' academic, emotional, and social well-being, supplementing the experience by coaching, running an after-school club, or tutoring. After the year was up, the expectation for apprentices was to pursue a master's degree in teaching and to become head teachers in classrooms of their own. Apprentices were also expected to serve as role models for the Vandenberg community, a fact that seems strange to me since, with the exception of Raj, we were all girls, which was reflective of the nature of the teaching profession. Raj was only the third male in the history of the program. He saw this as a point of pride, rather than considering, as I did, the reason why there were so few. Ms. McNally Barnes handed out a thick packet entitled Vandenberg School for Boys, the Teacher Apprentice Guide. Apprentices, they called us, like we were learning how to cobble shoes or mend fences.
This will be your Bible, she said. Stick to this, and you'll do all right.
We all had previous teaching experience. For the last 4 years while I was in college, I had worked at different elementary schools throughout the Buffalo Public School District. I knew how to make lesson plans. I could teach long division and administer a spelling test and explain the difference between mitosis and meiosis. I learned to play handball at recess and how to make friendship bracelets. I'd even been a finalist for the Most Promising Young Teacher in the Buffalo Area Award, the most prestigious honor I have ever, almost, earned, and maybe ever will. The girls in the classrooms would look at me with big, dewy eyes that provided more validation than any award. But when it came time to apply for jobs after graduation, I realized I didn't want to teach elementary school, nor did I want to be in the public school system anymore. I didn't want to wear a school ID on a lanyard around my neck and lead lines to the cafeteria and ask students to use quiet voices in the hall. I didn't want to stay in a world where my students weren't sure whether they needed to use the restroom, much less who they were, and where kids outnumbered books 2 to 1. In the break room of the school where I taught during my last year of college, Mrs. Mlynarski, the science teacher who had been there since before I was born, took me aside.
"Public school is going to shit,"
she wheezed.
"It's all about closing the achievement gap
and coddling mixed with chronic, purposeful underfunding."
I told her I had gone to public school, realizing as I did so that I wasn't refuting her point as much as stating a fact.
"But wouldn't you have rather been somewhere else?" she pushed. "Don't you still wish you were somewhere better?"
Yes, I told her, and a few days later I submitted my resume to Vandenberg. Ms. McNally Barnes settled herself on a desk, her supple stomach spilling like risen dough over her waistband, and continued. "Having appropriate student-apprentice relationships is essential to maintaining your authority," she said. "There has been trouble here in the past, with young women not knowing where to draw the line. Dean Harvey has tried in the past to ban female apprentices from the program, but, only so many guys want to grow up to be teachers." Raj, sitting barefoot and cross-legged in his chair, sat up straighter. "And I'm happy to act as representative for that underutilized talent pool." His sneakers and socks lay in a crumpled pile under his chair, and I turned away from the sight of his naked feet, as though he was openly picking food out of his teeth. Every time Ms. McNally Barnes referred to us pointedly as ladies and gentlemen, he grinned widely, happy for the attention and for the novelty of being constantly differentiated. Ms. McNally Barnes pointed grimly to the packet on my lap. "Don't let these boys think that you're their friend. Never let them think they have a shot at a romantic relationship with you. Oh, no. The minute they stop seeing you as an apprentice and start seeing you as a woman, you're in trouble." Rianne had taken out a notebook and was scribbling furiously. I peeked over at the page. "Appropriate correspondence only," she wrote, then underlined twice, "apprentice, not woman." There were certain rules we had to abide by, Ms. McNally Barnes explained. No stepping foot into a student's dormitory room, no touching the students in any way, no allowing the students into your personal residence, no texting, calling, or messaging with any of the students, and emails were only appropriate if they were related to an academic matter. No relationships outside that of student and apprentice. "I assume these rules all apply to me, too?" Raj asked, drawing attention to his maleness once more. "These rules apply to everyone," Ms. McNally Barnes said, and I felt certain as she said these words that she was looking right at me. Even after the Christopher Jordan incident, I thought I would do all right. The incident had been a small mishap. I stored it away in the same place as the memory of wetting my pants on the school bus in 4th grade, and of vomiting outside the townhouses my sophomore year at Buffalo State after trying weed for the first and only time. It wouldn't be until I told Kip about the incident that the shame would dissipate. "That's fucking hilarious," he'd say, and I'd realize that this is why we share things, to transform those memories into tidy stories that are no longer ours alone to carry. The night before my first class, I sat at my desk and planned a lesson. According to the course description given to me by my supervising professor, Dr. Duvall, "Call me Dale," he had said in his email, the aim of Honors World History at Vandenberg was to acquire a greater understanding of how geography, along with cultural institutions and beliefs, shape the evolution of human societies, tracing the development of civilization from the Neolithic Revolution to the age of industrialization. I would begin my first lecture by defining culture and explaining how the development of tools influenced the culture of early humans. I would show them on a world map the sites where the remains of various hominid species and early humans had been found. I debated whether I would be able to talk about the distinguishing physical characteristics of Homo habilis, Homo sapiens, and, most titillating of all, Homo erectus, without the class dissolving into laughter. Of course, I wouldn't be teaching entirely on my own yet, not for a few more weeks. I wished I could be more excited. Teaching is what I wanted to do, after all. Teaching is what I was supposedly good at. But instead, I felt a strange sense of dread, one that felt larger and more threatening than simply standing before a classroom of teenage boys. I lay my outfit on my bed, a pale pink ruffled blouse I had purchased the month before from a department store, loose-fitting, high in the neckline, consciously conservative, and a pair of shapeless gray slacks. Downstairs, Babs, Rianne, and the Woods twins were watching a TV show they all liked, something about random men and women being paired up to train a puppy together. I thought about bringing the outfit downstairs for the girls to approve. I could hold it up and joke, "What do you guys think? Too revealing?" Maybe I could even watch the show with them for a little while. But I'd already washed my face, and I didn't feel like covering it up with makeup again. Laughter rolled up the stairs, grating as a car crash, and I felt tired. I crawled into my bed, letting the outfit slip to the floor. Through the wall behind my headboard, I could hear Chapin talking on the phone, her voice gravelly and soft, and the words indistinct. I wondered how many people she'd slept with. I thought about calling my mom. I imagined her back home in Lockport in her gray terry-cloth robe with the holes in the elbows, drinking a mug of sleepy-time tea in front of the evening news with my dad snoring next to her and the TV volume turned up too loud. My mom and dad had waited to have children until later in life, and now, as an eternal stay-at-home mom and a retired support services technician with high school diplomas, my parents simply wanted to rest. That involved attending the occasional Lockport town meeting, providing key lime pies for bake sale fundraisers, and never touching one another, a fact that didn't strike me as strange until I started watching PG-13 movies and saw the way men and women in love were supposed to behave. I already knew what my mom would say. "Put yourself out there. You're going to do great. Everything is going to be okay." I crossed the room to get the notes from my desk and returned to my bed. I sat against the headboard, the covers pulled up over my lap, an invalid awaiting visiting hours. "Welcome to Honors World History," I said to the room. "I am your teacher, Miss Abney." It rained the next day, a cold, damning rain, and the boys tracked wet footprints up the stairs and into the halls of the academic buildings. My hair was a crown of frizz around my face, and my ballet flats squelched with each step.
"You must be Imogene,"
said Call Me Dale when I walked into the classroom, coming around his desk to greet me. I took his hand. "Nice to meet you, Dr.
Dale."
Dale, right, Dale. Dale was tall and angular, with long, thinning hair pulled back into a ponytail, wild eyes, and a wide grin. He could have been 35 or 55. He bounced on his heels as I set down my bag, a little kid with a secret or a full bladder.
"Now, Imogene, that's an interesting name. Are you named for the daughter of King Cymbeline?"
He grinned as he asked this. I felt bad letting him down. "I'm sorry, who?" His grin persisted.
"Shakespeare's Cymbeline. Imogene is the Princess of Britain known for her moral purity, unable to be seduced by Iachimo, who bets he can woo any lady in the world."
My skin felt hot. "Oh, no, I think my parents just like the name."
"Well, that's fine. Just fine. It's a lovely name."
He winked, and I felt a thump between my legs. Attraction was still sometimes indistinguishable from discomfort for me.
"Now, Imogene, tell me how excited you are." It's thrilling, isn't it?"
Dale swept his hand around the classroom, to the 4 neat rows of desks with hinged tops that lifted to store students' books inside, and the beautiful vintage world map that took up almost the entire back wall, and the enormous bay windows streaming light from the courtyard.
"Being here, at one of the most prestigious preparatory institutes in the nation, helping to shape the young minds of the future, it's really something."
It occurred to me that Dale might be gay, and perhaps that he was on drugs as well. It didn't matter to me. I felt I loved him already, nevertheless. This was a bad habit of mine, falling in love. A few days before, on my morning run through town, I had spent the better part of a mile trailing a guy with yellow running shorts, keeping just a few paces behind him. He had impossibly long, wiry legs and feathered brown hair, and I matched my pace to his until he suddenly veered off the path into the woods. I imagined us going on runs together in the morning, panting beside one another as we jogged through town, until we finally stopped at our favorite coffee shop to get egg sandwiches and kiss. On weeknights, we'd lie in my narrow bed, legs entangled, and watch classic films. He'd been a film major in college, I decided, a Hitchcock aficionado. And on the weekends, we'd go into the city to see art exhibits and eat ethnic food we'd never even heard of but wanted to try. And we'd take goofy pictures of ourselves that would hang in the West Village apartment we'd move into together to remind us always of how we first began. I never even saw his face. Yeah, I agreed. It is really something. The bell rang for third period, and the boys began to filter into the classroom. The first few entered in silence, choosing desks near the front. As the clock ticked towards the start of class, the rest of the boys filtered through the doorframe, chatting and laughing, but still respectfully hushed. I watched as they settled in like eggs in a carton, so charmed that I nearly missed the exchange between the last two to enter.
"Sack slap!"
jeered one boy as he whacked his friend up between his legs with an open palm. His friend doubled over as the slapper slid into the last available seat in the back row.
"Damn it, Marco,"
the friend scowled. It stunned me, this childishness. I hadn't been there long enough to know that the boys I'd seen in the pages of the pamphlet, the boys I'd imagined marching in orderly lines and quietly sipping their soup, did not actually exist, at least not outside the eye of teacher supervision. I glanced at Dale. He hadn't noticed the exchange, or at least willfully refused to see it. The behavior wasn't hidden from me, however. I felt cool to not elicit censor, as though I was part of the joke.
"Greetings, gentlemen."
Dale took his place at the podium in the front of the room.
"Welcome to Honors World History. Welcome to Vandenberg. Welcome to the first day of the rest of your lives."
Someone let out a half-hearted whoop from the back of the class.
"I am Dr. Duval."
Only I, the fellow adult, could call him Dale.
"And I will be leading you this semester with the help of my assistant, Miss Abney."
"Hello, Miss Abney," a guy with a pink and green polka dot tie intoned by the windows. His voice was mocking, insular. I gave a timid wave to the classroom. These were not the susceptible, open faces of the elementary school students I was used to. One of the boys had a dark shadow of stubble on his chin. Another had an angry blotch of boils on his forehead. I'd wanted this. Students old enough to reflect and respond, rather than parrot back memorized information like trained dogs. But I'd forgotten that I was a subject they would reflect upon and respond to as well. Before the boys' condemnatory eyes, I felt as authoritative as a cup of plain yogurt. Dale launched into a monologue about his career as a commercial artist, his experience in the military as a parachutist, his Chihuahua Dachshund hybrid, a Chiweenie named Maxine. The speech was craftily nonchalant, spoken as though off the cuff. I could tell he'd been doing this, earning the respect of adolescent boys, for longer than he let on. He cursed in places, how cool, a teacher who says fuck, and made theatrical pauses in others. He commanded the class like someone accustomed to praise. As Dale weaved through the aisles passing out syllabi, I unzipped my rain jacket, realizing just then that I had never taken it off, and set it on the floor by his desk. I'd printed out world maps for the boys to mark with famous early hominid finds and their locations. Dale had said he would allow me 10 minutes at the end of each of his lectures to do any activity with the students, but the printouts had become crinkled in my book bag. Shame tightened my throat. For my wrinkled papers, for my squeaky shoes, for my frizzy hair, for my inability to command this room and to shape the young minds of the future. "Hey, Dale?" I asked, hesitantly at first, and then louder. "Dale?" He turned to face me, halfway down the third row. The boy in the polka dot tie turned to his friend beside him and waggled his brows.
Dale?
Yes, Miss Abney?
The pointedness with which he said my name made me think that perhaps Dale was not how he was to be addressed in front of the students. The room shifted to face me, 15 scathing sets of eyes. "Can I run down to the copy room? It seems that, I held up one of my crinkled worksheets like an apology.
Of course.
His grin returned, and with it I felt a rush of relief. Everything was going to be okay. I collected my papers and squeaked down the hall. In the copy room, I smoothed the least wrinkled sheet out on the photocopier screen and pressed the right buttons. The machine whirred to life. As the warm papers slid into the tray, I looked up and met my reflection in the window above the copier, checking to make sure my blemishes were still buried beneath makeup. I slid a hand over the frizz in my hair, the wrinkles in my blouse, and noticed, as I did so, that my wet rain jacket had made my blouse go sheer, and that the outline of my sensible beige bra was on display for all to see, having become visible through the fabric. I returned to the classroom and zipped my rain jacket back over my shirt. I took Dale, Dr. Duval, aside to ask if I could just spend the day observing, as I wasn't feeling quite ready to lead a lesson just yet. I spent the rest of the hour, dripping, useless, on a chair in the corner, while the boys cast sidelong glances at me, all of us wondering what exactly I was doing there. Chapter 2. I used to dream of boarding school. I'm not sure what first put the idea into my head. Maybe it was Villette, or A Separate Piece, or all those Facts of Life reruns I watched. But at some point in the year before high school, the family computer became my portal to the best boarding schools on the East Coast. Choate Rosemary Hall, Phillips Exeter Academy, the Hotchkiss School. I spent hours poring over their websites, their names as familiar as friends. It's homework, I told my parents, to justify the amount of time I spent before the screen. Afterwards, I'd delete my search history. I clicked the buttons that said, "Yes, I'm interested," and thick, glossy catalogs arrived at my house, which I pulled from the mailbox and hid under my bed. I turned the pages slowly at night, studying the images with the squirming guilt and pleasure that an illicit top-shelf magazine might provide, dreaming of secret societies, four-poster beds, pranks and friendships, and matching cotton nightgowns. I imagined every girl in the pictures, pretty girls studying bubbling beakers in laboratories and running up and down lacrosse fields, was me, or rather, the me I could be. There was nothing wrong with the public high school in Lockport. My best friends Jalen and Stephanie would be there, as well as everyone else I'd attended school with since kindergarten. I knew better, too, than to make my parents privy to my fantasies. I'd once idly mentioned boarding school to my dad, and he scoffed like he did whenever he caught me watching reality TV or reading People magazine. But still, after I slipped under my sheets with my catalogs, I imagined myself in a plaid skirt and a navy wool blazer with a school crest embroidered on it, walking down flagstone paths between imposing ivy-covered buildings with my fellow blazer-wearing peers. The therapist I'd seen throughout high school for my skin-picking problem asked me once why I wanted to go away. "Why not the private Catholic school down the road?" she asked. Somewhere I could still wear a uniform but stay at home with my family. I told her there was no money for the private Catholic school, that my dad, like several other dads in Lockport, was suffering the consequences of budget cutbacks at rural Metro, and therapy was just about the only luxury we could afford. Then she asked if I'd ever applied for scholarships, and I told her all the scholarships were for prodigies and minorities, spoken word poets and trombone players, and first-generation Americans. That it was the extraordinary and unique that were rewarded free tuition, not the slightly above average. "Then why wish for boarding school?" she still wanted to know. "Because," I explained, "when you wish for something, you wish for the best thing. and nothing could be better than being away from the people you'd known your whole life, the people who'd defined and judged and limited you, and would continue to do so until you escaped. Because when it came to wishing, practicality wasn't a consideration. But once high school began, the fantasies faded. I took up lacrosse and sat on the bench. I dressed like the other girls dressed, and didn't raise my hand in class, and minded my own business. I didn't date, and I went to school dances with paper decorations and girls who wore the same 3 dresses from the one dress boutique in town, and I patiently waited for my life to begin. Even by my first Saturday at Vandenberg, a week after my arrival, and the day of the first varsity lacrosse game, I thought my luck would change. When I walked through the 40-acre campus that first week, past Morris Chapel, the Marshall Huffman Library, all the cherry trees and stone archways and Tudor-style buildings reflecting in Silver Lake, I sometimes felt the overwhelming urge to cry. How lucky I was. How lucky we all were. I thought of the high school in Lockport with its cracked vinyl tiles, its sloppy joes, its leaking toilets and dirty windows, and slow, insipid students who pushed past me in the hall without a second glance. At Vandenberg, every last faucet and doorknob gleamed with possibility. That Saturday, we were playing against Brunswick School in Greenwich. We rode the 20 minutes there on a bus driven by the head lacrosse coach, Larry, a balding divorcee with acne scars and a chipped front tooth who was probably teased by boys like the ones on his team when he was in high school. When I'd first been assigned to be his assistant lacrosse coach, he'd asked,
"You any good?"
I did a camp at the Buffalo Lacrosse Academy the summers after freshman and sophomore year, I said.
I didn't ask that.
I'm going to try to be as helpful as I can, he grunted. The boys, led by team captain Doug R. Robinson, were taking turns punching each other in the gut to determine their sex noise. The stocky goalie, known only as Rollo, made an oafish oof when Duggar punched him, and raucous laughter resulted. This was different than the quiet exchange in the classroom. This was flagrant, aggressive. Instead of being cool enough to understand, I'd been pegged as meek enough to disregard.
"Rollo, what do the girls think when you bust a nut in them and do that shit?"
one of the guys near the front demanded. Rollo got up on his knees and thrust his crotch a few times into the back of his seat.
"I don't know, Baxter. Your mom seemed to like it just fine last night."
The other guys bellowed their approval. Sitting alone near the front of the bus, I couldn't help but smile, too, as sequestered as I was. Their laughter was infectious.
"Hey, Coach Imogene."
Baxter poked me across the aisle with the end of his lacrosse stick.
"Hey, what's your sex noise?"
The guys roared now. Larry narrowed his eyes at them through the rearview mirror.
"Let's find out, shall we?"
Duggar stood and swept towards me up the aisle. With his blonde curls, Roman nose, and 60s-style square-frame glasses, he was beyond reproach. Larry didn't bat an eye. I thought, suddenly, of Jared Hoffman from high school. Jared wore black and wore diamond studs in his earlobes, and he was one of the few people at the school that excited me. We sat next to each other in AP Spanish, and sometimes he would reach across the aisle to grab my hand, caressing it with his thumb. On Valentine's Day, he brought all the girls in class, including the teacher, a pink carnation. When he handed me my flower, he winked. It didn't matter to me that he'd winked at every other girl, too, including the teacher. I felt sure there was something meaningful behind the wink he directed at me. He included a note with my flower, slipped onto my desk.
"Go out with me sometime, Imogene."
I still wonder if he meant it. At times, I thought I'd love Jared Hoffman forever, even after my body sagged and swelled and my hair turned gray. According to his profile page, Jared was at Johns Hopkins getting his medical degree. I wondered what it was like to know the world would never say no to you. Duggar leaned against the back of my seat. His eyebrows were black, incongruous with his golden head, and nearly met in an impenitent tuft above his crooked nose. Those brows, if anything, made him even more handsome and frightening.
"Stand up, Coach Imogene."
I looked to the rearview mirror, hoping to meet Larry's eyes, but he concentrated on the road, uninterested. I knew I had to say no. I imagined myself narrowing my eyes and snarling, "Back to your seat, Duggar," like I imagined Chapin would. Or I could even joke with him, "Like hell I'm going to let you punch me." Funny and authoritative, cool and under control. But under Duggar's cold glare, I simply stared up at him, struck stupid. Duggar had nearly a foot on me, and a rush of sweat flooded my armpits.
"You're really going to punch a girl, Robinson? Please, Rollo."
Duggar flashed his teeth, his eyes still on me.
"You know me better than that."
Then he turned back to me.
"I guess you don't have to stand up for this."
He wound back his arm. I stiffened. The fist propelled towards me, and just as it was about to make contact with my stomach, I flinched and let out a tiny yelp, like a dog that had its tail stepped on.
"See? Didn't even have to touch her."
Duggar patted my shoulder.
"You're a good sport, Squeak."
Larry's eyes finally flicked up into the rearview mirror.
"Sit down,"
he barked. A one-word command that seemed embarrassingly directed at me as much as Duggar, even though I knew it wasn't, even though I wasn't even standing up. Larry didn't seem to notice the punch. Larry didn't seem to realize how unwise it was to leave me alone with them back there. I slid down into my seat, mortified, defeated. It wasn't until Rollo called from the back,
"Hey, Squeak, how's about asking Sergeant Larry to turn up the tunes?"
that I realized that Squeak was my new nickname. Vandenberg sent me stacks of catalogs after I accepted the job. The glossy pages provided the facts I needed to familiarize myself with. Vandenberg School for Boys is the oldest non-military all-male boarding school in the United States. The school has an enrollment of 150 students. Tuition is $46,000 a year. But what I was most interested in were the pictures. Attractive wasn't the first word that had come to my mind to describe the young men pictured performing on stage, reading in the quad, shaking hands with state officials. What I thought, instead, was special. It was more than pedigree or good breeding or any of those vague aristocratic terms that seemed only to be understood by those who had it, and more apt to me for dog shows. What the Vandenberg boys had, I'd finally decided, was exemption. Freedom from liability or failure. Lockport didn't have old money or new money or much money at all. The closest thing my school had to aristocracy was Melanie Hoffman, who boasted a BMW and 2 real Gucci bags, thanks to the chain of drugstores her father owned. My knowledge of galas and debutantes and high teas came from Jane Austen and the Brontes. In the first week of classes, when Chapin nodded to a student walking by and whispered to me, "Paris Hilton's cousin," I immediately reached for my phone to take a picture, and she slapped it out of my hand, snarling, "This isn't Disney World, Imogene." Vandenberg boys fascinated me, and I studied and dissected them like characters from a reality show. They were formidable and foreign. It seemed impossible that I could belong to it all, that such fine young men could be mine. In their suit jackets and ties, the students seemed less like boys and more like men, informed and opinioned, and more than likely experienced. Their smiles spoke of privilege that I had never known. And it wasn't because they attended a school with 9 athletic fields, a 100-acre nature laboratory, and one of the world's most important collections of early American art. It wasn't even because they attended an institution that compromised the bedrock of an earlier American establishment, with alumni including Astor's, Vanderbilt's, Taft's, and Kennedy's. It was because they were given a uniform that assured their place in the world, that place being the very top. The game was going well, up until Clarence Howell, the skinny third-year who had his pants pulled down during our first practice, broke his nose. We were up by 2 when a Brunswick attacker's swinging stick met with poor Clarence's face mask. The snap was audible, the blood everywhere. The referee blew his whistle, and Larry and I ran out onto the field.
"You all right, Howell?"
Clarence removed his helmet and looked up at Larry, blood bubbling from his nostrils.
"I don't think so, Coach."
"Should I call an ambulance?" I pulled my phone from my back pocket. "I mean, we should call an ambulance, right?" I looked at Clarence. His hands were clasped over his face, blood leaking through his fingers. Embarrassingly, I felt myself starting to tear. Larry grunted, though whether it was in agreement or because of some phlegm stuck in his throat, I wasn't sure, and then he squinted at me.
"Are you crying?"
"No." It came out more indignant than I intended. Over his clasped hands, Clarence's eyes were wide and desperate.
"Well, go on,"
Larry said. I dialed with shaky hands. Soon enough, Clarence Howell and I were sitting in an ambulance on our way to Greenwich Hospital. We sat in silence side by side, me looking out the window, Clarence holding a thick cloth towel up to his gushing face. In this close proximity, I could smell the sweat that had dried on his skin, salty and endearing. It was my first time alone with one of the students, my first time deliberating how I was supposed to talk to them. It felt silly to ask where he was from and how he liked school with blood gushing from his face. Every once in a while he snuffled, adjusting the towel. It was not a time for small talk, I decided. We were on a mission. I used this logic to justify my disinclination to speak. Clarence surprised me by speaking first.
"It's probably for the best anyways."
I turned to look at him. "Sorry?" He lowered his towel, his mouth sticky with dried red blood.
"I said, it's probably for the best anyways. You know."
He gestured to his nose.
"This."
"Why do you say that?"
"Come on, Coach Imogene."
"Imogene is fine."
"Okay, Imogene. You can tell that the other boys don't really like me, right?"
It was obvious to me then, the way it hadn't been before, the way the back of his neck was always scruffy and unshaven, the way he was afraid to look anyone in the eye, his dirty shoelaces and his cheap nylon shorts, and the haggard backpack he carried around with a pencil sticking through the hole in the bottom. There was a reason the other boys didn't like him, and it wasn't because his breath smelled like tuna fish, and he sometimes got distracted during practice by a leaf floating through the air or the tweet of a bird. He didn't come from their world. "Well, do you like playing lacrosse?" Clarence nodded and wiped his mouth on his sleeve. "Then you shouldn't worry about what those other guys think. You should just enjoy it." He squinted at me, considering.
"How old are you?"
22.
"Really?"
"Why? How old did you think I was?"
"I don't know."
"Come on, how old? 25, 30? I shoved his knee. Something about the touch felt unnatural, flirtatious even, and I quickly drew back my hand. No touching the students in any way. His eyes flickered, and red blossomed up his neck.
"My age?"
"But why would
you just... the way you let Duggar boss you around on the bus."
He looked down at his shoes. "Do you all think that?" My tone, again, was unexpectedly indignant, unrecognizable.
"Sorry," he told his shoes.
"It's okay." I felt my anger release. It wasn't him I was angry at, after all. I don't exactly fit in here either, you know. This whole world is new to me. I hesitated. "So maybe we can sort of figure it out together." I wasn't sure what I was offering him, only that I felt the need to offer him something. I felt strangely responsible, not because I had denied him a new backpack and a trust fund and the easy confidence that comes with money, but because, knowing he'd been denied those things, I could no longer regard him without pity. Even I, the lowly teaching apprentice, had used him unthinkingly as a scapegoat for my frustration. I couldn't imagine how the other boys used him. Clarence looked up at me.
"Like friends?"
I felt a little sick suddenly, as though I'd been caught in a lie. "Yeah, sure."
"You're nice, Imogen."
He said this mechanically, without surprise, as factual as his being on scholarship. Imogene Abney, nice. "You're nice too, Clarence." He grinned widely and then put his hand to his nose. "Ow!" But he kept looking at me. The ambulance stopped. We had arrived at the hospital. An EMT came around and opened the back door. Clarence stood. He turned and looked back at me with a hand-dog smile. "Come with me?" I imagined us sitting together in the waiting room, perhaps for hours. I was already feeling regretful about offering my friendship. What else might I thoughtlessly promise him in that time? "I need to get back to campus," I said. "I'm sorry." Clarence looked as though he might cry. The EMT called me a cab. As I rode back to Vandenberg, I wondered how it was that being around a bunch of high school boys, I felt younger than ever. Chapin spent most of her nights out. I'd never joined her. Of course, I'd never been asked to, but I desperately wanted to know where she went. Sometimes she brought guys back. I would hear her headboard beat steadily against the wall, her breathless screeching. "Oh, God! Oh, Christ!" When I'd pass by her open bedroom door the next day, she'd smile blithely from her bed, where she'd be reading a magazine or watching TV on her laptop. "Hello, Imogene," she'd sigh, not caring, and perhaps not even wondering if I had heard her the night before. On one of these nights, the Sunday after the Clarence Howell fiasco, I felt a pang in my stomach, a punch to the gut, which I recognized as agonizing loneliness. All that first week, Rianne, Babs, and the Woods twins tried to include me. "Imogene, I baked some brownies. Do you want one?" "Hey, Imogene, we're doing face masks and having a movie marathon tonight. You in?" It wasn't that I didn't want to join. It was that, from the very beginning, even though they were strangers to one another as much as I was to them, I felt left out. It was as though a secret meeting had taken place without me, one during which the other girls had compared interests and traded stories and created inside jokes, all the things that happened naturally over time, but seemed to happen without my notice in the course of a week. Even on the third night, when we skipped the dining hall and made pasta together, and Maggie took one of the almost cooked strands of linguine and dangled it between her legs, and the other girls laughed like it was the funniest thing they'd ever seen. Even then, I didn't belong. Of course, it was impossible to say whether the pasta bit was a previously established joke, or if I just didn't find it funny like they did. I wasn't comfortable like they were, hanging out in the living room braless under a t-shirt and scrubbed free of makeup. It didn't matter that they were all doing it, that the Woods twins had perpetually hard nipples under their sheer tank tops, and that Babs would even wear her retainer to watch TV at night. I wasn't ready to expose my spotted face and pointy breasts to them, to anyone, and knew that to join them at night still made up and fully dressed would only invite more scrutiny. With Chapin, they had never bothered. Girls like Chapin didn't need an invitation and wouldn't join in even if she had one. Downstairs, Rianne and Babs and the Woods twins were watching that show they liked, the one about the mismatched couples and the puppies. "Oh my God! Did you see that?" I heard Rianne shriek. "The dog just peed everywhere!" I tried to open a book and distract myself. Old School by Tobias Wolff, one of my favorites. "You felt a depth of ease in certain boys," I read. Their innate, affable assurance that they would not have to struggle for a place in the world that is already reserved for them. The pang grew worse, radiating down my legs and shooting out through my fingertips until I felt I would burst out of my skin. The door opened and closed downstairs. A voice greeted the others, a male voice. It was Raj. I heard the clink of a bottle on a table, a cheer from the girls. A cabinet creaked open in the kitchen, and glasses were passed around. Wine glasses, I could tell. "Let's play a game," one of the Woods yelped. I couldn't yet tell their voices apart.
"Where's Imogene?"
Raj asked. He knew better than to inquire about Chapin's whereabouts. Babs gave a response I couldn't hear. I opened up my bedroom door. Perhaps it was the novelty of Raj being around. He rarely hung out at the hovel, or the lure of intoxication to placate the anxiety I felt in these sorts of situations. But I found myself creeping down the steps and suddenly standing before the others in the kitchen.
"Imogene!"
Rianne cried, as though I were back from the dead. I was relieved to see that she wasn't yet in her pajamas. She retrieved an extra glass for me, and I joined them at the table. The others smiled at me, and the smooth, dry smell of Merlot wafted to my nostrils.
Did you know that Merlot translates to young blackbird in French?
Raj volunteered as he handed me my full glass, and I thought, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I did belong here. Raj pulled out a deck of cards and said we would play a game he invented called Give a Question, Take a Question. If the player selected a black card, he or she would pose a question to the group. If the player selected a red card, anyone in the group could ask that player a question.
"The dirtier the better,"
said Raj. The girls giggled, and I considered Raj, trying to decide if he was cute. The idea of him having sexual experience made him unexpectedly alluring. 20 minutes and 9 rounds later, we were all on our second glass of wine, except for Babs, who drank water.
"I don't drink,"
she announced piously. None of us were surprised. We'd learned that Rianne once gave a handjob in the back row of a movie theater, that Babs kissed 2 girls one summer at Bible camp,
"But I'm not gay,"
and that the craziest place Raj had ever had sex was in a Starbucks bathroom. My head felt light and fizzy, a balloon barely tethered by its string. Though I'd drunk in college, I'd never been able to hold my liquor. After a strong drink or two, I often found myself smiling for no reason and paying compliments to strangers. One time even dancing with my eyes closed in the corner of the party, with my cup held triumphantly above my head, entranced by the music. Sometimes it scared me how much I enjoyed drinking, how much I enjoyed feeling more myself and less myself at once. Sometimes, when I started drinking, I feared I'd never want to stop. I looked around the table at my fellow apprentices and felt sure, in that moment, that I loved them all. Several times Raj turned and smiled right at me, and I smiled back. He was cute, I decided. I wondered what the girl he'd had sex with at Starbucks looked like. Maggie Woods selected a black card and smiled devilishly.
"Have you ever had anal sex? And if not, would you?"
she asked the group. Babs squealed in disgust. Rianne shrugged and said,
"I haven't, but I'd be open to it."
Maggie Woods said,
"One time, but he promised it was an accident."
By the time Raj said,
"I don't know. Are we talking about me giving or receiving here?"
my teeth chattered. I was laughing so hard. Why had I never realized how funny they all were?
"What about you, Imogene?"
Maggie asked, and everyone turned towards me. I hesitated. "I haven't," I said finally. "But if the guy really wanted to, I'd probably let him." I'd meant to make them laugh, but no one did. Maggie refilled her glass and nudged me.
"Your turn, Imogene."
I picked the card on top of the deck, hoping it was a black card so I could ask something funny and redeem myself from whatever I had said before that was wrong. It was red.
"Oh, Imogene!"
Everyone howled. I knew I wasn't the only one who was drunk.
"I have a question for you,"
Raj said. The sureness of his voice made us turn to him in curiosity.
"Have you ever hooked up with a guy of color?"
My face felt hot. The others eyed me expectantly. I felt certain this time that there was only one way to answer this question. Yes, in high school, I dated a guy named Jared Hoffman who was black. He's at Johns Hopkins for med school now. I brought my glass to my lips to keep from grinning. My pulse raced. I was never a good liar. Raj's foot grazed against mine under the table. It was bare, I could tell, but I didn't feel disgust. I felt a bit giddy. Raj picked a card.
"Red again," he said, slapping the card upright on the table.
If I had been someone else, or perhaps if I had drunk a few more glasses of wine, I could have asked what I wanted to. Would you ever hook up with me? And maybe he would smile and take my hand, and the girls would clap and howl like a TV audience as Raj and I made our way upstairs to my bedroom, where we would lie down on my bed and he'd slip his tongue between my lips and his hand between my legs.
Do you think you and your girlfriend are going to get married?
Babs asked this. Raj shrugged.
"Honestly, I think I just might be with the girl I'm going to spend the rest of my life with."
The girls sighed happily, and I clutched the edge of the table. The room was spinning. He had a girlfriend. A girlfriend he was probably going to marry.
You okay, Imogene?
Rianne asked. I realized then that I was standing. Yeah, I just realized... I need to call my mom, I think. Everyone stared at me. I wondered if I was wrong and no one else was drunk, because it seemed to me that I was the only one who didn't know what was going on.
Okay,
she said, with the wariness you use when you're humoring someone who's drunker than you. I grabbed my coat off the hook, opened the back door, and tumbled into the night. I thought about walking around Silver Lake. It felt cinematic, romantic even, a girl walking along the edge of the water on a warm September night, hair blowing, hands in her jacket pockets, head turned to the sky above. I imagined the boys high up in dorm rooms, looking out their windows into the night, and seeing me, wondering, who's that? Where is she going? But the lake was 2.5 miles around, and I was tired, and though considerably sobered up now that I was walking, still a little drunk. In the distance, I heard the uninhibited laughter of boys who had never known failure and probably never would. I followed it. Between Sloane House, a third-year's dorm, and Perkins Hall for fourth years, a rope was strung a foot above the ground between 2 trees. Around it stood 3 boys, their shirts untucked and sleeves rolled up, and impish grins on their faces.
"Dude, try it again,"
said one, a gruff redhead with thick forearms that bulged through his shirt sleeves. The boy beside him, super thin and Asian, snorted,
"Pussy's gonna blow it." "Prepare to be amazed, gentlemen."
I couldn't see the source of the last voice, but it was clear and light, the voice of someone delivering a speech. I crouched in the shadow of Perkins and peeked around the corner. He was neither tall nor short, with skinny limbs and a messy mop of inky black hair, trimmed enough to be within Vandenberg regulations, but long enough to demonstrate that he kept it so reluctantly. His face was coated in a thick layer of stubble, and he had unbuttoned the first few buttons on his shirt, revealing a shock of wiry black hair on his chest. As his friends and I looked on, he stepped up onto the rope, using the tree trunk for support. Then, ever so carefully, he released the tree, spread his slender arms, and began to make his way to the other side. He bit his lip, eyes glued to his feet. His friends watched in reverent silence. He wobbled once, and I gasped aloud, but he regained his balance and continued on. Once he got close, he reached his arms in front of him for the opposite tree, a wobbly child reaching for his mother. Once his hands touched the tree, he wrapped one arm around it and pumped his other fist in the air.
"Fuck yeah!"
He pointed at the Asian guy.
"In your face, Park."
His friends applauded. I released my breath.
"Well done, dickhole."
Park reached into his pocket and pulled out a beer. My heart seized at the sight of it, the alarm in my head blaring, "Alcohol in the hands of minors," which he tossed to his friend. The friend caught it in one hand and lifted the pull tab with a hiss. After a long chug, the leader belched a response.
"Fuck you guys, I rock."
It was gross, but unapologetic in its grossness. The noisy release of gas, rude or embarrassing or immature in any other circumstance, was made cool, funny, because it came from him. I liked watching him, I realized. There was something about the way he held himself and the way the other boys regarded him that made me unable to look away. It was clear he was the chosen one, the leader, the one who made the rules, the one who got the girls and charmed the teachers, and who would never be wanting for friends. To me, there was nothing quite as attractive as being able to trick other people into believing you were.
Shit, dude, it's late.
The redhead held up his watch.
We still need to study for trig.
All right, Skeet, don't get your thong in a bunch. The leader brought his beer to his lips, downed the rest in 2 chugs, and tossed the empty can into the bushes.
Let's go.
After the 3 of them disappeared through the back door of Perkins, I snuck out from behind the dorm and went around scooping up the empty cans. I felt somehow that I would get in trouble if I didn't, that this was my responsibility.
Need help?
I jumped. It was Raj, approaching from the direction of the hovel. What are you doing here? He gestured to the building.
I live here.
Right. I deposited the cans into the trash barrel beside Perkins. I scrambled to think of a reasonable excuse for why I was there, but he didn't seem to need one.
Tonight was fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Thanks for coming over.
I'm just glad you joined us.
He looked up at the sky.
A lot less stars out here than at home,
he said, speaking more to the sky than to me.
It's due to light pollution, you know. It's a direct cause of wasting our light sources.
There are a lot of stars in India? He looked at me confused.
No, Indiana.
Oh. He opened the front door, stuck half his body inside. My head was still a bit foggy, and I thought for a moment that he might be inviting me to his room.
My grandparents are from Pakistan, he said.
Oh, I said again.
Good night, Imogene.
He gave me a sad sort of smile and closed the door behind him. By the time I returned to the hovel, everyone was in bed. Our dirty glasses sat in the sink, and I washed them each by hand and put them away as a sort of apology, though for what I wasn't exactly sure. Upstairs, Chapin's door was ajar, her bed empty. I felt the sense of missing out on something better, and I realized then why I never wanted to hang out with the other girls. Chapin had rejected them, so I was too. I couldn't decide if I would rather be lumped with them in Chapin's mind, one of the boring girls, the plain girls, or considered separate, yet still alone. In my room, I opened my laptop and looked up Raj's profile page. We weren't friends on the site yet, but it felt awkward to send a friend request now. The window of opportunity for sending one had already closed. His girlfriend was lanky and freckle-faced, with dirty blonde hair and a small gap between her front teeth. Besides the gap in her teeth and the few inches of height she appeared to have on Raj, judging from his photos, she actually looked a bit like me. But I'm prettier, I thought, startling myself. I'd always considered myself cute enough, but unexceptional, never pretty. It must have been the wine. After perusing his profile a bit more, I looked up the Vandenberg School roster. The roster was divided by dormitory, and I clicked on the link for Perkins Hall. I found Maxwell Park first. The accompanying photo showed him smirking at the camera, looking as though he knew something dirty about the photographer's wife. Samuel Keating I spotted next, his red hair combed back in neat grooves, and his mouth set in a small O shape, the look of being caught off guard. With little to go off of, the leader was the hardest to find, but once I spotted his photo, I couldn't believe I had missed it before. He was unmistakable. His suit jacket was wrinkled, his face scruffy, and he was laughing, his mouth wide open and eyes nearly closed. Adam Kipling, the text beneath the photo read. I thought of the rope, still suspended between the 2 trees. If they had left it hanging there, it meant that they planned to return. Chapter 3. Soon after the beginning of my boarding school obsession, and a week before my 14th birthday, I heard the rumor about Stephanie and the blowjob. I had only the vaguest idea of what a blowjob was. I pictured a girl inflating a guy's penis with her mouth, and then, like the balloon man who sometimes came to my youth group meetings at the rec center when I was a kid, bending and twisting it into all sorts of shapes. A dog, a snake, a flower. What I did know was that according to Jalen, Stephanie had given one to Jason Stern's older brother Keith in her basement the weekend before. Jalen and Stephanie had been my best friends since 3rd grade. When I got my period at the mall and the sanitary napkin dispenser in the restroom was out of order, Jalen and Stephanie sat outside the bathroom stall to help me guide in my first tampon. When Stephanie's hamster died, Jalen decorated a tiny wooden box from the craft store for Chip's coffin, and I played my recorder for Chip's backyard funeral, a slow, sad rendition of Hot Cross Buns, the only song I could play. At almost 14, I hadn't even yet kissed a boy. I'd lied when I told my friends I kissed Bobby McCoy in the teacher's lounge. And now, Stephanie supposedly had done stuff, things I couldn't even describe or imagine or understand, with someone 3 years older. "Is it true?" I asked her after school one day. I remember crying. Stephanie thought I was jealous. I didn't have the words to explain what I really felt, a profound sense of betrayal. She was getting books out of her locker, and she turned to look at me.
Is what true?
She'd recently started wearing eyeliner. It looked like thick black rings around her eyes. The TV shows I'd watched growing up made me believe that best friends were bound by unspoken understanding, a telekinetic power mysterious to outsiders.
You know.
Stephanie stared at me blankly. My therapist would later suggest that TV had made my expectations unrealistic. But then, and even after, I would believe that my friendships had failed to live up to my expectations.
Did you really give Keith a...
I lowered my voice.
BLOW?
She sighed with an impatience I'd never had directed at me by anyone besides my mom.
This is why I can't tell you these things.
Things? I wondered. What else was I not privy to?
You're immature, Imogene. You make a big deal out of everything.
I wondered, were these two faults related? Then, the worst part, she put her hand on my shoulder and smiled pityingly.
Your time will come, she said, and when it does, you'll understand.
I wondered, understand what? What is it that I need to understand? Dean Harvey called assembly before classes on Monday to announce that our joint theater program with Baylor Academy, Vandenberg's sister school, would be canceled until further notice. Rehearsals had just begun for Oklahoma the Thursday before, but due to unforeseen circumstances, we would no longer be collaborating with the girls of Baylor for our productions. We sat in the chapel, and the groans of the boys reverberated up to the ceiling.
"Good luck trying to get any fags to join theater now,"
a second year sitting near me whispered to his friend. I was the only person within earshot, and I wondered if he knew I could hear him, or, like the boy who grabbed his friend's scrotum in the classroom on my first day, he thought of me as someone who could be privy to misbehavior, cool enough to get it.
"Good luck trying to get laid now,"
his friend replied under his breath. It wouldn't be until later that night that Babs would tell me what had happened. A first year was found in the prop closet backstage with his pants around his ankles, a Baylor girl kneeling before him, performing. Babs reddened here and leaned in to mouth the words too horrible to speak aloud. Oral sex. I felt a mix of pride for having more sexual experience than Babs. At least I could allude to oral sex without blushing 7 shades of pink. And shame for knowing that a 14-year-old girl had done what I had only attempted to do once, with Zeke Maloney in college, before embarrassment forced me to stop after just a minute.
"What's the big deal?"
Zeke had asked me.
"It's just a dick."
It's only a mountain, I'd thought. I wondered what this girl had thought, what my old friend Stephanie had thought, when they kneeled before that strange, insistent appendage. My head ached dully from last night's wine. The girls didn't comment on my sudden departure the night before. But the feeling I'd had sitting around the table just hours before had dissipated. Their voices felt too loud, their faces too eager, their gestures fraught and uncoordinated. I could tell Rianne had overheard the conversation between the two boys near us as well, and she tried to smile at me conspiringly. I managed to grimace. Even Raj had lost his appeal for me overnight. As soon as he kicked off his shoes and folded his bare feet under himself on the bench, I inched away. It wasn't that his feet smelled bad. I was repelled by their startling nakedness. Inappropriate, I thought suddenly. Arrogant. In doing so, I moved closer to Chapin, who sat with her back flat against the wall, her hands folded in her lap, her eyes blank. I sat back and assumed a similar pose, cool, unperturbed. Then I spotted Adam Kipling. He sat in the back row between his red-headed friend Skeet and a tall black guy I'd seen around campus a few times before. Adam's eyes were closed and his tie loose as he tapped a rhythm with his palms on the back of the bench in front of him. A teacher came by to tap his shoulder and shake her head at him, and he assumed a look of appropriate contrition, but as soon as she walked away, his drumming continued. He is unembarrassable, I realized in wonder. The embarrassment that he was supposed to have felt as the receiver of scolding seemed entirely absorbed by me, the mere bystander, instead. After revealing that Timon of Athens would be the new winter production and tryouts would be held that night, Dean Harvey rang his bell on the pulpit and the boys were dismissed. I watched as Adam Kipling stood and swung his book bag over his shoulder.
"What are you looking at?"
asked Rianne, following my line of vision. I turned away. Nothing. Her shoulders slumped almost imperceptibly. I'd disappointed her. As I followed her and the other apprentices towards the chapel door, I chanced another look. The tall black guy was telling a story, gesticulating wildly, and Adam Kipling was laughing, his head thrown back and shoulders shaking, looking just like he did in his ID photo. I wished I were closer, so I could hear what his laugh sounded like. I prepared a 10-minute bit on the history of animal domestication for the end of Dale's lecture that day. After the disaster that was my first class, I'd been improving day by day. By Thursday of that first week, my hands had stopped shaking violently every time I stood at the podium. And by Friday, I'd even worked up the nerve to call a few of the boys by name, which seemed to both startle and please them. Dale asked to meet with me 15 minutes before class to go over my lesson, and after assembly, I headed to his classroom and knocked on the door. Through the glass panel, I could see him sitting at his desk, bent over papers. He raised his head and motioned for me to come in with an eagerly beckoning hand.
"Imogene! Hello, hello!"
Dale's hair was loose around his shoulders, wispy and limp as a toddler's. His grin was manic as ever, the grin of someone who had just downed a pot of coffee or an amphetamine. I sat in the chair facing his desk and attempted to return a smile of equal enthusiasm.
"So, how has your first week been?"
I shrugged one shoulder. Interesting? He threw back his head and barked a full-bodied laugh.
"Interesting. What a wonderful word."
"It's been great, really. Just..."
"A learning experience."
"Yes," I agreed. "A learning experience." He leaned towards me over the desk, propping his chin in his hands. I reflexively backed away. I hated anyone being too close to my face.
"I began teaching at Vandenberg 9 years ago after I finished my doctorate. And I'm going to tell you the truth, Imogene. These boys, they scared the shit out of me. They're shrewd, they're exacting, and given the opportunity, they're scarily influential. Because we're not just talking about your average high school guys here. We're talking about the most well-read, well-bred high school boys out there."
I thought of the boys I'd gone to high school with in Lockport, the ones who always had the first pick of players on their kickball team in gym class, and of dates for the prom, the ones who doused themselves in Axe body spray and revved the engines of their souped-up second-hand cars in the parking lot for attention. Dale was right. I'd been scared of those boys then, but not one of them would have stood a chance against a Vandenberg boy.
Never let them see you falter, Imogene, Dale continued. Remember, you're in control in this classroom. Don't let them forget it.
I returned for a moment to the bus, to Duggar Robinson telling me to stand, so confident that I would submit. How do you get them to like you? Dale bobbed his head in his hands, considering.
Yes, being liked is nice, isn't it? I wasn't quite the most popular boy in my class back in high school, so it's definitely nice to be liked. But to be frank, Imogene, it doesn't matter if you're well-liked here or not.
My palms felt sweaty, and I swiped them across my thighs under the desk. I kept myself from saying, but it does.
What matters is that you're respected.
I nodded, wishing I agreed.
Now, let's see that lesson.
After the bell for third period rang, I stood before the class and talked about the earliest known evidence of a domesticated dog, a jawbone found in a cave in Iraq, and dated to about 12,000 years ago. I talked about selective breeding, about how the gray wolf evolved into the modern canine. The boys seemed interested and asked questions, wondering how man taught the wolf to be submissive, to be subdued, to obey the will of a master. It wasn't until one of the boys in the back raised his hand and asked, to the delight of his friends, what the men did to the wolves that couldn't be tamed, that I realized the joke. They had made an unspoken agreement that the wolves were women.
Gentlemen, please.
Dale made a settle-down motion from his desk. I feigned ignorance to the joke. The tamer wolves were more likely to survive and evolve into dogs, I admitted. But the wolf was also domesticated at a time when humans weren't very tolerant of carnivorous competitors. Humans were already successful hunters without wolves, and wolves don't exactly like to share.
So why do we even need them?
The same boy from the back called. His friends snickered. More than likely, it was the wolves that approached humans, not the other way around. The ability of dogs to read human gestures is remarkable, and with this ability, having these proto-dogs on a hunt gave people an advantage over those who didn't.
So, you're saying the wolves tamed us?
Dale volunteered. I glanced at him, and he winked. I felt faint from gratitude, and perhaps something else. I turned back to the class. Dogs may even have been the catalyst for our civilization. Nobody protested. The bell rang, and as the boys collected their books, I turned towards the chalkboard to hide my grin, feeling as though I had just won something. Clarence was feeling well enough to watch lacrosse practice that afternoon. He sat next to me on the wooden bench facing the practice field, a white splint taped over the bridge of his nose. "How are you doing?" I asked. I felt a little awkward, having not talked to him since depositing him at the hospital, but I knew not to talk to him would only make the situation more uncomfortable. "Okay," he said, his voice dolefully nasal. "The doctor said there shouldn't be any change in the size or shape of my nose." "That's good." "My cousin, he broke his nose playing hockey 3 different times when he was in high school. He never even saw a doctor. He's got this big bump in his nose now." I searched Clarence's face for a hint as to what my reaction should be. Yikes. "I didn't want a bump in my nose. I'm glad I won't have one." "You should be. You have a nice nose." Clarence grinned widely and then put a hand to his splint. "Ow!" We turned to watch the boys running drills up and down the field. While waiting his turn in line, Duggar stuck his stick between his legs and rhythmically thrust his hips forward, poking Baxter in the back. "Coach, Duggar's poking me with his shaft," Baxter called. Larry groaned. "Robinson, stop poking Baxter with your shaft." Clarence took out a notebook and started doodling. I peeked over his shoulder to see what he was drawing. On the page was a massively muscular Mexican luchador posed for a fight. his fists held up in front of his bare chest and his eyes narrowed behind his mask. "That's really good." Clarence jumped and shut the notebook. "Well, sorry, I didn't mean—" "It's nothing. It's stupid." We turned back to the field. After a moment, Clarence turned to face me again. "His name's Al Musculo. He's just this character I draw sometimes." "That's cool. Are there others?" Clarence nodded, and he smiled shyly as he flipped through his notebook and showed me a few of the other characters he'd invented. A skinny masked man with a gun slung over each shoulder, and a sly grin. A spandex-clad woman with hair that flowed past her waist and enormous breasts. Larry blew his whistle. Practice was over. "Do you want one?" Clarence asked. "Oh no, that's—" "Here." Clarence flipped to a finished drawing of El Musculo and ripped out the page, which he then handed to me. "Take it." I held the drawing in my hand. "Thank you." The boys ran off the field to the locker rooms. I turned to slip Clarence's drawing into my bag and felt someone standing behind me. I turned around to find Duggar, his eyes magnified behind his goggles.
"Hey, Squeak," he said. "How about you spend less time flirting with your boyfriend and more time watching the practice?"
I looked at Clarence. He'd busied himself with packing up his backpack, his eyes unwilling to meet mine. I turned back to Duggar and his bug-eyed stare, feeling like a sample beneath a microscope, his to poke and pick apart and eventually throw away. The thrill of my afternoon victory drained away. Before Duggar, I was 14 again, unsure of myself, unsure of anything. I waited until a few days after my 14th birthday party, which Stephanie left early from to hang out with Keith Stern. She told me she had a dentist appointment her mom couldn't reschedule, to confront her. I waited until before gym class, when the locker room was nearly empty, to stand by her gym locker and say, "You've changed."
For gym class?
It wasn't clear whether this was a joke or a communication failure. Stephanie reached up to the top shelf for her sneakers. She'd purposely ordered her gym shirt a size too small, so that when she raised her arms, a strip of her stomach showed. "I mean, you're different than the person I used to know." This was more than likely a line I'd taken from a TV show. Ruth Walter was the only one left in the locker room, and she watched us from the sinks excitedly.
"Having a boyfriend doesn't make me different, Imogene."
She squatted to lace up her sneakers. I fought an urge to stomp my foot, to slam a locker door, to somehow express the frustration I was feeling with an ineffable blast of sound. "Yes, it does. They change everything." I knew by they I did not mean boyfriends. I meant boys. Ruth crept towards the door. "I just want things to be like they used to," I said. She shrugged, locked her locker door.
"Well, they're not."
And then, smiling sadly, as though I was Ruth Walter rather than the girl who helped her bury her hamster,
"Sorry."
But we stayed friends through high school, Stephanie, Jalen, and me. Even after Stephanie gave Keith Stern a blowjob, even after Jalen started sneaking vodka into her morning coffee, even after we stopped having Friday night sleepovers, and their bedrooms no longer felt as familiar to me as my own. Even after Stephanie and Jalen got boyfriends, and I began spending too much time in front of a magnified mirror examining my skin. What changed was what I then understood, that you could never know what people were capable of, even yourself. Rianne asked me how lacrosse practice had been after I returned to the hovel, and I immediately thought, she knows. The cartoon drawing from Clarence still sitting in my bag felt like an admission of guilt, though really I had nothing to be guilty of, and I excused myself upstairs to my room, where I folded the picture into a tiny square and slid it into my desk drawer. Had I flirted with Clarence? Had I led him to believe that he had a chance with me, that I could become his girlfriend? Was that just Duggar talking, or had Clarence told his teammates his own imagined version of the afternoon in the ambulance? I replayed the scene in my mind. Had I done anything to encourage him? No, the thought was ridiculous. Clarence was a kid, the little brother I'd never had. All I'd wanted was for him to feel less alone. I took out the drawing again and smoothed it out on my desk. He'd signed the drawing in the corner of the page with his cramped, boyish scrawl. It wasn't fear of getting into trouble I felt. I was almost sure I wasn't in the wrong. It was fear of being judged. I'd seen the look in Duggar's eyes when he'd sneered the word boyfriend. It was disdain, not because I had maybe flirted with a student, but because I had maybe flirted with someone who wasn't cool.
What's that?
I looked up. Chapin stood in the doorway. Her hair was braided messily down her shoulder, loose pieces framing her fox-like face, and her bitten nails were painted blood red. She nodded towards the cartoon drawing on my desk. Nothing. I flipped it over, then flipped it back again. Something one of my students gave me.
Fucking adorable.
She stepped into my room and took the drawing from my desk. She'd never been inside my room before. None of the girls had. I felt intensely aware of the period stain on my sheets and the stretched-out cotton underwear in my drawers, things she couldn't even see, but that I knew were there nevertheless. I was forever surprised by how comfortable the other girls were around one another. The other day, I'd walked into the living room to find Babs clipping her toenails at the coffee table while she watched the news. The Woods twins often peed with the bathroom door open and would ask you how your day was as you walked by, peering out at you from the toilet seat as casually as though they were sitting at the kitchen table. Rianne even once left a used sanitary pad spread open on the top of the upstairs bathroom trash barrel. I knew it couldn't have been Chapin's, so it must have been hers. Her dried blood laid bare. I was so horrified and so worried that Chapin might think it was mine that I took the trash out right then, disposing of the evidence. Maybe I'd once been this comfortable around Jalen and Stephanie. We'd fart and burp and change our clothes in front of one another. But that had been years ago, long before I finally revealed to my mother the crusted-over mess of skin hidden beneath my newly chopped bangs and was sent to therapy, long before I learned the consequence of relinquishing privacy.
Who's Clarence Howell?
Chapin asked, studying the drawing. A third year. He's on the lacrosse team. I paused and then added, I took him to the hospital after he broke his nose.
El Musculo.
She smiled and set the drawing back on my desk.
Careful, Imogene. Sounds like someone has a crush.
She knows, I thought. He doesn't, I said. Her smile persisted, infuriating in its certainty.
Just be careful, that's all.
I crumbled the drawing into a ball and stuffed it deep into the trash. At dinner the next night, I was distracted by the sight of Christopher Jordan and accidentally agreed to the game night Rianne had proposed for later on. It was a late dinner for us, nearly 9, having spent the greater part of the afternoon making lesson plans and grading papers together. We did these no-nonsense tasks together, working, grading, eating, not because we had to, but because it felt safer to stick together sometimes, us against them, apprentices against students. Even Chapin joined us for every meal without fail. We always sat at a table in the back of the dining hall, which usually afforded us privacy. But tonight, Christopher Jordan the monkey beater and his friends had settled with their trays at the next table over, straight from sports practice, judging from the way their hair was plastered to their foreheads in wet strands. I kept my eyes on my plate, focused on cutting my meatloaf into cube-shaped bites.
Can we play Friends Seen It? Rianne asked. My mom just sent it to me in the mail.
Raj nodded.
I'm in.
The Woods twins were tossing their lettuce leaves and trying to distract us from the fact that they weren't eating.
We're so good at that game, said Maggie.
Maggie bobbled her too big head on her skinny neck. Yeah, we practically grew up watching that show. Babs sniffed. My parents didn't let me watch television. Chapin was busy building a tower out of her mashed potatoes and didn't respond. Christopher Jordan looked up as he chewed his meatloaf and caught my eye. He gave me a closed-mouth grin, his cheeks bulging, and waggled his fingers. Chapin followed my gaze.
"Is that your lover?"
she hissed. The other girls and Raj swiveled in their seats to look. A rush of sweat flooded my armpits. "I have to go," I decided, and I stood.
"Where are you going?"
asked Rianne. "I have to—"
"Call your mom again?"
Babs smirked. I would never be friends with these people, I thought. Not really. "Check my mail," I lied.
"Sure. Will you be back for game night?"
Rianne pressed. "Yeah." I grabbed my tray and headed towards the doors. I knew already where I was going, had been secretly planning it all day, but I'll never admit it. Chapter 4. In high school, I decided I would go to Columbia University, and it was not just because Jared Hoffman, my high school crush, once expressed an interest in applying. To me, it was the best school, just as 115 pounds was the ideal weight. I'd read it in a book once. The main character, a beautiful waif-like girl, as the narrator described her, was 115 pounds. And 17 years old was the most popular age to lose your virginity. I'd read this on a Let's Talk About Sex forum I'd stumbled upon online, though I wouldn't lose my own until several years after that age. Why Columbia? I'm not sure, but I cemented its name in my mind as the best school, the perfect school. I didn't imagine a transformation would take place. I didn't imagine any sort of fairy tale reinvention or the kind of incontestable change people from high school would see in pictures on social media and talk about with wonder. "Have you seen Imogene lately? My God!" Or at least, I never could have articulated having these desires. But I did imagine that by going to what I imagined to be the best school, I'd become better. That confidence could be siphoned from imposing buildings and golden-haired legacies. That an acceptance could grant a new identity. That of a girl with skin that didn't need to be covered, and a body that didn't induce shame, whom no one knew came from a blue-collar family and had never kissed a guy. A girl who wanted to be noticed. In one of those rare moments in life that work out as they should, Adam Kipling and his friends had returned. Skeet was trying his luck this time, and he took 2 wobbly, lunging steps before he pitched off the side onto the ground. I resisted the urge to spring out from my hiding spot behind Perkins to help him, but his friends were laughing. "You fat fuck," Park cackled. Skeet pushed himself off the ground with a groan. "Let's see you do it then, you skinny motherfucker." Adam Kipling watched with his hands stuck in his pockets, amused. He seemed like the embodiment of a buoyant male presence I lacked in my life. The sort of jokey, arrogant, entitled boy who everyone loves and hates in equal amounts. The kind of boy who, I imagined, would make even a trip to the grocery store into some grand adventure, would make every moment lighter and funnier, would make you feel lighter and funnier yourself. Squatting there in the grass by Perkins, watching Adam Kipling sling insults and take jabs, I couldn't help but smile. I felt part of the joke, even if I didn't know it. Later on, I'd confess my stakeout to Kip, and he would laugh, telling me what I did was weird, fucked up. I should have been relieved that Kip thought it more funny than freaky, but still, his reaction disappointed me, as though what I'd done was voyeuristic rather than merely curious, somehow more wrong than I meant it to be. Park pulled a cigarette out of his pocket. "Whatever, jerk off." Without prelude, Adam began to chant, "Tug it, tease it, slug it, squeeze it." His friends chanted their response in unison. "Jerk, jerk, jerk it off. Stroke it, pat it, beat it, bat it, jerk, jerk, jerk it off." The boys did not laugh afterwards, or even acknowledge the interlude. They continued as though the moment had not been broken, the chant apparently as routine to them as their insults. Adam leaned back against a tree. Skeet bent to brush the dirt off his knees. I felt witness to a secret handshake or a complicated door knock, something you might miss if you blinked, and even if you did catch it, would never be able to recreate yourself. It was immature, and I felt hearing it should have made me feel disappointed in Adam, in all the boys of Vandenberg. But I didn't. Like when I caught notes passed in class and overheard the lewd whispers in chapel, it tickled me somehow that the boys of Vandenberg weren't nearly as prim and straight as they appeared in the pamphlets. I was witness to this secret side of the student body, this darker side, and it was as exciting as the celebrity tabloid magazines I leafed through at the grocery store. Actors scooping dog shit from the sidewalk, starlets with cellulite. Park brought his still unlit cigarette to his lips. As he went to light it, his eyes caught mine, and he jumped. "Whoops!" I stood, brushing off my knees. "Oh, I'm sorry. My hands shook. I felt culpable, though I wasn't quite sure of what. They stared at me as though waiting for me to perform, and I turned to walk away.
"Hey, hold up."
I knew it was Adam Kipling who spoke. It felt strange knowing his voice when he didn't even know my name. Perhaps that's what I felt guilty of knowing too much. I heard him jog up behind me. I faced him and found myself at eye level with his lips. "I'm sorry," I said again.
"Why are you sorry?"
"I didn't mean—"
"Have you ever done parkour?"
"Done what?"
"Parkour. You try to get from point A to point B in the most efficient way possible, using only your body and your surroundings for momentum."
Gone was the belching boy I'd seen last night, and even the singer of the jerk-off song from moments before. He stood before me, poised and sure, a parent's dream.
"Dude, how is this parkour then?"
interjected Skeet.
"Like, how in the fuck is crossing a rope the most efficient way to get between two trees? Couldn't you just, I don't know, walk?" "Shut up, Skeet. My brother's in the parkour club at Yale, and they do this all the time."
Adam Kipling turned to face me again.
"Want to try?"
"What?"
"Try it. Going across the rope."
"I'll fall."
"No, you won't."
We stared at each other. I was making a decision greater than deciding to cross the rope, and we both knew it. To join them would be to shrug off my authority, to close the gap between rank and age and sex, to fail as a Vandenberg school for boys teaching apprentice. But in crossing the rope, I would be one of them, however briefly. I hesitated a moment, then I held out my hand. He took it with surprising force. My heart seized. I couldn't remember the last time someone held my hand. He led me to the rope.
"Climb on."
I did. He steadied me as I shimmied up the tree trunk, and then he took my right hand in both of his.
"Ready? I'm going to lead you across."
Together, we edged from one tree to the other. He gripped my hand tightly, offering words of encouragement along the way.
"You're doing just fine. You've got this."
His hands were warm and soft and damp with sweat. Strangely, I didn't fear for a moment he would let me go, that he would fail me. I didn't even hear Skeet or Park. For all I knew, they had left, and it was just the two of us. I just kept my eyes on the toes of my sneakers, putting one foot in front of the other, hovering precariously above the ground below. The rope was slack, not rigidly taut as a tightrope would be, and it stretched and swayed beneath me like a long, narrow waterbed. I closed my eyes. I was walking on water. No, on air.
"Stop. Hey, stop."
My eyes popped open. I had nearly walked into the opposite tree. I looked down at him.
"You did it,"
he said. He grinned wildly. Using my free hand, I held onto the tree and stepped back onto the ground. It wasn't the dizzying relief I usually felt descending from heights. I felt powerful. I laughed, perplexed and unsteady from the ridiculousness of the moment, and we stared at each other, wondering what was supposed to happen next. He made the first move.
"Adam Kipling," he said, offering his hand. "But just call me Kip."
I took his hand, resisting the impulse to say, I know. Imogene Abney.
Now, Imogene,
He started, mock serious. Park and Skeet snickered behind him. I wished my name were something other than Imogene, and that my fleece zip-up didn't have dried ketchup on the front pocket.
I can't help but inquire as to how a female wound up on the campus of an all-male institution at this hour on a school night. Are you on the run, or are we safe?
I could have lied. Maybe that night I could have been anyone I wanted to be. Maybe I'd never have to see him again, but I wanted to. The words spilled out before I could stop them. I live here, actually. I'm, kind of a teacher here, actually. Kip's mouth opened slightly before he regained his composure. I'd caught him, the unflappable Adam Kipling, off guard.
In that case, then,
he said, recovered.
May I walk you to your sleeping quarters?
Even while earning mediocre test scores, I'd be too distracted by the loud wobbling of my desk when I used my eraser, and the fear that I was bothering my neighbors, and the certainty that everyone was looking at me, all while the clock ticked away. And failing to participate in extracurricular activities, I had no interest in Spanish club or environmental club, much less making new friends. I held on to Columbia University like a secret, a candy hidden under my tongue. I was smart, I got all A's, and I would be the first Abney to go to college. I wanted to believe that the right person would see that. When I presented my list of potential colleges to my guidance counselor, she said, ambitious? It didn't matter that we both knew what she meant was impossible. My desire was strong enough to circumvent reality. For my college admissions essay, I wrote about my pubescent boarding school dreams. I spoke of my longing for the best resources, the best faculty, the best education. And when my rejection letter from Columbia arrived, I cried. I didn't realize, until that moment, that I truly believed that I would be accepted. Buffalo State covered 3/4 of my tuition, and so that is where I went. I wondered if they knew, as Columbia had more than likely known, that my dream of attending boarding school was never about the education. As Kip and I walked through the dark, I thought of a dozen questions I could ask him. Where are you from? How do you like it here? Even lamely, aren't you afraid of getting in trouble staying out so late? Any banal question I could ask Kip would be a joke, a comically deliberate attempt to skirt around the issue at hand. It would be to compliment another woman's dress at a funeral. Kip was a student, and I was a teacher. How was I supposed to address him? Like a kid in my charge? Or like a guy who was only really a few years younger than me? I knew I didn't want to make polite conversation. I wanted to impress him. Right now, it didn't matter where either of us was from. I was glad it was dark. I always felt more comfortable in the dark. Kip spoke first.
So, the hovel, huh?
I glanced at him to gauge his expression. I decided it was one of amusement. What's wrong with the hovel? He shrugged.
It's nice, I guess, if you don't mind the smell of horse.
He wasn't my student, I decided. It would feel foolish to talk to him like he was. Hey, it doesn't smell like shit.
I didn't say horse shit, I just said horse.
I paused, considering. How would you know, anyway?
No, believe me, I know.
You're lying.
Wanna bet?
We were passing Silver Lake now. Kip stopped, so I stopped too. I was torn between the desire to keep moving towards the hovel and the need to look as cool and unperturbed as Kip seemed. He cleared his throat and bent his face down towards mine, eyes wide and serious. I pressed my lips together and tried to remember the last time I brushed my teeth.
2 years ago, I was a second year.
So he's a fourth year, I thought.
And there was this teaching apprentice, I forget her name, who loved to party. All the other apprentices were apparently really boring, So she started having these little social gatherings for a select few guys, including yours truly.
Naturally. His candor was infectious, but I still felt uneasy. No allowing the students into your personal residence.
Naturally. So we would go over on Friday nights to the hovel after the other apprentice girls had gone to sleep, and we'd drink a little, smoke a little.
Oh, come on. I imagined a younger Kip stretched out on the bed of an ethereal blonde creature, all lips and lashes and long, skinny limbs. The sort of girl who would leave lipstick stains on the joint she passed from her puffy lips to Kip's. A girl who would wear colorful lacy bras instead of practical beige ones like mine. He spread his arms out in protest.
What? You don't believe me?
It must have been quiet hours by then. The campus around us was eerily still, and Kip's voice echoed across the lake. Without thinking, I shushed him.
Did you just shush me?
Sorry.
You say sorry a lot.
Kip looped his arm through mine and tugged me along. My looped arm tensed from my shoulder through my fingertips, but if he could feel my tension, he didn't acknowledge it.
Point of the story being, I've spent a fair amount of time in the hovel, and it smells like horse.
It does not. The more I tried to relax, the more rigid my body became. He squeezed my arm tighter in his. It was becoming apparent to me that he sensed my discomfort, and that he enjoyed causing it.
It does, too.
I could see the hovel up ahead. I cast a sidelong glance at Kip again. His lips curled faintly, his chin in the air. Something needed to be said. Hey, Adam. He furrowed his brow.
Kip. Just Kip.
Kip. We reached the back door. He released my arm and gave a theatrical bow.
Your sleeping quarters, my ladyship?
I didn't want to like him. I wanted to resent his affected gallantry, his swaggering sureness. He was a caricature of a prep school boy, a cocktail of charm and condescension. The walk back to the hovel had been divorced from time and suspended in space. I'd felt drunk, though under the influence of nothing but the strangeness of the night's events. But standing on my doorstep, exposed in the light from the kitchen, I was sober, liable. I was relieved when he immediately turned to go.
Night, teacher.
He waved his arm over his head as though heading out on a year-long voyage at sea, and started to walk back into the dark. I hesitated, then called out to his retreating form, I shouldn't have let you walk me home. Kip turned, studied me.
Why's that?
Students aren't allowed here. He looked up at the sky, seeming to contemplate his answer, but then he just shrugged.
If you say so,
he said. I stood by the back door, watching him walk away, until he disappeared. Raj, Rianne, Babs, and the Woods twins were playing Friends Seen It when I returned. They turned to look at me.
Imogene!
Rianne beckoned me into the room.
We're just getting started.
Give me a minute, I said, and I climbed up the stairs 2 at a time with no intention of coming back down. I checked my email first. I had a message from Dale.
Awesome lesson today, he said. You're really doing great work.
He signed his name with a smiley emoticon. Then I pulled up the Vandenberg School roster. I wanted to look up his profile page, but that felt like an invasion. He wasn't Raj, a co-worker, an equal. He was a student. Those pictures and messages posted on his page were not for me to see. So I stuck to the roster. I studied his wrinkled jacket, his open, laughing mouth. I wished the roster gave more information than just his name.
Imogene, you okay up there?
I heard Rianne call. This was wrong. I shouldn't be thinking about anyone his age this way. A high school student, at the school where I taught. I wasn't even sure what I wanted him to be. A friend? I was embarrassed to even say this word in my own head. Lover? I felt sick at the thought. I wasn't in high school anymore. I was too old to imagine anything would happen just because I wanted it to. I was too old for him. I opened up my email again, reread the message from Dale. Then I composed a message to Ms. McNally Barnes. There are some issues that have come up recently. Are you available any time tomorrow to speak with me? I sent the message and closed my laptop. Then I joined the other apprentices downstairs. This was what I was supposed to be doing. These were the people who were supposed to be my friends. Ms. McNally Barnes smiled at me when I entered her office the next day. Purplish lipstick stained her front tooth, and I pretended not to notice. "Dr. Duval told me you're doing good work," she said, and I smiled back at her because I loved being one of the good ones. I may never have been the best, may not have been Columbia material, but I'd always been good, the good influence, the good guest, the good student, the good daughter. I never tired of hearing about my goodness. Without that reassurance, I might think I wasn't any good at all. I sat across from her at her desk. "Everything else going well? Those little shits aren't giving you a hard time?" I laughed hesitantly, a laugh that wasn't my own because I never knew what else to do when adults cursed in front of me. No, they aren't. My students have been great." "And the other apprentices? Everything going well with them?" "Yeah, they're all great." She raised her eyebrow questioningly. I shifted in my chair. "You see, I've been having difficulties with a student outside of my class." "What sort of difficulties?" His behavior towards me has been inappropriate for a student." Ms. McNally Barnes opened a notebook on her desk and clicked open a pen. "What's his name?" "Duggar Robinson. He's a 4th year on the lacrosse team. The captain, actually." She nodded and scribbled down the name. I sat on my hands to keep them from shaking. A rhyme from childhood played in my head. "Tattletale, go to jail, hang your britches on a nail." "Imogene?" I looked up at Ms. McNally Barnes, realizing I had missed a question. "Sorry?" "I said, what sort of inappropriate behavior has he displayed?" He doesn't treat me with the respect he shows Coach Larry." It occurred to me then that Duggar didn't exactly treat Larry with any respect either, and that perhaps Duggar Robinson was not the kind of boy to show respect for anything. Ms. McNally Barnes looked tired. "I need some specifics, Imogene." "He talks back to me, and one time he punched me in the stomach." "He what?" "Well, he didn't exactly punch me. He pretended to." I hesitated, my face burning. It was a game the boys were playing, to find out their sex noises. "Sex noises?" She said this the way one might say foot fetish, and I wished I had never walked into her office. It was as terrible as the first time I'd seen my therapist in high school, when I'd had to try to explain why I picked and prodded at my pores until my face was ruined, until I felt sick with myself but unable to stop. It was just inappropriate, I concluded lamely. Inappropriate. Back in college, I'd learned about a psychological phenomenon called semantic saturation, in which the repetition of a word causes it to temporarily lose meaning. Inappropriate. "All right," she scribbled another note. "I'll be sure to talk to Larry about this. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Imogene. It's important to speak up when these sorts of things happen. You never want to find yourself too involved to get out." Feeling emboldened, I said, "Actually, there's one other thing." "Yes?" "There's another student who I think might have a crush on me." She clicked open her pen again. "And his name?" "Clarence Howell, a 3rd year on the team." "Has he acted inappropriately towards you as well?" "Not exactly. His behavior has just seemed to suggest—" I trailed off, feeling stupid once again. "Imogene." Ms. McNally Barnes leaned over her desk towards me, conspiringly. "A teenage boy will fall for anything with hair and a pair of breasts." I never thought I could be made so uncomfortable by this, by the acknowledgement of my breasts by a relative stranger. "Hell, I'm pretty sure half the boys at this school have a crush on me." Ms. McNally Barnes cackled, showing that smudge of purple on her tooth again, and I thanked her for her time before quickly excusing myself from her office. Before lacrosse practice began the next day, Coach Larry called us in for a huddle. Clarence had gotten the cast removed from his nose, but the bridge was still bruised a purplish blue. He glanced at me from across the circle, and I looked away guiltily.
"It has come to my attention that some of you boys have been acting inappropriately,"
Larry began, and my stomach churned. That word again. No, this couldn't be how he handled the situation. Not like this, not in front of everyone. The boys stared at him blankly, wondering where this was going.
"Every teacher and apprentice in this school deserves to be treated with your utmost respect," Larry continued. "They are your superiors, regardless of age, regardless of sex."
A bit of spittle sprayed between his teeth with the emphasis of this final word. I was embarrassed for him, that he didn't even realize that the word he'd meant to say was utmost.
"This includes me, and this includes Coach Imogene."
Clarence's gaze probed me like a finger, but I refused to look.
"Ah,"
Duggar put a hand to his heart.
"We respect you, Coach. And act like it, you entitled little shit."
Duggar's mouth fell open, and the other boys shifted uncomfortably, half laughing, half nervous that they were next. Larry grinned. I could see his teenage self, finally vindicated.
"In fact, why don't you run a few laps, Robinson? Show me just how much you respect me and Coach Imogene."
Duggar stared a moment, ready to argue, before he turned on his heel and took off around the field.
"And if I hear of any more disrespect from you," Larry called after him, "you better believe that captainship can be revoked."
That practice, I ran a defensive drill as Larry supervised. I heard myself yelling, "Let's go! Let's go!" in a voice I didn't know I possessed. I called Duggar by his last name, and he didn't talk back. I ignored Clarence, though I could feel his eyes from where he sat on the bench behind me. When I blew my whistle, I'd never utilized my whistle before. A couple of the boys even jumped. Something had shifted, too imperceptible to name, but taking Kip's hand and crossing the rope no longer felt irredeemable. I wanted Ms. McNally Barnes to like me. I wanted Larry to like me. I wanted to prove to everyone, to the boys, to myself, that I was worthy of a position at Vandenberg, that I was worthy of a position of authority. That afternoon on the lacrosse field, for the first time since I had arrived at Vandenberg School for Boys, I felt in control. Chapter 5. Darby Lee had been randomly assigned my roommate the summer before our freshman year at Buffalo State, and when I looked up her profile page, I was terrified. She was beautiful, the kind of beautiful you couldn't fake with professional photographs and manufactured confidence. With her gray eyes and thick dark hair and caramel-colored skin, the product of a Chinese father and a Jamaican mother, she was the poster child for palatable exoticism, the kind of exoticism I secretly longed for. She was from Soho, I discovered, daughter of a curator and visual artist. She'd attended an elite all-girls private school where they wore plaid kilts and knee-high socks with loafers. I didn't think I belonged at Buffalo State, but I knew that Darby didn't. It was a mistake, a mix-up, and I almost wished Buffalo had paired me with a plump homebody from upstate, someone unobtrusive and safe. Darby and I would never be friends, I decided, not because I was plain and white. Plenty of her friends were white, it appeared, though none could be described as plain, but because my life was without distinction. During freshman orientation, when we were asked to say a fun fact about ourselves, I volunteered that I played the flute until 10th grade, a fact that elicited blank stares and a sympathetic pat on the wrist from the girl on my right. But strangely, miraculously, Darby Lee and I became friends. Darby had just broken up with her boyfriend of 3 years, heir to an enormous mattress fortune and possessor of a tiny prick, as Darby informed me, and she was looking to go wild. I had never done anything wild in my life, and the feverish energy in Darby's eyes excited me. Within the first month of college, Darby had taught me about everything from handles and pre-games to hookups and blackouts. Darby was the one who orchestrated my first real kiss, with a junior named Paul at a party in her brother's apartment. Darby was the one who urged me to dance with Jonah Davis for my communicating nonverbal messages lecture at the freshman Halloween bash, which later led to my first real hookup. "What would you do without me?" Darby often asked me. "I'm not sure," I would answer quite truthfully. I even trusted Darby enough to let her see me without my makeup, to see the naked, spotted face that I disguised every day. "You can't even see it," she'd assured me, as I fussed over a raised blemish on my chin or my forehead, something that left a beige-colored protuberance under my makeup that became the only thing I saw when I looked in the mirror. Assurance was the kindest thing she could have offered me. I knew why I liked Darby. Her beauty, her frantic energy, her ability to repel culpability and embarrassment and shame, and all the burdens of those who did not possess her unique beauty. But I could never be sure why she liked me. Perhaps she found me funny, or loyal, or kind. Perhaps she enjoyed my company on all those nights we hiked barefoot back to campus, our heels in our hands and our heads floating somewhere up above our bodies. But more than likely, even if she did grow to like me for me, our friendship began as a project. Corrupting me gave Darby a thrill, and I was so grateful for her attention that I willingly allowed her to do it. I didn't mean to think about Adam Kipling, but it seemed any time I entered the dining hall or walked around campus or performed dorm rounds in Perkins Hall, pausing by each door, wondering if I might catch his voice or get a hint as to what door he slept behind, I was on the lookout. I wasn't even sure what I would do if I saw him. I was more curious to see what he would do if he saw me. Tuesday night in the dining hall, I thought I spotted him across the room by the salad bar, thought I saw him look at me, and even raise his hand in greeting. But I was so sure I imagined it that I didn't look back at the salad bar for the rest of dinner. I hardly knew anything about him. His name, a cursory physical description, black moppish hair, skinny arms, eyes that got squinty when he grinned. Much of what I'd learned about him would come later, and mostly from Chapin. "Distant descendant of the Rothschilds," she'd tell me, which didn't mean anything to me beyond Jewish. His father a moneylender, his mother a former member of the Royal Ballet. They owned properties in Hingham, Kennebunk, and Naples, both Florida and Italy. Kip's childhood best friend was the Prince of Lesotho. But despite how little I knew, I still revisited the night between the trees again and again, the memory growing in urgency. How had he known it was okay to hold my hand so tightly? What made him sure that he could walk me back to my dorm room? As far as I could see, he hadn't stopped to question any move he'd made that night, the way I would have at his age, the way I still did now. He was certain about everything, and his certainty kept me from retroactively questioning the night's strangeness. He had been meant to be there, and so had I. And I wanted to see him again, if only to confirm there was a reason he continued to linger. I imagined scenes. I pictured us running into each other somewhere away from campus, maybe running, an early morning reunion on the trail I traced each morning through town, and him stopping and tugging his earbuds from his ears and saying, "Hey, it's you," his face bright with sweat and recognition. He'd jog alongside me, knowing I wouldn't mind. He'd probably even challenge me to a race. From what little I'd seen of him that first night, I felt certain that was something he would do. I'd come to savor the afternoons I spent supervising study period. From the sweeping bay windows of the Marshall Huffman Library's third-floor classroom, the campus was spread out before me like a map. Sitting at my teacher's desk in the front of the room, I felt at once more removed from and closer to Vandenberg than ever. The world below me far off, yet contained within that window frame. Only the sounds of scratching pencils and the assured ticking of the clock on the wall for company. I spent my hours looking out over the bent heads of the students at their desks, watching all those boys milling silently about below, looking for that familiar mess of dark hair. That Wednesday afternoon, I felt sure that if I concentrated hard enough, he would appear eventually, a dark blot on the map, an answer to a question.
Imogene!
I startled. Raj stood at my elbow, grinning down at me. I hadn't even heard him come into the room. "What are you doing here?" He grabbed a chair from the corner of the room and brought it over to my desk.
"Grading some essays. I'm bored, though."
I'd never understood the person who sought out the company of others in boredom, who felt certain that other people could eradicate the tedium of everyday life. I was far more comfortable with tedium than I was with posturing and forcing conversation. I was at my most comfortable, it seemed, when I was alone.
"Entertain me?"
he asked, a pathetic plea, and I desperately wanted him to leave. I gestured to the working students, some of them peeking up at us curiously. "I don't want to distract them," I whispered, knowing full well they welcomed distraction. He took a notebook from his bag and jotted something down. Then he passed the notebook to me along the desk.
"Then we'll talk like this."
"Okay," I wrote. Raj and I had had limited contact since the weekend. I wondered if he understood what had transpired between us, if he was even aware that something had transpired. I suspected sometimes that I experienced things much differently than other people did. He passed back the notebook.
"You are in a room that is completely bricked in on all 4 sides, including the ceiling and floor," he had written. "You have nothing but a mirror and a wooden table in the room with you. How do you get out?"
I raised my eyebrows at him.
"What?"
I mouthed.
"It's a riddle,"
he mouthed back. I'd never understood riddles. I didn't care if the chicken or the egg came first, or why it even mattered. "I don't know," I wrote. He scribbled his answer and passed the book back.
"You look in the mirror and you see what you saw. You take the saw and you cut the table in half. 2 halves make a hole and you climb out of the hole."
How was I supposed to have gotten that?
"I thought everyone knew that one."
Not me, I guess.
"I'm sorry for the other day."
My heart clenched. "For what?" I wrote.
"It's okay that you didn't know I was Pakistani. I didn't mean to seem offended."
I hesitated, and he snatched the notebook back from me and added another note before handing it back.
"India and Pakistan were once one nation before the partition of British India in 1947.
"I didn't know that," I wrote back.
"That's okay."
"Do you have any more riddles?" He read my note and smiled, accepting my apology, and then he began to scribble furiously. Maybe we could be friends, I thought. I looked over his head at the world outside. The leaves were beginning to turn, and several boys sported peacoats and scarves over their uniforms. The flash of a long red scarf trailing in the wind caught my eye. It was attached to a spindly body with a mass of dark hair. I followed the figure until it disappeared from sight, not caring if it was Kip or not, knowing it didn't really matter. Darby and I stayed out all night one time. It was a Thursday in our freshman year, and I had stats homework to finish and a class at 9 the next morning. But Darby promised we would have fun, so I agreed to go. We used the fake IDs Darby had secured us. I was Sandra Lee McNatt, a bright-eyed blonde from El Paso, Texas, to get into Cubby's in downtown Buffalo, a place where many of the seniors went on Thursday nights. I was nervous. I'd never seen so many bodies crammed into so small a space, elbows and hands and mouths everywhere, and I didn't recognize a single face. I felt anchored by the glossy head of my roommate as she tugged me through that crowd of elbows and hands and mouths. She was the reason I was there, the reason I was anyone at all. And it was fun. The later it got, and the more alcohol I consumed, the more comfortable I felt, easing into that crowd of bodies like a warm bath. That night, I was Sandra Lee McNatt. Or no, maybe I was still Imogene Abney, just an Imogene Abney who felt pretty in her strappy tank top and cool talking to the cute boy with the elfin ears and crooked smile from her stats class, and later kissing him, not caring who was looking, not caring what would transpire the next Tuesday in stats, just knowing it felt good in that moment. We ended the night at a diner down the street. I tried not to make a habit of eating after dinner, much less at 4 a.m, but it felt okay as long as Darby was doing it too. I ordered a stack of pancakes, which I smothered in so much syrup it dripped off the edge of the plate. I couldn't remember the last time I'd felt so hungry.
"This is why you just have to do things, Imogene."
Darby pointed her fork at me, her mouth full of challah French toast. She was drunk, I could tell, and her raven hair stuck to her face in sweaty strands, but she was still beautiful. Do things?
Do the things you want to do.
I dragged a giant bite of pancake through the puddle of syrup on my plate and shoved it between my lips, sweet golden goo dribbling down my chin.
Do all the things you want to do, or you'll just regret it. That's what I think.
I nodded. Then we lowered our mouths to our plates and ate like we hadn't eaten in years, ravenously, rapaciously, until our plates were empty and our mouths sticky, and our stomachs heavy and swollen, but satisfied. Living with Darby, I noticed things about her that no one else would, though it took me some time to see them. It wasn't until halfway through freshman year that I noticed the pudgy roll of fat that spilled over the waistband of her jeans. It didn't occur to me for a while either that she had a habit of chewing with her mouth open. The difference between Darby and me, however, she wasn't sorry about her roll of fat or her open-mouthed chewing. She didn't even seem to notice these things about herself, much less feel the need to apologize for them. Every time she slipped on a tight t-shirt or dress, her roll of fat protruding under the fabric, I'd feel a mix of admiration for her confidence and anger that she didn't feel the need to hide herself, that her roll of fat didn't make her hate herself, even a little bit. Chapin knocked on my door Thursday night. She stood on the other side wearing a cheetah print romper, leather ankle boots, and dark red lipstick, her hair piled in a messy sprout on the top of her head like a cartoon character.
"Let's go out," she said.
I can't remember if I agreed. More likely, Chapin already knew the answer would be yes, and within a moment, she was pushing hangers aside in my closet. I stood and watched her dumbly, wearing slippers and Buffalo State sweatpants. She held out a purple corset dress my sister Joni bought me for my 22nd birthday, having mistaken me for someone else.
"Wear this."
Okay. I took the hanger from her and headed towards the door.
"You can change in front of me."
Okay, I repeated. I pulled off my t-shirt, under which I wore a simple cotton bra, and stepped out of my sweatpants. She watched me with an intensity I felt sure I wasn't imagining. I tried to appear as cool as possible as I slipped the dress from the hanger and pulled it over my polka dot underwear. Chapin shook her head.
"You can't wear a bra with that dress."
I unclasped my bra and slipped it over my head. It felt strange, my bare breasts bobbing unbound in the top of the dress. Now she nodded.
"You look good."
I walked over to the mirror, inspected my reflection, then smiled. I did look good. Chapin called a cab, and we rode together to the Scarsdale Metro North Station. She had brought along a water bottle of vodka and Sprite, and we split it between us on the way. I knew better than to ask where we were going. Chapin paid for the cab, as well as for my train ticket, and I didn't protest. Once we were on the train, the water bottle now empty and no longer able to provide a diversion, I struggled to think of something to say. Chapin leaned back against her seat, her lids heavy. Why didn't she feel this compulsion to fill the silence that I felt? "This'll be my first time into the city since we've been here." Chapin smiled blandly, didn't respond. "I think the last time I was in the city was to see The Lion King with my parents and my sister, and that was probably 4 or 5 years ago." I paused, thinking. Yeah, Joni still had braces then, so that must have been 5 years ago. My tongue already felt a little heavy from the drink in the cab. "I really like the city. It just feels like anything can happen there, you know?" I didn't like the city. I was in constant conflict between the person I was and the person I thought might work better given the situation. Chapin still hadn't responded. I looked over at her to make sure she hadn't fallen asleep. She hadn't. She smiled at me mischievously.
"Let's play a game."
"Okay," I said. She stood and slid over me on the seat so that she sat on the outside. Then she pulled one of the straps of her romper down her shoulder so that nearly the entire cup of her red bra was exposed. Her chest was emaciated, her collarbone jutting out and the cup of her bra unmistakably empty. It was difficult not to stare. She didn't care about her lack of breasts. Strangely, I felt suddenly self-conscious, weird and large and old for having any breasts at all.
"Keep count,"
she said. What? The train made its first stop, and passengers stood to exit. Chapin pressed her lips together and stared straight ahead. She looked so deliberately innocent, I wouldn't have been surprised if she began to whistle. After 3 passing men paused to openly stare at Chapin's exposed bra, I understood what I was supposed to be counting. Once the train pulled away, she adjusted her strap and asked me,
"How many?"
9, I said. She stood and slid back into the inside of the seat.
"Your turn."
But the older woman across the aisle was glaring at us, so I lowered my voice. "But I'm not wearing a bra."
"Stand up."
She was more persuasive than Doug R. Robinson on the bus, if that was possible. I stood, and she hiked the hem of my purple dress up around my waist, exposing my polka dot panties. "Chapin!" I instinctively reached to pull the dress back down. She forced me back into my seat.
"Almost at the next stop."
I sat, helpless, feeling naked with my underwear in direct contact with the seat. We pulled into the stop. I stared directly into the seat before me, feigning Chapin's same obliviousness. After we'd pulled away and I'd tugged down my dress, I couldn't help but ask, "How many?"
13, she said. "Nice."
The woman across the aisle shook her head in disgust and looked out her window. I wished I could explain to her that this wasn't me. Chapin slid back over me.
"My turn again."
She was so like my old roommate Darby, yet so unlike her at the same time. Darby I wanted to be, but Chapin I simply wanted not to fear. She grinned wildly, and the game continued all the way to Grand Central. At the station, I was amazed, as I always was, by the sheer amount of people there were. Where had they all come from? Where were they all going? I was definitely a little drunk. "Come on." Chapin took my hand and yanked me along. We got in a cab. It was understood that she would pay again, and she directed the driver to an address, stated with the confidence of her home address. She leaned against her seat with that same sleepy-eyed look she had on the train, and I did the same, trying to sink as comfortably as she could into silence. The club was dark and hot, like the inside of a mouth. Chapin bought us 2 drinks at the bar, something that tasted sour and potent. As she sipped, Chapin peered around, assuming a practiced expression of blasé, but open to amusement. It didn't take long for 2 men to approach us. They appeared to be in their early 30s, and they wore the kind of thick-framed glasses that I'd only recently realized were supposed to be cool. They weren't unattractive so much as unremarkable. I wasn't sure I could describe them even as they stood before me. Perhaps I was drunker than I thought.
"I'm Mark. This is Mike,"
one of the guys said by way of introduction. He had an accent, ambiguous, European.
"Maeve."
Chapin held out her hand. I was confused until I realized this was her new name. "Mona," I said, following her cue.
"Mona,"
Mike repeated, wiggling his eyebrows. Chapin giggled, and I did too. They were goofy, European, harmless. I swallowed the discomfort fighting its way out and forced myself to relax. Mark paired off with Chapin, and I was left with Mike. I wasn't sure how and when this was decided. Mike grabbed my hips and rocked them back and forth. I'd been to clubs before, had danced with men before, but I'd never been to a club this clubby, had never danced with a man this manly. I thought to ask him what he did for work or where he was from, but I saw that Chapin was silent, sipping her drink and rocking to the beat Mark had set. Be comfortable with the silence, I told myself. I closed my eyes, felt the pulsating bass. I was Mona. I wore dresses without bras and didn't feel obligated to entertain others. The night went on. Mark and Mike bought us another round of drinks, and then another. Mark and Mike faced Chapin and I towards each other, and we danced together, laughing, as though there weren't a stranger behind each of us gripping our hips and grinding his crotch into our ass. I felt the inevitable stiffening and prodding from behind, and I felt guilty and excited and embarrassed for having inspired his arousal. I wanted to hide it so no one else could see. I wanted to hold it in my hand. Soon enough, we were swiveled around, facing our respective partners. Mark and Chapin began to make out, so when Mike leaned in to kiss me, I let him. His tongue was thick and insistent. By the end of the night, Mike and I were holding hands.
"We should go home soon, Mona,"
Chapin said, holding up an imaginary wristwatch. Mike put his mouth to my ear.
"Come home with me."
I imagined waking up the next day at Mike's place. He'd roll over in bed and look at me, his face creased from sleep, and say,
"Some night, huh?"
And we'd laugh together at the ridiculousness of it all. I'd tell him my name was really Imogene, and he'd say,
"Imogene? That's much better than Mona."
"We're going home,"
Chapin insisted. She led me to the door, and I waved goodbye to Mike, or was that Mark? They were both waving goodbye, both already interchangeable in my memory. In the cab on the way to Grand Central, Chapin closed her eyes, and I thought this time she might actually be asleep. After a few minutes, she spoke.
"Those guys were gross."
"Yeah," I agreed. Her eyes were still closed, but she looked sad. I might have just been imagining it. Chapin was silent for the rest of the trip home, and once we returned to the hovel, she said only,
"Good night, Imogene,"
before climbing the stairs and closing her bedroom door. I couldn't concentrate in honors world history that day. The boys were fidgety because it was Friday and it was warm outside, and it didn't help that I was massively hungover from the night before. I gave a 10-minute lesson on the earliest agricultural methods and machines, listing various tools and placing them on a timeline, and then I gazed out the window for the duration of Dale's lecture. I planned the rest of my afternoon. I would take a long nap. Later, I would order a pizza, watch some TV. I would think about nothing. After class, I went to the mailroom. In my mailbox, I had a letter from my noni, which enclosed a check for $10, a menu for a local Chinese restaurant, and a piece of notebook paper folded into quarters. I stuffed the envelope and the menu into my bag. The note contained only a phone number and a brief message.
"Hey, text me sometime."
Absurdly, for a moment, I imagined it was Jared Hoffman from high school, before I remembered he was becoming a medical doctor at Johns Hopkins and had undoubtedly forgotten who I was. Then, for another horrible moment, I imagined it was from Clarence. I held the paper in my hand like a secret as I walked back to the hovel. I didn't allow myself to imagine whom else the note could possibly be from. Chapin was in the kitchen eating carrot sticks when I came home.
"Hello, Imogene,"
she said. "Hey." I set my bag down and leaned on the counter next to her, feeling emboldened by the night before. "Are you as hungover as I am?"
"I don't get hungover,"
she said. She chomped down on a carrot. "Oh." She turned and started up the stairs, crunching the carrot between her teeth. I wondered if all of last night had been a dream, if I had even left my room, if anything that I thought had happened at all. I lay restless in bed for nearly an hour before I reached for the piece of paper, folded next to me on my nightstand. The handwriting was cramped and slanted, undoubtedly a boy's. I picked up my phone, punched in the number. "Who is this?" I texted. When a response didn't come within a few minutes, I picked up my book. After 20 minutes, I put down the book and looked up the number's 781 area code online. I learned that area code 781 covered most of the Boston suburbs along Route 128, and about 2/3 of the South Shore of Massachusetts. The other apprentices were all back from class by then. I caught snippets of their conversation.
"So nice out?" Have a picnic or something. Get drinks at that place with the outdoor patio tonight. I turned back to my book. An almost violent irritation coursed through me. I thought perhaps it was just a product of my hangover. I wondered if I should feign sleep or simply pretend not to be home. The laughter and chatting continued a little longer, inaudible, before I heard the opening and closing of the front door and then silence. I dropped the book, peeked down the stairs. They were all gone. They'd left, and they hadn't invited me along. I returned to my room, fighting an embarrassing urge to cry. Could it still be considered a loss if it was something I hadn't even wanted? I was thinking about calling my mom when my phone vibrated. It was the unknown number, as I knew it would be.
I'm hurt. I thought we had a moment the other night.
I felt dizzy. My phone vibrated again.
Don't tell me you've forgotten about me already.
I don't think I know who this is. A few minutes passed, and then a reply.
I think you do.
Before I could even think, another vibration.
I waved to you the other night in the dining hall.
Another.
Why didn't you wave back?
I didn't have to ask, but I did anyway. Adam?
Yeah?
I was glad to be sitting. It suddenly felt difficult to breathe. No texting, calling, or messaging with any of the students, and emails were only appropriate if they were related to an academic matter. Hello.
Hi.
This was wrong. So obviously, recognizably wrong. I began to reply, I'm sorry, I can't. I stopped, deleted everything I typed. It was better, I decided, to not say anything. I turned my phone face down on my nightstand. It buzzed, and then one more time a few minutes later. I waited until I was sure he was done before I looked. First,
you think you shouldn't be talking to me.
Then,
you're probably right.
Finally,
I just want to know more about you.
Chapter 6. When I saw my first penis, I was 18 years old and dressed as an olive branch, a costume I thought would be clever, but really just earned me several confused looks. After dancing at the freshman Halloween bash for the better part of 2 hours with Jonah Davis, who sat in front of me in my communicating nonverbal messages lecture, we had never acknowledged each other before and still wouldn't after. He asked me to come back to his room, and I said yes. Darby hooked up with boys all the time. My first real kiss had only been 3 weeks before, at a party in Darby's brother's apartment with the junior named Paul, who told me I was beautiful, who bit my lip and pawed at my breasts in front of everyone. But as we kissed, my hands shook, and I felt that thump between my legs that told me I was ready for more than just kissing. I thought he might become my first boyfriend, too, and I felt sick when I saw him cupping the ass of a long-haired Indian girl an hour later. Kisses mean nothing, I realized. Kisses are as disposable as old gum and banana peels. Jonah Davis was dressed as a pirate, and once we started making out in his bed, I felt the fly of his silky black pants expand and harden beneath me, poking my belly impatiently.
You can touch it,
he said. His drawn-on mustache was smeared above his lip, and also, as I would discover later when I looked in the mirror above the bathroom sink, on my chin. He drew my hand close to him and guided it down the front of his pants. My fingers curled around something warm and fleshy and rubbery, and when he eased his pants down to his knobby knees, I saw it. The magic marker sketch from my Camp Barbara Ann bedpost incarnate, a clam without a shell, so vulnerable and pink I wanted to laugh and cry at once. I was exposed soon enough as well, my shirt and bra on the floor, my skirt pulled up, my ladybug print panties pulled down. I'd always been the type to change my clothes in the bathroom stall before gym class, never imagining I could lie nearly naked with a stranger. How easy it was, I thought, to show those vulnerable pink parts of ourselves to someone when we know that person will never ask or expect anything else of us. When he thrust his finger inside of me, I winced and wondered, is this it? and after I peed later and saw blood, I didn't feel irrevocably changed as I imagined I might, but instead vaguely disappointed, as I hadn't even realized what was happening as it happened. I'd missed it. "Fingering doesn't count," Darby told me, but still I wanted to ask her, then what does count? It was okay that I hadn't lost it in high school. It would have been nice to have been entered for the first time tenderly and sweetly by the object of some 16-year-old romance, clutching each other in my childhood twin bed, the feeling of fitting our bodies together so thrilling we would wonder how we could do anything else ever again. But of course, with no high school sweetheart, there had been no high school sweetheart sex. And it was okay to enter college a virgin, too. As Darby assured me, some guys were into that, virgins. The idea of conquest, of pillaging lands. If the subject came up, I was waiting for the right person. By junior year, I was waiting for something I wouldn't regret. But by senior year, when Zeke Maloney from down the hall asked if I wanted to just fuck already, we'd been doing everything but for 3 weekends by that point, I decided I was ready to just fuck already, and I said yes. Zeke Maloney liked to chew tobacco and spit the juice into strangers' solo cups at parties. As Zeke Maloney pumped inside of me, his breath hot and labored in my ear, I thought, once again, is this it? "This is okay," I said, more to myself than to him. "This isn't so bad. This is okay." Each pump felt like stabbing a shovel into still frozen ground. "God, you're so tight," he grunted, and I imagined him stretching my body like pizza dough. No, like the waistband of a pair of childhood pajamas over the years, distending it wider and wider until it was barely recognizable. We slept together 2 more times, and then I saw him kissing another girl at a bar. I confronted him via text message. "We were just kissing," he replied, "and I never said you and I were exclusive." Sex means nothing, I decided. Sex is just as disposable as kisses, which were, apparently, just as disposable as me. The third years were taking a field trip that Saturday to Hook Mountain for a hawk watch. Field trips were an integral part of the Vandenberg curriculum, a chance for the students to briefly emerge from what was commonly known as the Vandenberg bubble, but also, more notably, a chance for Vandenberg to present its students to the larger Westchester community as the fruitful products of an esteemed institution. The week before, under the care of the Woods twins, Babs and Chapin, the first years had taken a trip to the Art Museum in Katona. 3 boys had been placed on disciplinary probation for taking pictures of themselves with Roy Lichtenstein's beach scene with starfish, which apparently features several nude female comic book characters. For the Hook Mountain trip, Rianne, Raj, and I were assigned to chaperone, and I hoped all the boys would stay out of trouble, at least for that day. At 8 o'clock that morning, the boys boarded 2 buses dressed in sturdy shoes and khakis rather than their usual blazers and ties. I'd assumed, perhaps immaturely, that Rianne and I would sit next to each other on the bus. We were the only girls on the trip, and didn't that mean we were expected to stick together? I was running late, having forgotten my water bottle in my room, and when I finally boarded the bus, I saw that Rianne was already sitting next to Raj, the 2 of them watching a video on Raj's phone. I was reminded of how my old best friends Stephanie and Jalen and I used to rotate who sat next to whom on the bus, and how in the 8th grade, Stephanie and Jalen began sitting next to each other every day, forcing me to become seat partners with Mary Elizabeth, a 6th grader who wore pilgrim dresses. As I passed down the aisle, I waved to Rianne and Raj in a way I hoped appeared indifferent, and peered around for an empty seat. A few rows behind Rianne and Raj sat Clarence Howell, scribbling in his notebook, his ratty backpack on the seat beside him. He wore binoculars around his neck, and his hair didn't appear to have been washed in the last week. I approached him. "Is this seat taken?" He looked up, startled, and moved his backpack to the floor. I sat.
Our mutual loserdom sat between us like a stench, and I wanted desperately to dispel it. Finally, I asked, "Draw anything new lately?"
Not really.
He closed the notebook and slid it into his backpack. He met my eyes warily. "Your nose looks better." He put his hand to his nose.
Thanks,
he said, the question mark tacked on like an afterthought. The supervising teacher, Suzanne Moore, who taught third-year anatomy, boarded the bus. "We'll be leaving in just a minute," she announced. "Chaperones, a head count, please." I stood and counted along with Rianne and Raj. 39, they announced in almost perfect unison. 39, I echoed. I'd gotten 38 on my count. The bus pulled out from the school lot. Clarence was still watching me.
"I'm glad you did it,"
he said. I was startled by the lack of prelude. Did what?
That you told on Duggar.
I grimaced at that word, told, and he noticed.
Well, not told. Reported him, I guess.
Yeah?
Yeah. He's been different.
Duggar Robinson had been different since the day after my meeting with Ms. McNally Barnes. He was quieter, sullen, avoided my eye. So were, I'd noticed, most of the other boys on the team. It made me feel at once powerful and lonely. "I feel like the team doesn't like me anymore," I said, hating how childish I sounded.
"That's not true."
"Then why doesn't anyone talk to me?" Clarence hesitated.
"I guess some of us aren't really sure how to talk to you."
"Why?"
"Because you're not just like a coach, you're..."
He shifted uncomfortably in his seat.
"I don't know."
My mind compiled a list of ways he could potentially end that sentence. 22, a girl, a woman, maybe even pretty, but none felt quite right. Nothing could fill the void that gaped between Clarence Howell and me. Quietly, Clarence added,
"We still like you, though. I still like you."
"Good," I said. The changing leaves and green expanse of Westchester rolled past the window behind Clarence. I nudged his arm. "Want to hear a riddle?"
Okay.
Okay, so you're in a room that's all bricked in, like even the ceiling and floor, and you have a saw. No, a table. And what else is it? A mirror. And I trailed off. I'm not telling this right. Clarence smiled.
You look in the mirror and you see what you saw. You take the saw and you cut the table in half. 2 halves make a hole and you climb out of the hole.
How did you know that? He shrugged.
I thought everyone knew that one.
After the first time Zeke Maloney and I had sex, I was sure everyone could see it. When I bought my breakfast the morning after, the dining hall worker who spooned a lump of scrambled eggs onto my plate pursed her lips reproachfully. When I walked through the quad back to my dorm, a group of freshmen looked over at me and laughed. When my mom came to pick me up from school the following weekend, I was going home to celebrate my sister Joni's 17th birthday, and I sat in the passenger seat of our minivan, and she swept my hair out of my eyes and smiled sadly and said, "You look different." I felt so sure she knew that I nearly cried. What's more, they all knew it had been with someone who didn't love me. Someone who I waved to without saying hello when I saw him around campus. Someone who, as I discovered one time when he lost his phone under my bed and asked me to call it, had entered me into his contacts as Imogen because he didn't even know how to spell my name. Perhaps Zeke told everyone, or perhaps, made too uncomfortable by the little squeaks of pain I'd made and by the quarter-sized bloodstain I left on the bed, he told no one. Whether those few nights I'd spent with Zeke Maloney were private or not, I knew my first time hadn't been what I wanted, and felt convinced everyone could at least see that. Clarence and I fell into comfortable silence after a little while, him doodling in his notebook, me looking past him out the window and thinking about Kip. After his last text, I'd saved his number as a contact in my phone,
Adam Kipling. Then I deleted it. Then I deleted all of his messages. But still, I'd slipped my phone into my back pocket this morning so I could feel if it vibrated.
I just want to know more about you.
What could Adam Kipling possibly want to know about me? I studied my reflection in the window. Limp hair, freckled nose, collarbones jutting from shoulders. Perhaps if I had a distinctive haircut, or an eyebrow piercing, or ethnic ambiguity, I'd understand. But as I was now, there was nothing to indicate that I had a story to tell. As I was now, what was there to know? What I wanted to know more about was him. I ran through the facts I'd already collected, stored in my memory like little trinkets or trading cards. He was from the suburbs of Boston, the South Shore. He had an older brother who went to Yale. He liked to smoke and drink and break rules. He was charismatic and strange. I wondered once who he'd be if he'd gone to my high school, but it was impossible to imagine him stepping out of a flashy foreign car in the parking lot, strutting through the dirty halls in a woolen blazer and rugby-striped tie. I didn't need to know his family's net worth to know Kip was wealthy, and like most of the boys I'd encountered at Vandenberg, his wealth was inextricable from his person. Kip was money, and everything that came along with it. A thick, shiny watch and straight teeth, and confidence that he exuded through his loose limbs, his laugh. I couldn't be sure if I wanted to be with him or if I wanted to be him. I couldn't even be sure that the person that had been infecting my thoughts was the boy who'd walked me home or a Tobias Wolff creation. The bus drove over a pothole and tossed us momentarily from our seats. I felt a vibration and pulled my phone from my back pocket. No new messages. I was imagining things. Soon enough, we arrived at Hook Mountain. Tim Ludd, the hiking guide, a bespectacled man with a limp who didn't look like he could make his way up a flight of stairs, much less a mountain, handed out pamphlets with pictures of the birds we'd likely spot today. Red-shouldered hawks, broad-winged hawks, sharp-shinned hawks, bald eagles.
Aren't bald eagles, extinct?
One of the boys near the back of the group called out.
Though it was on the brink of extirpation in the late 20th century, the bald eagle is no longer even on the list of endangered and threatened wildlife, Tim Ludd explained. So they're real?
The guide peered out warily, searching for the source of the voice.
Yes, they are very real. So we'll see one today? Well, there is no guarantee on any given hike that I won't believe they're real until I see one.
Tim Ludd sighed.
Well, then.
When he was 16, being 16 must have meant a very different thing than it did now. The boys were split into 4 groups, one led by Ms. Moore and one for each of the chaperones. My group, which included Clarence Howell and, to my horror, Christopher Jordan, was last in the pack. With Tim Ludd leading the way and keeping an impressively quick pace, we started to make our way up Breakneck Ridge. I wasn't sure what I was expected to do as the guide for my group. Tim Ludd was so far off that we could barely make him out, never mind hear him. And so the boys took to talking amongst themselves, which was fine with me. The air was crisp and invigorating, and the Hudson Highlands spooled out beneath us like an autumnal movie set. I thought, suddenly, that I could be anyone, be anything. It's strange what pretty things can make us feel.
Look, a bird,
one of the boys in my group called. We turned our heads to the sky. Clarence peered through his binoculars.
What is that, Miss Abney?
I consulted my pamphlet. The bird was a speck in the sky, with no discernible identifying features. A hawk. None of the boys responded, but I saw Clarence smile behind his binoculars. Clarence and I could be friends, I decided. He could grow out of his crush, and I could be his big sister. Instead of stilted and strange and full of insinuation, like my relationships with the other boys seemed, my relationship with Clarence could actually be appropriate, normal. We stopped to eat after an hour and a half, and Rianne, Raj, and I helped pass out the brown bag lunches the dining hall staff had prepared for us.
This smells like bologna,
one of the boys sneered as I handed him his bag.
I don't eat cold cuts,
said another. Once all the bags were distributed, I sat with Rianne and Raj at one of the picnic tables.
Having fun?
Rianne asked me. Yeah, I said. This is actually really cool. The sandwich in my bag was turkey, and I hungrily took a bite.
This would be cooler if I wasn't so hungover,
Raj said. Rianne laughed, affirmation of their shared affliction. They both had pushed their sandwiches aside untouched. I wondered if sandwiches were now uncool, and when exactly that had happened. I threw away my own, half-eaten. The hike began again. Far up ahead, it sounded as though Tim Ludd was trying to lead Ms. Moore's group in song, and a few of the boys joined him in mocking falsettos.
"Where are all the fucking birds?"
a boy sang behind me to the tune of their song. I marched on ahead, ignoring the boys. There was a burst of laughter behind me.
"Dude, try to piss on the rabbit,"
someone hollered. I spun around. Christopher Jordan stood facing out on the edge of the mountain, feet spread apart and pants unbuttoned, the world spread out before him in the triangle between his legs. I could have pretended not to see it. It would have been easy, and less uncomfortable for everyone, for me to ignore it. But the word burst out of me anyway. Hey! And when it was ignored, again, louder. Hey! Christopher Jordan turned around to look at me, startled yet somehow unembarrassed.
Yeah?
Pull them up, right now. My mouth was moving, but this wasn't my voice. This wasn't me. My hands shook violently. He stared at me uncertain.
But I have to take a leak.
I said, pull them up. The other boys gawked. Christopher Jordan zipped up his pants and turned around. Then, in an attempt to save face,
"Not what she said last time."
His friends howled, and the blood rushed to my face. These boys had the maturity of 14-year-olds. No, 12-year-olds. They would never act like this in front of Ms. Moore, or Tim Ludd, or even Rianne or Raj, or any of the other apprentices. I'd asked Babs once how often she found gum under the desks in study hall, and she'd replied, puzzled, "But students aren't allowed to chew gum on campus." It was me, only me, who was subject to this harassment. And though I once thought it was acceptance, I now saw it for what it was, exploitation. For a moment, I hated every last one of them. Look! The boys ahead were scrambling to the side of the mountain and pointing up towards the sky. The discomfort of the moment before temporarily forgotten, my group rushed on to see what the commotion was about.
"A bald eagle! They're real!"
The boys pulled out their phones to snap pictures. I couldn't take my eyes away. If I went to take a picture, I might miss it.
"Do you want to look?"
I turned. Clarence stood at my elbow, offering up his binoculars. I took them and smiled, then peered through the eye holes. I watched the eagle circle up ahead, beautiful, unreal, until it finally circled out of sight. We did another head count before we boarded the bus, and this time Rianne, Raj, and I all got 38. After a flustered search of the attendance list and a call to the Student Services office, Ms. Moore discovered that Freddie Finnerty had never boarded the bus that morning. He'd slept through his alarm and missed the whole trip. There had been 48 students on Bus 1 all along. The brief panic seemed to sap whatever energy remained, and the bus ride home was unnervingly quiet. The smell of dried sweat hung in the air, and some of the boys were slumped against the windows, mouths open in sleep. Their vulnerability made me want to forgive them, but I couldn't, not yet. I was angry with the boys, angry at Raj and Rianne for being wrong on the first head count, angry with myself for being so quick to give in when I knew I was right. I'd spent most of my life feeling too young, but right then, for the first time, I felt startlingly, achingly old. I wondered, how old was the Adam Kipling in my mind? Certainly he wasn't just a year older than the boys who dozed around me, twitching and snoring like restless puppies. Next to me, Clarence worked on a drawing of his spandex-clad character. shading in her enormous breasts with complete absorption. He chewed on the thumbnail of his free hand, and for a moment he appeared to be sucking his thumb. I looked out the window past him and thought of Kip as I dozed off. I couldn't tell you what I dreamed of as I slept, but I know it was of him and his mouth, open and laughing. Next thing I knew, Clarence was nudging me. "We're back." "Oh," I said, jerking from sleep. I stifled a yawn and pulled out my phone to check the time. I had one new text message, a number with a 781 area code. It felt at once obvious and fortuitous, inevitable and preternatural. I didn't want to look at the text message until I'd returned to my room. What a thrilling affliction a secret was. Throughout dinner, the phone sat in my back pocket, a wrapped present, a time bomb. As Rianne and Raj recounted the day and the bald eagle sighting to the rest of the apprentices, I concentrated on my macaroni and cheese. I wasn't sure what my face might reveal, but I imagined it carried something resembling guilt. I told myself that I was excited by the novelty, not the person. I told myself that as long as I didn't read the message, I wasn't complicit. I told myself that I hadn't asked for this to happen. Back in my room, I finally opened the text. "Hey there, Imogene," it said. My first thought, he knows how to spell my name. My next thought, this is wrong. With shaking hands, I composed my reply. "You can't text me anymore, Adam." His reply took a while to come. "Okay," it said. Okay. It was over. Okay. I set my phone on my nightstand and took a few deep breaths, but it wasn't relief I felt. I couldn't put a word to the twisting feeling in my stomach, but it wasn't relief. It didn't come to me until the middle of the night when I crept down the hall to pee. Perched on the toilet seat, the stream of my urination the only sound shattering the stillness of the hovel, what I felt was disappointment. I knew then that the shame in having lost my virginity to Zeke Maloney wasn't because he didn't love me. It was because he mumbled and had blotchy skin and shaved his head so close that patches of his scalp showed through the dark stubble. I was embarrassed to be tied with him because I knew, or at least liked to believe, that I was capable of having better, of having someone charming and clever, and I hated myself for thinking this, but I thought it all the same. Rich. Someone like Adam Kipling. I thought again of Raj's girlfriend. But I'm prettier. Rianne, Raj, and I were summoned to Ms. McNally Barnes' office on Sunday afternoon. She offered us a donut from the open box on her desk, and she smiled and asked us about the field trip, but we all knew why we were there. We had let her down. After a few minutes of the kind of agonizing idle conversation that's used to delay the ugliness of truth, Ms. McNally Barnes laced her fingers on her desk and leaned forward, a pose I interpreted as getting down to business.
"Ms. Moore told me what happened," she said.
Raj paused mid-chew, powdered sugar on his lips, his expression that of a dog who just peed on the carpet. Rianne looked as though she might cry.
"I told you all when you took on this job that it would come with accountability," she continued.
She, too, had powdered sugar on her lips, and I concentrated instead on the space beside her right ear.
"You're not just responsible for teaching the students here. If a student gets left behind, that's your responsibility as well."
I nodded, attempting to appear contrite. I wanted to say, but it wasn't my fault.
"They may be little shits, but that's why it's your job to keep them from screwing up as often as possible." "And I guess we can't really do that if we screw up first,"
Raj said with a grin. Ms. McNally Barnes frowned. He had misinterpreted her candor for exoneration.
"No, you cannot. Don't let it happen again."
I felt nauseous. I tried to meet her eye, but she refused to meet mine. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. I was the good influence, the good guest, the good student, the good daughter, the good apprentice. I'd tried to recall a time I'd ever been chastised like this in my life, and all I could think of was a sleepover at Jalen's house in 7th grade, when we'd snuck out to meet up with some boys who lived down the street, and Jalen's mother caught us coming back in, and called my and Stephanie's mothers to come pick us up. I hadn't even wanted to go meet up with those boys. I'd wanted to play gin rummy and eat tortilla chips with melted cheese.
Okay?
Ms. McNally Barnes gave us a stern look, but her voice was softer. We would be forgiven, just not yet.
Okay,
we echoed, a trio of obedient schoolchildren. On the walk back to the hovel, Rianne and Raj had gone to the dining hall to get some lunch, but I said I wasn't hungry. The relief I'd expected to feel last night finally washed over me. Watching out for Kip, thinking about Kip, texting with Kip, none of it was acceptable. Extracting myself from the situation was the best thing I could have done to assure I remained as I always had been, and how I always wished to be, good. What I didn't expect was for Kip to be sitting on the back stoop of the hovel when I arrived. I froze when I spotted him. He stood and waved. "Hi." "Adam," I said dumbly, more confirmation than greeting.
"You said not to text you."
I remained frozen. "Yes."
"So?"
He shrugged.
"Here I am."
Chapter 7. My surprise at seeing Kip outside the hovel was too great to formulate a reaction. When my parents threw me a surprise party for my 14th birthday, gathering my Aunt Carol and Uncle Fred and Cousin Anastasia and Noni and Joni in the living room with balloons and streamers and a vanilla sheet cake from the local A&P, I'd been similarly dumbstruck. I'd walked in from lacrosse practice to find them all waiting, eager and grinning, and I'd stared at them, waiting for a cue. What was my line? What was my motivation? Who was my character? With Kip, I struggled only a few moments before deciding on, "They can't see you."
Who are they?
Who was I? A teacher? A figure of authority? "Anyone," I said.
Then perhaps we should go inside.
No, 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 no. "No," I said.
"I just want some water, then I'll go."
"I can bring you a glass," I said. "Out here." He raised his eyebrows.
"Really?"
"Really what?"
"Really, you won't let me come inside for 1 minute."
He stepped closer to me.
"What do you think I'm going to do? Ransack your drawers?"
Ransack. I'd never heard anyone use the word in earnest, and a childish giggle threatened to spew from my lips. His face was so close to mine, I felt cross-eyed from looking at him. He knew I wouldn't put into words what I was actually afraid he might do, and I knew to protest any more would only make me look absurd. "Just for a minute." He nodded solemnly.
"Just for a minute."
I unlocked the door and let him inside. The kitchen was empty. Everyone else was at lunch. He sat at the kitchen table and watched as I took a glass from the cabinet and filled it at the sink. I handed him the glass, and he gulped it down in 2 chugs. Ah. Kip swiped the back of his hand across his mouth for emphasis.
"Thanks."
I stood above him. I had a small blemish on my forehead, almost healed, and I untucked the hair behind my ear so it fell into my face in a way that I hoped appeared casual. "Why are you here?"
"This is nice."
He held his empty glass up to the light.
"Do they give you all these, or did you have to bring your own?"
He refused to meet my eye. "They gave them to us."
"That's nice. What about the table and couches?"
He tapped the lip of the glass lightly on the table, and I heard the clink of glass falling to the floor.
"Oops, chipped it a little."
He set it back on the table, unconcerned. My hands were shaking. I clasped them together above my navel like I had a stomachache, which I feared I might have soon. "Adam?" It sounded too much like a question.
"It's been a while since I was last here, but it looks pretty much the same. Except for that."
He pointed to the cross Babs had hung above the sink.
"That's new."
I tried again. "Adam." He finally turned to look at me. My hands released each other, and I forced them down by my sides. "You can't be here."
"Why not?"
His eyes did not have their usual mischievous glimmer. He seemed legitimately puzzled as to why his presence there could possibly be unwanted. "Because," I said. My voice, which I wished to make authoritative, sounded instead teasing, flirtatious.
"Do you want me to leave, then?"
I didn't, but I couldn't say so. I shrugged.
"So, maybe I can stay then, just for a little bit?"
I didn't protest. "Do you want more water?" I asked. He shook his head no. His eyes were on my face, looking for an answer even though I didn't know the question.
"Do you want to go to your room?"
he asked finally. So that was the question. I picked up his chipped glass and placed it in the sink, avoiding his eyes. When I turned around, he had his hand extended towards me, and I thought, for a strange moment, that he was going to shake my hand goodbye. But his hand was palm up, an offer.
"Come on,"
he said. It wasn't playful or pleading or even exasperated. It was the matter-of-fact command of someone who knew what was going to happen next. It was the confidence from the night he took my hand, walked me home. It infuriated me. "No," I said. He lowered his hand, and I repeated, more certain of myself, "No." His mouth tightened. He looked defeated, maybe even angry, but then, just as quickly, neutralized.
"If you say so,"
he said, just as he had the night we met, when I first reminded him that I was a teacher and he was a student. He gently pushed in his chair. I thought ridiculously for a moment that he might throw it against the wall, make some sort of scene, and then smiled at me, a perfect gentleman.
"Thank you for the refreshment."
He let himself out. I plucked his glass from the sink and wrapped it in several layers of paper towels and shoved it all to the bottom of the trash bin until you couldn't even see it. The summer before starting at Vandenberg, I took a beginner's rock climbing class with my sister Joni. Having already secured employment at Vandenberg back in May after finishing college, the summer at home in Lockport lazed before me, strange and unstructured. I scrambled eggs in the morning, I never slept past 8:30, and I ate them on the back porch, watching my dad watching the birds. After, I settled in the hammock with a book. I dozed and woke up sweating and disoriented, the angry red indentation of crisscrossing ropes welting my face and arms. At night, I watched TV with my parents, the canned sitcom laughter like gunshots. I wondered if, as you got older, life slowly became less interesting, or if you just stopped caring to do anything about it. My mom encouraged me to call up my friends from high school. What's Jalen up to these days? Or how about Stephanie? Jalen had dropped out of SUNY Purchase after one semester and was then running a business out of her parents' garage, making novelty knitted animal hats and selling her mother's prescription pills to high schoolers. Stephanie had failed her nursing exam 3 times and was living above a convenience store with a 28-year-old beatboxer. I'd found this all out through a combination of social media sites and Joni. I told my mom that Jalen and Stephanie were never really my friends. "You need to let people in, Imogen," she said. "I try," I promised. "I really, really do." She said that if I wasn't going to make an effort with my friends, then I should at least make an effort with my younger sister. Joni has lavender-tinted hair and a tiny silver nose ring that she pierced herself with a safety pin and that my dad hates. Her body is soft and shapely, her breasts full in a way mine never will be. After I left for Vandenberg, she went off to Hunter College, studying to become a writer. She told me once that I was the least interesting person she'd ever met. She never got pimples. The rock climbing class was my mom's idea. The recreation center downtown had just installed a new rock climbing wall, and she thought it would be a nice way for us to connect. That was her word, connect. So every Monday and Thursday, I drove Joni and myself there in our shared Ford Saturn, grappling for a way to make her see me as someone other than her tedious older sister. Our instructor's name was BK, and he had shaggy red hair and the whitest teeth I'd ever seen. BK and Joni connected without issue. She nodded appreciatively at his dirty projector's t-shirt. He nicknamed her Grape because of her hair. Once, belaying the rope from below, I noticed BK's eyes studying the curve of Joni's ass in her spandex shorts as she scaled the wall. BK had graduated from Buffalo State 2 years ahead of me. I didn't have the nerve until our second-to-last lesson to point out that he had sat in front of me in the comparative literature class I'd taken my sophomore year.
"That's right,"
he said, nodding vaguely. He was too kind to admit that he didn't remember. He was also kind enough to wait until the end of the summer to ask Joni out. He would take the train into the city to visit her on weekends, up until November when she met her current boyfriend, Alex, a silent Canadian. Joni and I never spoke about him or us or that summer. We both knew how shameful it was to be jealous of one's younger sister. I never made it to the top of the rock wall. The farthest I'd ever made it was 3/4 of the way before I felt I might pass out and begged BK to please let me down. I was cautious, anxious. Being so far off the ground was unnatural to me. By the end of the summer, I wished, as I had many times before, that I could be more like Joni. She never seemed afraid to take risks. She never seemed afraid to fall. Even though I'd done nothing wrong with Kip, I still spent the next few days jumpy, nervous. When I walked into the bathroom one morning to find Maggie brushing her teeth, I screamed. "What are you on?" she asked, spitting toothpaste into the sink. Around campus, I feared running into him, Kip, but still looked for him everywhere. I told myself it was precautionary. I couldn't admit to myself that I was dying to see him again. Rianne remarked that it seemed as though we were missing glasses. I stole one from the dining hall, where there were identical glasses, wrapping it in a dinner napkin and carrying it home in my purse to replace in secret later. It was the week of the college fair at Vandenberg, where the third years would attempt to charm, or depending on the wealth and legacy of the student, be wooed by, a representative from an Ivy League or a might-as-well-be Ivy League institution, thus ensuring themselves a spot at their choice school before applications were even rolled out the following year. It took place in the gymnasium, the bleachers pushed back and the racks of balls rolled away to make room for the many tables set up around the room. Harvard, Yale, Columbia, Dartmouth, Williams, Amherst. I ticked off the banners strung from each table in my head, like A-list celebrities on the red carpet. Babs appreciatively pointed out the stand for Rice University, her alma mater, and Chapin went over to talk to the representative from Princeton, who was a friend of her father's. Looking around, I realized I was the only apprentice whose college wasn't represented. Where's the Buffalo State table? I thought of joking, but I suspected that this would elicit more pity than laughter. Self-deprecation, my standby, wasn't as well received there as it was pre-Vandenberg. Rianne and I were instructed to stand by the main entrance to hand out flyers to students as they entered. Each of the colleges represented was listed on the page, along with its respective alumni or faculty representative: Vanderbilt University, Jonathan English, Methodist clergyman; Northwestern University, Johanna Griffin, Ph.D., history professor and graduate school dean; Cornell University, Michael Chen, Rhodes Scholar, former U.S. Commissioner of Education.
"Doesn't this make you miss applying for college?"
asked Rianne. I replied with a non-committal nod. At 10, the boys swarmed the room in a sea of suits. Hair was slicked back, loafers were freshly shined, and every hand grasped a folder with 20 copies of updated resumes. I could only imagine the credentials these boys boasted: a summer volunteering at a Mongolian orphanage, a student internship with Ernst & Young, a prize-winning essay on the objectivist philosophy in Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged. A few of the boys looked nervous. One standing near the door flipped through a stack of flashcards, which I read over his shoulder.
"Speak slowly and clearly," said one. "Make eye contact and shake with a firm grip," said the next.
But most appeared quietly confident, imperturbable. They'd been primed for this moment their whole lives. They couldn't possibly fail. I was glad to be by the door, away from the action. The lights in the gym were too bright, like spotlights, and my skin felt damp and shiny under their glare. The exposure made me feel sick. I wondered idly where Kip would apply before I remembered that he was a Vandenberg senior, that his decision had probably been made months ago. I felt myself looking for him, despite knowing he wasn't there. At one point, I could have sworn I felt Chapin eyeing me from her station at the refreshment table, but when I looked towards her, she was busy pouring Dean Harvey a cup of coffee. I spotted Clarence Howell over by the table for Johns Hopkins. He wore a wrinkled gray suit jacket, cuffed at the wrists so it didn't hang past his hands. His father's, I figured. His face was tomato red as he spoke to the rep, and he seemed to be addressing the woman's shoes. I felt culpable just watching. He felt like my responsibility somehow. I should have prepared him better. I imagined returning to the woman later, after Clarence left, maybe telling her about his being on the lacrosse team, his art skills, how kind he was. But I knew none of that would make a difference. The injustice felt glaring. None of it mattered. Nothing he or I did mattered. I don't know why I ever thought it was my responsibility to take care of Clarence Howell. We were too much alike, him and me, poor and unsure and ill-equipped to be here. I didn't have anything of use to offer. Rianne watched the boys with a mother's pride.
I'm excited for these boys. They all have such amazing futures ahead of them. Aren't you excited for them?
Yeah. Christopher Jordan had entered my line of vision at the U-Penn table, grinning assuredly and shaking the hand of the man standing at the table. The same hand, I couldn't help but think, he'd probably used to beat the monkey the night before. Yeah, I am. I left the fair early, feigning cramps, and when I saw Kip sitting once again on my doorstep, it felt like a product of my will, as though I'd been thinking of him so often that I'd drawn him to my door. His chin was in his hands and his backpack at his feet, as though a parent had forgotten to pick him up after school. "What are you doing here?" He stood. "Waiting for you." "Why? How did you know I'd even come home? And what if—" I stopped myself. He wasn't listening, was too busy unzipping his backpack. He didn't plan ahead, I reminded myself. He didn't need to take precautions. "I stole a new glass for you, but—" He held out his open backpack, sheepish. I didn't need to look to know it had broken. "Whoopsie." Whoopsie. I tried to fight my smile. I wanted to tell him I'd wrapped my stolen glass in a stolen napkin, but I knew better than to admit this indiscretion to a student. "I came home because I'm not feeling well. Everyone else will be home soon." He blinked at me, as though wondering what any of this had to do with him. Finally, he asked, "What hurts?" I didn't understand the question until he stepped forward and put his hand on my forehead. His hand was cool, strangely dry. "Your head?" His hand moved to my stomach, and my body went rigid. "How about here?" "Cramps," I almost whispered. His hand moved south, right above my pelvic bone. "Here?" Everyone would be home soon. My head felt thick with panic, my groin fluttering madly beneath his unmoving hand. "Can I come inside?" he asked, just like last time. "Okay." It came out a squeak. He retracted his hand, and I reminded myself to breathe. I wiped my hands on my jeans, fiddled with a button on my shirt. I said it again, steadier. "Okay." He let himself inside. He moved right past the kitchen, right for the stairs. I opened my mouth to protest, to forbid him, but instead I followed. I was letting him do this because the other apprentices might return soon, and he couldn't be seen in the kitchen, I decided. I was letting him do this because it would be rude not to let him stay, just for a little bit. Upstairs, Kip walked a slow circle around my room, scanning the titles in my bookshelf, glancing furtively at the papers on my desk, touching the small ballerina figurine on my bureau from my recently deceased great-aunt Betty, who didn't know me well enough to not give me a ballerina figurine. I watched him nervously, ready to defend or explain anything that might be construed as weird. "Neat," he said. "Thank you." I wasn't sure whether he meant in the sense of coolness or cleanliness. I stood watching him, unsure of myself in my own bedroom. Having him there was like seeing a teacher in the grocery store. No, like a celebrity step out of the TV screen.
This isn't what I expected.
He set the figurine down and looked at me. My room?
Yeah.
What had you expected? The flirtation was back. It was unimaginable that he had thought anything of me.
I don't know. It's just plain.
Oh.
Not in a bad way,
Kip said quickly, sensing my disappointment. He was still across the room. We faced off like sparring partners.
It just doesn't seem like you.
I had no idea what a room that seemed like me would look like. I didn't have a favorite movie or band, nothing I felt compelled to display on a poster. There was no one color I loved. The purple and pink striped reversible bedspread my mom had purchased for me because it was on sale. The plain white walls were as bare as they had been when I moved in. I didn't have any photos. My bedroom, just like my childhood bedroom, was nothing like my sister Joni's. Twinkle lights strung from the ceiling, records hung on the wall, every inch of blank space colored with the essence of Joni. Is this where she slept? I asked it on a whim, playing it casual. Truth was, I'd been thinking about her a lot, the other apprentice, the one Kip had so offhandedly mentioned the first night we spoke. Kip didn't follow the way I thought he might.
Who?
The girl, the other apprentice you used to hang out with, I let the explanation trail off. It was too soon to say, before me.
Oh, Kaya.
I thought you couldn't remember her name. He laughed. He was at my window, flicking the blinds open and closed.
Relax. She was whatever. I haven't talked to her in forever.
I wasn't sure how long forever was to him, or what whatever was to him. I wasn't sure why I felt suddenly angry, almost violently so, towards a girl who'd done nothing to me.
Hey, Imogene?
I felt a rush of warmth at the sound of my name from his mouth.
There is a reason I'm here.
Okay. I watched him shift from foot to foot, unnerved by his nervousness. The Kip I knew, in my mind at least, was never nervous.
Can I do something?
He snapped the blinds closed and released the cord, a decision. I imagined my heart pounding madly out of my chest and through my t-shirt like a cartoon character's would. I knew exactly what would happen. I'd always known. From the moment I saw him on my front step, before that even, what would happen. Sure. He crossed the room towards me, licking his lips in a way that seemed more like a nervous tick than a threat. He reached out and put his hands on my hips, preparation for a slow dance. He leaned in and put his mouth to mine. No relationships outside that of student and apprentice. No, I thought. No, no, no. But still, I allowed his wet tongue to slip between my lips, my mouth to open and let him in. He was Joni's age. He was the age of my baby sister. But thinking back to the summer before, to her soft womanly curves and practiced flirtation, my sister was not that young anymore. I walked in on her once, Joni, with BK, the rock climbing instructor. It was a week before we would leave for New York, me for Vandenberg and her for freshman year at Hunter. And I'd gone into her room without knocking, looking for a book of mine that I'd lent to her, but I'm sure she never read. They were in bed, Joni's knees spread, BK's orange shag of hair resting on her navel, slurps and grunts and other inhuman sounds that couldn't possibly belong to them. Were these sounds borrowed, imitated, innate? Somehow brought to existence with their mouths. I'd never seen pornography, had never watched two people engaged in such erotic intimacy. I'd never once considered my sister, though she'd had boyfriends before, as sexual. I'd stared before silently shutting the door. I'd never be able to forget the sounds I heard my sister make, another damning secret for me to keep. With Zeke Maloney, I was silent. With Zeke Maloney, I found myself looking at his roommate's posters on the wall, or the crumbled pile of socks in his closet, or the distant lights winking outside his window, and sometimes forgetting there was a body on top of mine. Kip and I had been kissing for what felt like hours, but was probably minutes, when the front door opened. I'd slipped into a strange floating place, a place where walls surged and shuddered, and the floor shifted up and down, a place where it didn't seem odd to hold someone you didn't know and kiss them. Who was this person? When did he get there? As long as it felt good. But the familiar sound jolted me into disquieting consciousness. Whoops! I pulled away and stumbled backwards onto my bed. Kip sat down next to me, taking it as invitation, and reached for my face. I let him plant 2 more kisses on my lips before I pulled away again.
"What's up?"
he asked. Someone's back. We sat quietly, listening. A cabinet opened and closed in the kitchen. A plate clattered into the sink. Then I heard the click of heels approaching the stairs. "Chapin," I whispered.
"Is that the really skinny one with the—"
He gestured to the top of his head, making a circle with his hands.
hair thing?
I nodded. I felt pleased that we apprentices were known by the boys, identifiable like celebrities, as well as by the fact that Kip's description of Chapin was less than erotic. Perhaps Chapin was not as beautiful as I thought she was, or rather, as I thought others thought she was. The heels clicked up the stairs. I turned to look at Kip to find that he was already looking at me. We stared at each other, our faces so close I could see every eyelash and every dark, scruffy hair above his upper lip. I thought suddenly of the angry red blemish that had appeared on my chin the night before, the one that I'd carefully concealed with foundation and a makeup brush hours before that had no doubt become smudged and exposed with all the kissing, and put my fingers to my bottom lip. His hand rested on my hip, and he drummed his fingers slowly. Chapin's footsteps reached the top of the stairs. "What should I do?" I asked, not sure why I thought Kip would have the answer, but desperate enough to ask. I could think of nothing but that hand. He grinned, amused.
"What can you do?"
Her bedroom door opened and closed. "Should you leave?" I was asking questions I knew the answer to, but didn't want to answer myself. I was stalling because Adam Kipling sat on my bed with his hand on my hip. He raised a brow.
"Should I?"
"Should you?" I giggled.
"But should I?"
"I don't know. Should you?" Music played through the wall. Kip pulled me back on the bed, back into the strange floating place, and we continued kissing, his tongue pushing once more into my mouth, his hands in my hair, then down my arms, then around my back. Kissing. I'd never noticed how odd it was, had never been so conscious of it before, the slurping, sucking exchange between 2 eager mouths wanting to feel something and say nothing. A toilet flushed, and I shot up, reawakened. The sink turned on and off, and then Chapin padded past my room on the way back to her own. Kip tried to pull me back down, and I flinched, surprising us both. "What's—" My stomach churned. I imagined the doorknob turning, the other apprentices' horrified faces waiting on the other side. What was I doing? What the fuck was I doing? "You need to go."
"She can't hear us."
Kip tugged lightly on my arm. "No, Adam, you have to go." He dropped my arm, his brows creased in confusion, and was that hurt? I tried to smile, tried to soften the blow, but my stomach was twisting itself into queasy knots, the stomachache I'd felt coming on earlier finally materializing. "I'm sorry."
"It's cool."
Kip had recovered, smiling easily back. Then again, almost to himself.
"It's cool."
"I'm sorry," I repeated. I felt fresh off a spinning ride at the fair, my head a pinwheel, my feet struggling to plant themselves in a straight line on the ground. He reached out to touch my arm, and then stopped, sticking the hand into his pocket instead. He got up and started towards the door. "Just be sure to be—"
"Quiet. Yeah, I will be."
We smiled at each other, willing the discomfort to pass. "So long," he said. "So long." He crept down the stairs and out the door, so stealthily I wouldn't have heard him if I hadn't been listening for it, and then I crawled under my sheets. Dizziness overwhelmed me. I lay there for only a few minutes before I had to sit up and reach for my trash can, where I retched until I shook from the effort. I didn't leave my bed for 3 days. I woke up later that evening, dozy and disoriented, the room nearly dark, and my head so thick and heavy I could barely lift it off my pillow. When I didn't come to dinner, Rianne brought me 2 slices of toast and a banana, which sat untouched on my nightstand until the toast crumbled and the banana browned. I emailed Dale and Coach Larry the next morning to let them know I wouldn't be in class or at practice, a task that exhausted me into another day-long slumber. I slept off and on for the rest of the day, getting up only once to pee, and stumbling down the hall clutching the wall as though attacked by a spell of vertigo. Another time I woke, I conducted an online search for Kaya Apprentice Vandenberg to no results, and I wondered, strangely, for the first time, whether Kaya ever even existed. The day slipped into the night, which slipped into the next day, and I slept the sleep of the dead, dreamless and undisturbed. When I finally rose that third night, feeling drugged, feeling as though I'd stepped out of a time machine or a rocket ship, out of another world entirely, I was unsurprised, yet still disappointed, to find that the world had gone on without me. It was October. The girls were downstairs watching TV, laughing. The banana on my nightstand was soft and mushy and inedible. I reached for my phone and checked my messages. 12 new texts, all from the same familiar number. Without reading any, I deleted them one by one. Chapter 8. I kept up with my morning runs, even as the weather cooled and I was forced to bundle in extra layers before going out the door. The cold was coming on faster than any fall I could remember, quick and careless as disease, and I felt scared, though of what I couldn't say. I'd wear spandex leggings and thick socks and a yellow wool hat with a pom-pom on top, not caring all that much if I looked ridiculous. This was my favorite time of day on campus, when it was nearly empty, and I could get away with wearing just a little makeup. On the running trail, I encountered only a few professors and the rare student who was up at this hour, and we would nod to each other in early morning runner solidarity. The running club, I dubbed this group in my head. I wondered if the other runners recognized me from day to day, their fellow member, the girl with the yellow pom-pom hat. I liked to think that they did. I still looked out for Kip, even though my perception of him had shifted slightly, and I didn't think of him as an early morning runner anymore. I just wanted to see him. More accurately, I wanted him to see me, a runner, an early bird. I wanted him to see different sides of me, to wonder what else I could be. During my cool-down, I always walked past Perkins Hall, the fourth year's dorm. I looked up to the window on the end of the 3rd floor, a window I'd arbitrarily decided was his, and, as I'd later learn, wasn't. I watched for a slit of light between the curtains, a flit of a shadow, a hint of life. I met with Dale in his office for my mid-semester evaluation that Friday. I thought it would be just the two of us, until Ms. McNally Barnes burst through the door a few minutes after me, combing through her hair with her fingers and apologizing for her tardiness. Dale and I had been discussing nice weather anticipated for this weekend, and I felt myself stiffen when she sat down beside me. It seemed now less like an evaluation and more like an intervention.
"So, things seem to be going very well for you, Imogene," said Dale, bobbling his head. "I can see you gaining confidence in the classroom. The boys really seem to be responding to you, too."
I nodded, unsure whether thank you was in order.
"You need to work on projecting your voice at times, but the content of your lectures is always spot on. You're always prepared for lessons, even when you're under the weather."
He paused and leaned forward.
"How are you feeling, by the way? You seem to be feeling much better."
Ms. McNally Barnes looked at me curiously. Were they plotting together to catch me in my lie? Dale's eyes were warm and concerned, without misgiving. I took a deep breath, steadying myself. Yes, much better. I paused and then added, I think it was the flu. I hear it's been going around. It's that time of year, you know. Dale and Ms. McNally Barnes nodded in assent. But I'm feeling much better.
Well, that's good to hear.
Dale beamed at Ms. McNally Barnes and me from across the desk.
Other than that, it seems this semester is going quite well.
Ms. McNally Barnes shifted in her seat and cleared her throat, a prelude to an interjection, and I froze, knowing already what she would say.
That and the incident with the field trip.
She pursed her lips and smiled at me knowingly, a reprimand fit for a small child. Hot shame washed over me, itchy and unbearable. I hated her in that moment. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Dale raise his eyebrows curiously, but he didn't ask for explanation. I thanked him silently.
But that's all in the past now.
She patted my shoulder, and I tried not to flinch. Dale nodded, hoping to edge the uncomfortable moment along.
I think we're all set then.
Ms. McNally Barnes clasped her soft hands together, then pushed off from her thighs to stand.
Well done, Imogene.
Dale continued nodding, a bobble head on a dashboard. But the meeting had soured. I left with a nagging feeling, a little bug bite in a hard-to-reach place that I kept forgetting the source of throughout the rest of the day, but that kept returning in searing, insatiable bursts. I didn't belong there, and they were beginning to notice. Worse still, Kip didn't belong in my head, but he was there, and I couldn't make him leave. I wasn't sure I wanted to either. As short-lived as my romance with Zeke Maloney was, I like to think it was something more. Once, in conversation with Rianne, I'd said, my ex was obsessed with those Marvel Comics movies. It didn't matter that this fact was based entirely upon the sole Fantastic Four poster that hung from his dorm room wall. That word, ex, slid out so readily that I'd nearly fooled myself. I'd felt, imagined or not, like I knew his roommate, Todd. And the girl Zeke was rumored to have been hooking up with for a few weeks during freshman year, Brittany, and his ex-girlfriend from the crew team that I knew he had lost his virginity to. I felt like I knew them the same way I knew what sneakers Zeke always wore, blue and silver Nikes with white laces, and what his favorite TV show was, The Sopranos, according to his profile page, and the way I could pick his laugh out of a crowded dining hall, braying and hiccupy like a goat's. After I saw Zeke make out with that other girl at the bar, after I knew for sure that whatever it was we had, was really over, I tried not to talk to my old roommate Darby about Zeke. I wished I could constantly. But when I did, I would try to sound offhand, casual. Yeah, we used to hook up, but it was whatever. It's over now. But Darby knew, and I knew, that it was not whatever. I'm not entirely sure I was ever attracted to Zeke Maloney, or if I even liked him. What I felt certain about, because we both listened to the Arctic Monkeys and talked about maybe seeing them in concert together, and because I'd listened to his snores and snuffles the one time I'd spent the night, and because he had taken my virginity, was that he was the first great love of my life. After the second time that Zeke Maloney and I had sex, we took a shower together. He suggested it, and I hesitated. I was okay with my body, skinny, small-breasted, narrow-hipped, not exemplary, but not unappealing. But the idea of being stark naked with Zeke in the pitiless light of the bathroom, rather than under the bedroom's cover of darkness, was terrifying.
It will be fun,
he promised. I slipped out of bed and felt for 2 towels in my closet, which we wrapped around our bodies before making our way to the bathroom down the hall. He let his towel drop first, and as he turned on the shower tap, I studied his body in the light. His burly chest and slightly paunchy tummy, the muscular curve of his glutes, the dark hair sprouting from his toes, his still erect penis. How gratifying it was to know that erection was for me. I let my towel drop too and stepped into the hot spray behind him. Standing in the dirty ceramic tub where dozens of naked feet had stood before us,
He pulled me into the clump of matted hair that was his chest. I closed my eyes as he ran his hands over my back, his fingertips soft and curious. After the shower, we stood side by side before the bathroom mirror, still dripping and wrapped in our towels. My mascara ran in tracks down my face, and our hair was plastered to our faces in wet strands. It was one of the rare days when my skin was blemish-free, and I felt invulnerable. He smiled, and I began to laugh, and for the first time we felt like friends.
"I should take a picture of this," he said.
I knew he was joking, but I wish he had. I wanted some way to preserve that moment, to preserve us, so that it still felt real in the morning, when I woke up alone with my hair dried funny from sleeping on it wet, so that we felt like something I hadn't just made up in my head. The weekend after my evaluation, I barely left my room. I read ahead in the textbooks and worked on lesson plans for Dale's honors history class. I watched lacrosse videos online and devised new practice drills for the team. I graded the honors history midterm papers and wrote a page of critiques on the back of each essay, my handwriting tiny and illegible and frantic. Though it was one of the last warm weekends of the fall, when Rianne knocked on my door on Saturday to ask if I wanted to join her and the others on a trip into town, I said I had too much work to do. An afternoon of lunch and shopping felt so idle, wasteful. Those were activities for someone who had accomplished something. I'd done nothing yet to deserve idle time. I decided to start taking my morning runs more seriously. I ordered an expensive new pair of running sneakers online. I created running music playlists. When I pumped down the trails, I pushed myself harder than I'd ever pushed myself before. I sweat. I ached. With each step, I imagined my muscles tightening, my soft limbs becoming hard and firm and strong. I imagined a crowd cheering me on, my fellow running club members watching in awe as I ran faster and farther each day. Sometimes I imagined I was running to something, sometimes from something. That something always changed. I tried not to think about Kip, or rather, I actively tried to think about other things. Lesson plans, making more of an effort with the other apprentices, the feel of my arms swinging and feet thumping on the path, so that there would be no room for thinking about Kip, so that he was squeezed out of my mind like a passenger from an overcrowded subway, forced to wait until later, until there might be space for him. When I went downstairs to make a sandwich Sunday night, Chapin sat at the kitchen table, a rarity. She was painting her nails cotton candy blue, and as I hadn't emerged from my room or reapplied my makeup since my morning run, the sight of another person startled me. "Imogene," she said without looking up. "Hi." I thought about turning around and returning up the stairs. Such was my aversion to interaction right then, but my hunger and my fear of looking strange kept me from leaving. I pulled a loaf of bread and a jar of Nutella from the cabinet. "Nutella sandwich?" She scrunched her nose in a way that seemed to imply weird, or maybe even gross. I nodded. I hated when people noted my quirks. "Why are you always biting the insides of your cheeks?" My purchases. "New shirt? What's the occasion?" And especially my diet. Food choices felt so personal, so embarrassing. If a guy were to ever ask me to dinner, I'd have to whisper my order into the waiter's ear and eat my dinner in the kitchen. Better yet, we'd avoid eating, skipping the stomach-gurgling, breath-morphing, stuck-in-teeth grotesqueness of food altogether. I worked hard enough to keep my appearance in check without having to worry about my anxieties and ulterior motives and guilty pleasures becoming a public display. I spread Nutella on both pieces of bread, stuck them together, and cut the sandwich diagonally down the middle. Chapin watched carefully. I fought the urge to shield the sandwich with my body. "So, are you going to tell me who was in your room the other day?" My stomach clenched. Usually I licked the knife after I was through, but instead I stuck it in the sink to avoid grossing Chapin out further. I lingered at the sink, clenching the counter, unable to look at her. She'd heard us, I realized. She'd heard Kip and me. Just when I'd begun to relax, to feel safe again, the foolishness of what I'd done hit me in a sickening wave. "Well?" I could feel her eyes on me, and I turned. It was no one. She smirked. Was it your secret admirer, El Musculo? Clarence. I tried to imagine kissing him. It felt like as much of a perversion as kissing the Power Ranger-obsessed neighbor kid I used to babysit. My little brother. No, definitely not. But it was someone. Her gaze undressed me, less sexual than inquisitorial, and it left me feeling both vulnerable and flattered. Chapin honestly wanted to know. My lips curved into a stupid grin against my will, because even as I was reminded how careless I'd been, it occurred to me, too, that I wasn't sorry I'd done it. Come on, Imogen, you can tell me. And for a moment, I thought I could. We could keep this secret together, Chapin and I. That's why we share things, right? To share the burden, to legitimize excitement. There was someone in my room the other day, I started. If I told her, then maybe we could really become friends. She raised a thick brow, urging me on. But the lie took over before my desire to divulge could stop it. It was Raj. Chapin frowned. Doesn't he have a girlfriend? I shrugged. Was I to plead ignorance? Act the role of the callous vixen? I hadn't planned this out. My regret was immediate and painful. Interesting. Her probing gaze went dead, suggesting she found the information anything but. She returned to her nails, and as I turned to leave, she added, You really shouldn't fuck with your skin so much. You're going to get scars. I returned to my bedroom with my Nutella sandwich, but I no longer had an appetite. It unnerved me to know that I'd been watched so clearly, my worst fear confirmed, and that the things I thought I'd successfully concealed were actually right on the surface, exposed, like graying underpants hung from a clothesline for all the world to see. I'd been working on a lesson plan about the rise of the great civilizations in Egypt, Mesopotamia, China, and India, but after talking to Chapin, I couldn't concentrate. I ripped my sandwich into bits and ate it piece by piece, no longer even hungry. The nagging feeling I'd had after my meeting with Dale and Ms. McNally Barnes returned, only this time I recognized that feeling as disappointment. Was it because I desperately wanted to be able to tell Chapin, to tell anyone, this exciting new development in my life, the thrill of which fueled my morning runs and motivated my new work ethic, and though I'd never admit it, compelled me into vigilance all day so that I might get a glimpse, just one, of the boy who had chosen me? Or was it because my phone had been silent for the past few days, with no word from the guy who had perhaps not chosen me after all? I stood from my desk and overturned my wastebasket, where I deposited the shredded remains of the note with his number a few days before. Post-its and index cards and balled-up tissues scattered the rug, and I dug through the pile with my hands. Any time I found a ripped-up shred of paper, I put it aside. But the task wasn't an easy one. My wastebasket was filled with dozens of ripped shreds, the result of a not altogether irrational fear of someone, Chapin most likely, snooping through my trash, even though up until a week ago I'd never had anything important to hide. After attempting to piece together several different shreds, I finally admitted defeat and returned all the contents to the wastebasket. It was entirely up to Adam Kipling as to whether this, whatever it was, would continue. But then again, hadn't it always been entirely up to him? I remained on the floor for another few minutes before I finally grabbed my coat and headed for the door, pausing only for a moment at the bathroom mirror to make sure my makeup hadn't been sweated off or rubbed away since the last time I checked. Chapin still sat at the kitchen table. "I'll be back," I told her. "Okay," she sang back, skeptical or uninterested, or perhaps not even listening. It was too cold for Kip and his friends to spend their nights outside between the trees anymore, but I looked there anyway. I thought about the first night we spoke, his infectious smile, the feel of my smaller hand in his larger one. I went inside Perkins Hall and knocked on the first door to the left, which I knew from Rianne was Raj's. He answered the door shirtless, wearing only a pair of slouchy gray sweatpants. I stared at the dark tuft of hair that led from his belly button to down under the elastic waistband of his pants, feeling as though I'd walked in on him naked. He stared at me.
Imogene, what are you doing here?
I forced my eyes away from his navel and up to his face. Hi, sorry, it's late. The initiative that led me to Raj's door was now decomposing, silly seeming. Like sobering up, all that was left was embarrassment, heavy and pungent as a wet towel. Raj scratched his head.
Are you on rounds duty?
No, I hesitated, biting the insides of my cheeks. Do you have a list of all the residents in the hall and their room numbers?
Yeah, I should have one somewhere. Why?
One of my students. I need to give him something.
Don't you teach first years?
I clasped my hands together to keep them from visibly shaking. I mean, one of my lacrosse students from the lacrosse team. He continued to stare.
You can't email it to him or give it to him at practice tomorrow?
I shook my head. He really needs it tonight, I think.
I don't know, Imogene. I don't think this is a good idea.
He reminded me then of my high school guidance counselor, looking disapprovingly over my list of prospective colleges. Was there anything quite as demoralizing as having one's dreams dashed by a trusted consultant? Perhaps this is why it was better not to share things at all. We expect others to support us, to reinforce us, to tell us we are deserving and good and right, when really we're just giving others the power to expose our rose-tinted fantasies to the harsh light of reality. I opened my mouth to apologize or excuse myself, but instead I squeaked out a single word. Please? Raj stared at me searchingly for a moment longer, and then sighed.
Okay, just be quick, all right?
I nodded, and I waited in the doorway as he retrieved the list from his desk drawer. I scanned it quickly and handed it back to him.
Got it?
I nodded. Thanks. As soon as he closed his door, I turned to the stairwell. This is what I'd imagined. He'd be alone, working on a paper at his desk when I knocked. He'd answer the door and smile, unsurprised by my appearance. He'd take my hand and pull me in, right over to his bed, where our mouths would meet and his body would wrap around mine, and I'd know for certain that the Sunday before was more than just an already fleeting memory. What I didn't imagine was that his red-headed friend Skeet would answer the door instead. He only opened it a crack, poking his pink face out.
Hey?
He said, more question than greeting.
Who is it?
I heard Kip ask behind the mostly closed door. Skeet ignored him, his eyes still on me. Finally, recognition slid over his face.
You're that girl.
The door opened fully, revealing Kip with his hand on the knob and his friend Park sitting on the bed behind him. The three of them stared at me.
Is the music too loud?
Skeet finally asked. What? It was only then that I noticed the tiny hum of classic rock coming from a set of speakers on Kip's desk. Oh, no, it's fine. I tried to meet Kip's eyes, but he looked away. He hadn't told his friends about me. I was that girl, as in that girl who spied on them weeks ago, not Kip's girl. I felt a strange mix of relief and disappointment. Mostly disappointment. It took me a minute to decide. Skeet tapped his fingers on the door.
So...
Kip's eyes were still focused on the floor. I think I have the wrong room, I said. I stepped back and looked up at the number beside the door. Yeah, wrong room, sorry. I hurried away before Skeet had even closed the door, but didn't get far enough away not to hear him mutter,
fucking weird.
It was over. It was nothing. I rammed my hands deep in my pockets and quickened my pace, distancing myself from that room, from that humiliation, from that person. I was a conquest too embarrassing to even tell his friends about. The cold night air snapped at my face when I pushed open the door, and I let out an involuntary gasp. I would not cry. I was a teacher, for Christ's sake, an adult. I was too old to still believe that people wouldn't disappoint me. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I quickly retrieved it, my hand having already been curled around it in the pathetic hope that such a thing would happen. The blue square of my phone's screen lit up in the dark.
"Give me 5.
I stared at it, uncomprehending, before shoving the phone back in my pocket. How powerful it felt to ignore him, even while my head flooded with dizzying warmth, rendering me wobble-kneed and disoriented as a drunk. The phone buzzed again.
"Wait for me."
I slowed my pace, tried to breathe. I was caught in the undertow, simultaneously pulled back and pushed forward, unsure what was up or down, what was the surface and what was further darkness. I hated my excitement. I had nearly reached the hovel when I heard the heavy footsteps behind me. He was running. His loafers galloped and crunched through the fallen leaves, and when I turned, I saw him, hair flying off his forehead, cheeks red, tie loose and flapping over his shoulder like a scarf. He slowed when he saw me, and by the time he approached me, he was walking, barely panting, as though he'd ambled the whole way over.
"Hello,"
he said, as casual as his walk. "Hi," I said, matching his coolness. He took my hand and pulled me through the back door, and together, in unspoken agreement, we flew up the stairs to my bedroom. Chapter 9. Kip's hands were cold when he slid them underneath my sweater. His hands explored my stomach and squeezed my hips and massaged the tiny indentations in my lower back, like I was clay beneath him. Anytime his face pulled away, I pushed mine forward, insistent, my mouth drawing his back in. I kissed him until my eyes crossed beneath closed lids. I kissed him until the pressure of his body on mine seemed to push me through the sheets and the mattress onto the floor, and further still. I kissed him until I felt weary and sad, and almost thankful to be done so that I could start reimagining it all in privacy. Chapin wasn't home, had deserted her spot at the kitchen table and left her bedroom closed and dark before we returned. But I don't think I would have cared if she weren't. I wanted her to hear, I think. I wanted her to listen, as I had listened to her, for her to know that she wasn't the only one who could coax a boy into her bedroom.
"You really like kissing,"
he noted. "Yes," I said, an apology. He lifted the hem of my sweater and stuck his head beneath. I jumped in surprise. "Adam?" His breath was hot on my chest, and the rough hair on his chin tickled my skin. I felt the soft poke of his nose in my armpit, first snuffling and then inhaling deeply. "What are you doing?" I laughed, too perplexed to even be embarrassed about the proximity of his face to my underarm. He snuffled with a dog's insistence, his head bulging from underneath the cotton fabric like an alien baby. I didn't care that the sweater would be ruined. He finally emerged, face flushed and grinning.
"Pheromones,"
he said.
"What?" "It's like an animal attraction."
"I know that, but..." Kip rolled off of me and propped his head on his hand, stretched out like a centerfold. He could feel comfortable in a soup kitchen, on a red carpet, naked under a spotlight, the kind of comfortable that made me wonder if I had ever felt comfortable before. I wanted to crawl inside his skin like he had crawled under my sweater, just to see what that kind of ease felt like.
"You know you're into a girl if you're into the smell of her pits."
His comfortableness, as always, was infectious. He emboldened me. "Well?"
"Well, what?"
"Well, are you into mine?" He laughed, his mouth a glorious chasm.
"I'm into you,"
he said. "You didn't text me all week." I don't know who spoke those words, whiny and shameless, but it couldn't have been me. He stared at me.
"Yeah?"
"Why not?" He blinked.
"You didn't text me."
I hadn't realized I could. I was his choice. It had never occurred to me that he could be mine. I tried on flirtation. "Is that permission?" Kip furrowed his brow. I appeared to be speaking in tongues, my words incomprehensible once they left my mouth. Were we having the same conversation?
Had he not learned his lines from the movie I had cast us in, The Illicit Affair, starring Imogen Abney and Adam Kipling? Or was it me who was reading from the wrong script?
"You don't need my permission to do anything," he said.
Then he took me by the wrist and guided me towards the pitched tent in his pants, and he let me feel for myself how into me he was. I went on a date over the summer before Vandenberg, the first date I'd ever been on, really. His name was Robert. He was a teller at Lockport Federal Credit Union, and I graduated from Rochester 2 years before I graduated from Buffalo State. He asked me to lunch, and I said yes because it didn't occur to me to say no. I can't remember what we talked about. I can't remember where we ate, or what he looked like. When I returned home and my mom asked me if the date had gone well, I said I didn't know. What I remember was looking at the people around me. I remember thinking, I am on a date, and they all know it. The waitress, the maitre d', the woman at the coat check. How thrilling it was to be a girl sitting across the table from a guy, a part of a pair, a person whom someone else had chosen to spend a meal with. Most thrilling of all, I could add him to my list. Jared Hoffman from high school, Paul the Jr. from Darby's Brothers Party, Jonah Davis from Communicating Nonverbal Messages, Zeke Maloney from down the hall, Robert from the bank. Guys who had passed through my life, however fleetingly, but for a few months or an afternoon had chosen me, had been mine. And now there was Adam Kipling from Vandenberg School for Boys. The time that passed after that first real hookup with Adam Kipling was just that, passing time. I stepped out of the shower the next day, unsure if I'd washed my hair or even my body. Food passed between my lips perfunctorily, tastelessly. Hours passed as I sat in study hall or on the side of the lacrosse field or at my desk, unmoving, maybe even unblinking, and thinking of nothing but him and the next time I would be with him. I replayed our interactions. I conjured his face. I felt myself under my blankets at night, imagining my hands were his. It was the fluttery insatiability of a new relationship. Yes, relationship. I had finally decided that is what this was. It was the exhilaration of learning someone new. Already, less than 24 hours since Kip had crept down the stairs and out the back door of the hovel after finally leaving my bed, none of it felt real, like sand slipping between my fingers. I needed to see him during the day, I decided, walking around campus, flesh and blood and dark curls of hair, to know this wasn't all a figment of my imagination. I needed to see him upright and animated, a body moving through space rather than the dark, amorphous warmth that lay itself on me and put its mouth on mine. I needed him to see me and to smile and say, "Hey, Imogen," to acknowledge me before day turned to night and we transformed into different people. I looked for him and saw him everywhere and nowhere. Dale noticed my distraction, and he pulled me aside Monday after class.
"Is everything all right, Imogen?"
And I assured him that it was, that everything was more than all right, that things had never felt so right.
"Just be sure to remember that midterms are coming up."
And I nodded and smiled, the reproach only stinging slightly, the strains and anxieties of everyday life as easy to shake as water droplets. I finally searched for Kip's profile page. He had been tagged in 2,056 photos. I looked at every single one. After lacrosse practice on Tuesday, where I'd been so distracted I'd tripped over a spare stick and blanked on Clarence's name when I tried to call him out on a missed pass, I had just returned to my room when Chapin appeared at the door. She wore a silver lame jumper under a crop leather jacket and hoop earrings big enough to stick my hand through.
"Drinks?"
she said. "Sorry?"
"We're getting drinks."
Chapin made a beeline for my closet and flipped through the hangers. But after another day of perpetual inattention, of not knowing whether I'd washed my hair or eaten, or where exactly I was going or supposed to be, of thinking of Kip everywhere and seeing him nowhere, I'd finally decided that I would text Kip first. I would say, "Come over, nothing more." I'd get to feel his arms and his chest and the certainty for another night that he was real, that he was mine. I was even thinking I might be ready for him to slip beneath my waistband, where 2 nights before his eager fingers had been hinting. The plan was made, fizzy bubbles of anticipation rising in my belly at the thought of it. I couldn't back out now.
"You don't have anything to wear."
Chapin turned to face me, hands on hips. "The thing is," my face was still damp from practice, and the thought of doing my makeup all over again was exhausting. "I actually don't think I can go."
"You can wear something of mine."
Chapin bulldozed through the words, relentless. She smiled with closed lips. I had no choice. I wondered if it would be possible to keep that day's makeup and dab off the perspiration, to salvage the work I'd already done once that day.
"Might want to wash your face, too,"
Chapin called over her shoulder as she padded down the hall to her closet.
"You look sweaty."
An hour later, Chapin and I were flying through the dark towards New York City, my body squeezed into Chapin's too-tight bandage dress and my own denim jacket, which I'd worn much to Chapin's chagrin. She had brought along a mixed drink for the ride, and already I could feel its sedative effects. My mind felt cool and viscous, a wiggly bowl of jello. I turned and studied Chapin's profile, the changing scenery streaking behind her in a blur. Her eyes were closed and her lips were curled, as though she was thinking of something funny and didn't plan on sharing. I was glad to be with her then, away from Vandenberg, away from the hot confines of my room and my thoughts. Perhaps this would give me the clarity I needed, or perhaps I just needed some alcohol to soften the lights and turn time to liquid. It really did scare me, how much I enjoyed the feeling of slipping into drunkenness, of slipping out of my head to float around in space. Sometimes I never wanted to return. We went for drinks at a place Chapin knew. The neighborhood or the street or even the name of the restaurant I couldn't have said. We sat at the bar, and she ordered us 2 bright pink drinks that came in cocktail glasses with an orange wedge perched on the edge. The music was loud and angry. Chapin drained half her drink, returned it to the bar, and then stared at me. "What?" I pursed my lips together and ran my tongue over my teeth, searching for stray food. She had the same amused half-smile from the train.
"You're not fucking Raj."
It took me a moment to remember that fucking was also an action. "How?"
"I asked him."
She picked up her drink again, holding the stem of the glass between 2 skinny fingers. "What?" My body felt cold and feverish at once. How would I ever explain this to him? What did he say?
"He just seemed confused. He said you guys barely even talked."
For some reason, this hurt more than the exposure of my lie. She stared at me expectantly.
"So?"
"So what?" I picked up my untouched drink and took a sip. It tasted like liquid Jolly Ranchers.
"So, who are you really fucking?"
I closed my eyes and tipped the drink back into my mouth. I realized then that I'd known, the moment she appeared in my doorway, that this was where the night would lead. I'd known that she wanted to know, and that she'd eventually convince me to tell her, and I'd gone with her anyway. I wanted Chapin to know, or at least, I wanted Chapin to want to know. I had something she didn't, a secret, equal parts exhilarating and agonizing. But what would be more satisfying, to share or to deny? I placed my drink on the bar, nearly empty. I said. Her big eyes bulged. She was growing impatient.
"Are you seriously not going to tell me?"
My head was filled with cotton. "I don't know." Chapin waved over the bartender. 2 more drinks appeared. "You trying to liquor me up?" I joked. My tongue was suddenly too big for my mouth, and words came out mangled. She pouted and sipped her drink. A thought occurred to me. Why do you want to know so bad? Chapin considered this.
The same reason you want to tell me, she concluded.
Her face softened.
I like you, Imogene. Seriously, I have fun with you. I want to be friends with you.
My chest thudded erratically. Chapin Dunn wanted to be friends with me? And I realized, with amazing clarity, that she was right. I did want to tell her. I wanted to romanticize every interaction in the retelling, to dissect each nuance. I wanted someone else to make sense of it all. I needed Chapin to make it real. If I tell you, I started cautiously. I spoke slowly. It felt important to hide the fact that I was drunk. Chapin nodded solemnly.
I won't tell anyone.
Do you promise?
Jesus, Imogene, yeah, I promise.
Because he pursued me. You have to know that he came on to me, and that's how it happened.
What? Is he a teacher?
No. I looked down at my lap, trying to hide my smile. Saying the words felt like taking a dive. A student. She blinked.
Oh my God!
She laughed, amused, surprised, contemptuous. She put her hand to her mouth.
Let each note be a step inward toward calm. Enjoy this musical break before we continue. Thank you for your time and presence.
saying everything, nothing. "Please, tell me that he's at least," I nodded. "A 4th year. Yeah, he is." "Name?" "Kip. Adam Kipling." And with those words, there was no turning back. I tried my best to swallow my unease at her reaction. I clinked my drink against Chapin's without invitation, sloshing a little onto the hem of my borrowed dress, and drank until my head drifted up to the ceiling. We didn't talk much on the ride home. We were lost in our own private thoughts. Her silence unnerved me. My head still felt waterlogged, but regret was creeping in. It would be better if we were talking. If we were talking, I wouldn't have to worry about what she was thinking. My phone was in my hand. He hadn't texted. I felt self-righteous for having been out, for not having been in my bedroom waiting to hear from him. He didn't know that, of course, but I still had that satisfaction. Back on campus, Chapin headed towards the hovel, and I told her I would see her later. "What?" She looked suddenly like a little girl, her jumper shapeless on her slight frame. "Where are you going?" "I'll be back later," I said. I intended for this to sound suggestive, but it sounded more like a question, expectant of approval. I waited for her to return a conspiring smile. She frowned. "Okay." I felt myself deflate. I'd let down, and maybe even lost, the confidant I'd gained just an hour before. But that wouldn't stop me. I'm not even sure what could. I was halfway to Perkins Hall before I knew that I'd decided to go there hours earlier. I'd planned the whole night ahead of time and neglected to fill myself in. I remembered where Kip's dorm was. I slipped off my heels at the front door of Perkins and slithered up the stairs, a performance of stealth. I put my ear to his door, silent. I knocked once, and then twice, and waited. He opened the door, bleary-eyed and unsurprised. I wondered what time it was. "Hi," he said. "May I come in?" Mother, may I. I cringed at my misstep, tried to hold on to the liquored confidence that had led me there. He opened the door wider and made a grand sweeping gesture. I padded inside and deposited my heels on the floor. Then I took in his room. The walls were sparse and orderly. A banner from a Hingham sailing regatta, framed album covers, The Who, Red Hot Chili Peppers, The Rolling Stones, a poster of the London Eye. His desk was empty save for an open laptop and speakers. 3 pairs of shoes, loafers, sneakers, boat shoes, made a neat row along the edge of his bed. A soccer ball sat in his closet, which was free from clutter. I wasn't sure exactly what I had expected. Baseball cards, race car memorabilia, ashtrays and pipes. Even his few pairs of jeans, all dark wash and expensive looking, hung from hangers among the khakis and suit pants in his closet. It looked like a picture from a catalog. It looked uninhibited. "Welcome." He kissed me hard on the mouth and tangoed me backwards onto his bed, a move that felt at once effortless and choreographed. I nearly stumbled, but he held me steady. He propped me up against his pillows and set about clearing the books from his bed. "This isn't what I expected." It was an echo of an earlier conversation, the same words he'd said to me when he'd first seen my bedroom. I smiled at him hopefully, but he didn't seem to recognize his own words. After a pause, I added, "You hang up your jeans." He leaned over me to switch off the lamp on his bedside table. "Don't you?" We kissed frantically, desperately, talking through each other in senseless circles between kisses. "Are your walls thin?" "I like your dress." "Like, can you ever hear the people next door?" "You never wear anything like this." "Did I wake you up? Were you sleeping?"
"How do you take it off?"
Then I was naked, and so was he. I don't remember it happening. I just suddenly realized that all my skin touched all of his. He realized the same moment I did, as though we were both waking from a dream.
You're naked.
Yeah.
I like it.
He nosed his way into my underarm and inhaled deeply. He planted a line of tiny soft kisses, starting at the crown of my head and working his way down to my chin. He paused, his chin on my chest, and looked up at me like a question. I hoped he couldn't see up my nose.
Do you...
Kip turned his face left, then right, and planted a kiss on each of my nipples. It tickled, and I laughed. Do I? He batted at my left breast with his hand, bouncing it up and down, his eyes still on me.
You know,
he said. Do you want to?
Only if you do.
Have you...
A few girls. You?
One guy. A couple times. I paused. I didn't want to ask it, but the question pressed against my lips, threatening to spew out like vomit. Did you with Kaya? He drew back, and my body stiffened with horror. I'd ruined the moment. I'd ruined everything.
What is your obsession with Kaya?
I couldn't stop thinking about her. The ethereal blonde creature I'd designed in my mind. The apprentice who'd invited Kip into her bedroom before me. Who was she? What was she after? Kip would have been a second year at the time. That relationship, whatever relationship they had, felt far removed from my own relationship with Kip, and yet it plagued me all the same. There was something wrong with it, fucked up. Nothing felt wrong about what I was doing, but still, I somehow needed Kip's reassurance that it was okay, that what we were doing was okay. Never mind. I peeked up at him, channeling coquette. I want to be with you.
Okay, so...
His hand was off my breast. A finger slipped inside of me. We smiled goofy, embarrassed smiles. Yes, he had done this before. Yeah, okay.
Cool.
He reached into the top drawer in his bedside table. In the pale moonlight of the window, his body looked gaunt, fragile. It occurred to me suddenly that he might be skinnier than me. I reached up and petted the furry pelt of his chest.
Don't hate on the chest hair.
I like chest hair. He pulled aside the sheets and got onto his knees, his sheathed hard-on poised to take over the world. His smile cut through the dark. I'm going to have sex with Adam Kipling, I thought suddenly, lucidly.
Are you ready?
He said. I am, I said. Chapter 10. My old hookup, Zeke Maloney, spent the summer after graduation bartending in Rockaway Beach. I know this not because he told me, but because I saw pictures online. Natalie Dawkins, who I eventually concluded to be his new girlfriend, tagged several photos of him throughout the summer, pretending to drink a giant bottle of whiskey behind the bar, lazing on a towel at the beach. Natalie Dawkins had thick bangs and a crooked nose. I decided that I hated her. Zeke and I hadn't spoken since the previous March, but still, that summer I thought about him. I replayed our interactions. I imagined new ones. I planned out what I would say if I were ever to see him again. Rockaway Beach wasn't far. I could have driven there to see him if I wanted to. I could have shown up at Bungalow, yet another fact of his life gleaned from his profile rather than him, while he was working. I didn't want a relationship with him. I was pretty certain of that. But what I did want was acknowledgement that what had transpired between us mattered. You were with me, I would say. You were inside of me. You won't forget that, will you? You can't forget that. You can't forget me. I never did go to see him, of course. Those kinds of things only happen in movies. Kip lay on top of me for a while after he finished, his heart knocking frantically against my chest, breathing as though he'd just run a race. My legs were propped up on either side of his skinny body, bent into triangles. I wished to wind them around his back like ropes, hold him tight against me until his heart slowed, and even after that. My arms lay useless at my sides.
I wasn't sure yet of the rules. Could I still touch him after it was over? And how was I supposed to touch him? He put his mouth to my neck. "Was that good?" he asked, speaking into my skin. "Yeah." Static buzzed in my ears. I hadn't known it was possible to feel so good.
"You didn't make any noise."
His face was still buried in my neck, his words muffled. "Sorry?" He lifted his head, his hair stuck up in all directions. Sex hair, I thought with a thrill.
"I said you didn't make any noise."
Should I have? He furrowed his thick brows and regarded me with unfamiliar intensity.
"You should if you want to."
He paused, reconsidered.
"I should make you feel like you need to. Like feel so good that you can't help but to."
He delivered this so seriously, with intensity I hadn't even known he possessed, intensity I hadn't thought him capable of, that laughing felt wrong, even profane. "Oh," I said.
"Has anyone ever made you come, Imogene?"
"I don't know," I said. He grinned, and I realized, with a flush of embarrassment, that this, of course, meant that no one ever had.
"You're a sweetheart,"
he said. He nestled his face back into my neck. His breathing slowed. After a few minutes, I wondered if he had fallen asleep. His breath tickled my ear. He was a giant sack, with pointy ribs and coils of scratchy black fur on his chest. I thought again of wrapping my arms around his back, prone and useless as I was beneath him, but I was too afraid to wake him. If he woke, it would end. But it had to end. We couldn't wake like this, our sticky, sweat-dried bodies stuck together like two slabs of deli meat, my toxic mouth in such close proximity to his nose, my makeup a beige smear on his pillow, and spotty skin exposed. We couldn't wake like this, because that would mean we had spent the night together, rather than simply joining our bodies in the wee hours of the morning, when the line between dream world and reality is so fuzzy that nothing you do really counts anyway. Not to mention, I was also developing an urgent need to pee. It didn't occur to me at the time that the most pressing reason why I could not stay, that I'd be caught. "Adam?" I whispered to the back of his sleeping head, and when he didn't answer, louder. "Adam!" He snorted back into consciousness.
"Huh?"
"I have to go." He shook his head, his scruff tickling my neck. "No, Adam, I really should go." He rolled silently off my body. I felt newly naked and cold and desperate to see his face, but it was turned towards his wall. I scooted to the edge of his bed and reached for my clothes. I'd slid one leg into my underwear when suddenly Kip clutched me from behind. He bit my earlobe.
"I'm going to make you come, Imogene,"
he said. Then, just as quickly, he turned back to the wall and slipped under his covers. By the time I'd dressed, he appeared to be fast asleep once again. Me, I thought, as I walked across the dead campus. He wanted to make me come. He wanted to make it good for me. Me. I slept the whole next day, waking in brief, dazed respites to the sound of the rain battering overhead. I could hear voices downstairs, their shouts and laughter mingling with my dreams.
Your turn, Maggie.
"Hey, what about me?"
Sorry, Raj. Go for it.
Raj. I thought of his reaction to Chapin's question about our relationship, how he'd said we barely even talked. I actually couldn't remember the last time we'd spoken. I couldn't remember the last time I'd spoken to any of them. We were no longer a pack, grading our papers together, eating meals together. I ate alone in my bedroom. I slinked around the hovel when everyone else was asleep. A few days before, I'd seen Babs a few paces ahead of me as I left Dale's classroom, and I'd actually stopped, crouching down to idly rifle through my book bag until enough distance stretched between Babs and me that I wouldn't be obligated to talk to her. More accurately, they were still a pack, I just wasn't a part of it. Perhaps I knew they were the kind of girls who would invite me into their fold if only I made the effort, but it felt better to pretend that I'd done all I could, to bask in self-pity rather than to try. My phone, tucked beside me in bed, was my silent companion. I willed his name to appear on my screen. Kip, Kip, Kip. He's still sleeping, I told myself. Then later, he's studying. And over I slipped back into sleep, revisiting the night I'd spent with Kip in my dreams. When a crack of thunder pulled me from sleep at a little past 1 a.m, and I reached over automatically to check my phone, I finally had a message waiting for me. Come over. It had been sent 2 minutes before. It was fate. Without a moment of hesitation, I slipped a bra under my t-shirt, pulled on a pair of yoga pants from the floor, and tiptoed to the bathroom to brush my teeth. My eyes were bright, my cheeks flushed, and the few spots I'd had the day before had faded, almost disappeared. I'd never woken from sleep looking this... Was radiant the right word? Yes, radiant. Then I sped across campus, dodging puddles, avoiding light, the rain drenching me in heavy, cold sheets, through the door of Perkins and up the stairs. Before I'd even fully awoken, I stood before Adam Kipling's door, hair stuck to my face in dripping clumps, my hands shaking, from nerves, from cold, from the thrill, but ready nevertheless. Come in, came his voice from within. I hadn't even knocked yet. I hadn't even texted him back to say I would come. I opened the door. He lay naked on top of his sheets, hands laced behind his head, grinning. You're wet, he said. I nodded. He had a knack for stating the obvious. Take off your clothes, he said. He coolly watched me undress. His eyes followed me as I crossed the room towards him. He scooted over and patted the space next to him on the bed. And then, feeling as though only a few minutes had passed since our bodies were last stuck together, he pulled my face towards his and sucked me in. The days that followed continued the same. The rain persisted, tireless and indifferent. The study period for midterms began that Monday, and the boys filled the library armed with books and notebooks, prepared to catch up on all that they had slept throughout the semester in 5 days. Though, of course, they would all still pass. Without any classes to teach or papers to grade, I slept away the days, thinking and dreaming of nothing but Kip, until I was summoned again to his room by night. After we'd have sex, bang, fuck, make love, I still wasn't quite sure what kind of sex it was we were having. I'd make a map of his body. I'd trace it with my fingers, catalog it in my mind, the irritated bumps under his jaw, the pink, jagged scar on his left elbow, his dry, bony knees. He was frank about his body, talking about it like it was something hanging on the wall, open for discussion. My nipples are different sizes, he said once. And another time, I have no butt, and it's hairy, too, look. And I looked, though of course I had before. I loved his nearly non-existent glutes, flat and sunken in like deflated balloons, and covered, like the rest of his body, in thick, dark hair. I loved his bumps, his scars, the bones jutting from his skinny frame. He was the most captivating combination, objectively good-looking, yet not so untouchably attractive that he couldn't be had. He wasn't a movie star or model, in an airbrushed stratosphere all his own and worshipped from below. He was there, walking among the rest of us, as attractive and desirable as he was real and flawed. We didn't talk about my body like we did his. After having sex, banging, fucking, making love, I usually found a way to slip back beneath the sheets, to hug my arms around my chest, to find some way to cover up my nakedness. I didn't feel the way about my body as I did the skin of my face, wanting to hide it, willing eyes away from it, but it still didn't feel right to have it studied in the clinical way I took in his. It wasn't until Sunday night, the night before midterms would begin, and after the 6th time we'd had sex, banged, fucked, made love, that he even acknowledged my body.
"You know, Imogene,"
he said, sitting up in his bed. Legs spread and half-soft penis flopped between them, as though it were the most natural thing in the world.
"You have a really nice body."
"Do I?" I said. He pulled me up onto my knees, propped me on his lap. He ran his hands down my sides and over my hips, looking at my body. No, leering at my body, as though it was his own, as though he owned it. The thought excited me.
"Yes," he said, "you do."
"Thanks." He laughed.
"You're a sweetheart."
And then, before I had to leave, we did it again, whatever it was. And for the first time I felt it, the big it, the pulse, the spark, that compelled me to clamp my knees together and force from my throat a single helpless moan. I was deep in sex, drugged, stunned. I'd never felt less like myself, and I couldn't get enough. But with each post-coital contemplation of Kip's bedroom ceiling, I knew I was getting deeper into something else. It would be ridiculous to call it love, but nothing else seemed to fit, except perhaps fear. Yes, I was afraid. I was deeply afraid. I overslept the next day. Despite sleeping all day, my overnight trysts had left me exhausted, and met up with the other apprentices in the dining hall, unkempt and unshowered, with only time to paint over my blemishes with cover-up. I felt betrayed that none of them had woken me up, but then again, why should they have? I wasn't a part of them anymore. They didn't owe me anything. I slopped oatmeal into a bowl and started towards their table. I couldn't decide where strategically would be the best place to sit. Raj I hadn't seen or spoken to since Chapin had exposed to him my cover story, and Chapin hadn't acknowledged me since I told her the truth. I suspected she was angry that I had gone to Kip's that night, that my desire to see him had superseded my desire for her consent. I chose a seat on the end, next to Rianne, who always seemed like a safe bet. I felt every head turned towards me. I stared down into my bowl. I hadn't done anything, I told myself. I had no reason to feel guilty.
"Hey, stranger," Rianne said. "Long time no see."
I forced a closed-mouth smile and swallowed a mouthful of oatmeal. "Yeah, I know," I said. "Hi." She persisted.
"Where have you been?"
Her face was open and friendly, her questions innocuous. "Relax," I told myself. "I've been busy, just really busy." I nodded for emphasis. "Just trying to catch up on everything."
"I totally know what you mean. Grad apps are kicking my ass."
I kept nodding, even while my heart clenched. I'd forgotten about the impending master's program deadlines. I'd forgotten that things were still expected of me.
"What programs are you applying to?"
I'm, torn between a few. Just working on general stuff right now. Rianne's enthusiasm was indefatigable.
Totally.
"Are you guys talking about grad apps already?" Babs turned to us from Rianne's other side. I felt a little flicker of hope. "I was working on mine until 3 this morning. I can't even think about them again until I've had 2 cups of coffee." My hope was quickly extinguished. Table conversation turned to master's programs, with even Chapin looking up from her phone to join in. I concentrated on my oatmeal. The boys began to filter in, flipping through note cards and chattering nervously as they waited in line for bacon and eggs. Though Kip rarely made it to breakfast and my back was to the room, I felt the heat of the boys' presence, of his potential presence, regardless. I took deep breaths and scooped mouthful after mouthful of too-hot goop into my mouth, fighting off the creeping feeling of terror as talk of the future swelled past. After breakfast, we left for our classrooms, where exams would be distributed, and the boys would have 2 hours to go off and complete them on their own. When I'd first heard about the system at lacrosse practice one September afternoon, I had thought it strange that the boys would be allowed to take their exams without any sort of supervision. "Doesn't everyone just use their books?" I asked Clarence. He shook his head and said that would be cheating. "But I'm sure people do it anyway," I said. He shook his head and said that everyone signed a waiver saying that they, under no circumstances, would use reading materials or other resources. "But what about the internet or their friends?" He shook his head and said those counted as other resources. "But come on, not everyone must take that seriously." Duggar overheard and answered for Clarence.
"You don't get it, Squeak. No one cheats here. End of story."
In Dale's room, most of the boys already sat at their desks, spending a few last minutes with their notes, ready to dash once exams were distributed. Dale sprung towards the door as soon as I entered, so quickly I couldn't tell where he'd come from.
"Miss Abney?"
he said with his usual manic grin. Then his voice hushed.
"Where are the exams?"
I blinked at him, wondering if he had misplaced them. "Sorry?"
"The exams? The midterm exams?"
Dale ran his hand through his thin gray hair, his eyes popping out of his head, his manic grin seemingly stuck on his face.
"Did you not see my email this morning? Or last night? Or all this week?"
My oatmeal churned sickeningly in my stomach. Email. I'd forgotten about email. I'd forgotten that I had a job, that I had parents and a sister. Little other than my name and what it felt like to have Adam Kipling on top of me.
"I asked you to get a draft to me by Friday."
He tilted his head and stared at me, as though just realizing some horrible truth.
"Apprentices always write the exams, Imogene. You knew that, right? You wrote it, didn't you?"
This had to be a nightmare. There's no way I could have forgotten something so essential.
"Imogene?"
It seems as though the thing is..." My eyes were filling with tears. No, I couldn't. Nothing would be more disgraceful than crying in that moment. Dale sighed.
"You don't have it."
I shook my head.
"You didn't even do it."
I shook my head again, feeling a tear slip down my cheek. Dale turned to the class, who, I then realized, had already been watching us curiously.
"Class," he said, "take out your notebooks and write down the following questions. Okay? Number 1.
I turned towards the board and swiped a hand under my eye, while Dale continued with his questions. I couldn't look at them. Even though they were first years, I was sure they all knew. I had failed to do over the course of half a semester what Dale was now doing off the top of his head. Perhaps he had already prepared those questions, having expected me to fail. More likely, I'd just failed to complete what should have been a very easy task. As the boys filed out of the room, Dale laid a hand on my shoulder, and the unexpectedness of his touch made me jump.
"Imogene," he said, "what's going on?"
I had expected anger, but his voice was soft. He was concerned. That was worse than anger. "I'm sorry." The tears continued to slip from my eyes, out of my control now. "I'm really sorry." He handed me the tissue box from his desk, and a sob burst from my chest. He hurried to the door to shut it before my crying could escape into the hallway. Then he pushed me gently towards the chair before his desk.
"Imogene,"
he said, sitting on top of the desk in front of me.
"Tell me, what's going on with you?"
I clutched the tissue box in my hands without taking one, trying to slow my breath. "I'm sorry. I just have a lot going on right now." He shook his head mournfully. I wondered what he thought that meant. Dying grandparents? Dying parents? Dead dog? This sympathy was unexpected, and it encouraged me. "I'll be better next week, I promise. It's just been a weird week."
"We've all been there,"
Dale said. He reached out to touch my shoulder again. He had to lean forward off of his desk to do this, and his touch felt strange. His hair hung over his face as he smiled at me. I tugged a tissue from the box and blew my nose to keep from looking at him. I held the soiled tissue in my hand and peeked back up. Are you going to tell Ms. McNally Barnes about this? He furrowed his brow, a pantomime of thinking hard, the pressure of his hand on my shoulder becoming increasingly uncomfortable.
You know what? I should, but I'm not going to. Because shit happens, you know?
I nodded. I felt dizzy from all that had happened in the last few minutes.
Just know, Imogene.
Dale's stare became intense, reminding me strangely of Kip's when he told me he wanted to make me come.
Just know, you can always come to me if you need to talk about anything.
Okay, I said. I desperately wanted to throw away the tissue in my hand, as well as for him to release my shoulder.
Okay.
He smiled and returned to his perch on the desk, my shoulder finally free from his grasp.
Go get some rest. We'll talk later.
Okay, I repeated. I handed him back his box of tissues and headed for the door. I looked back after I'd opened it to find he was watching me leave. I forced a smile and shut the door behind me. I spent another full day in bed. I imagined that the mattress had begun to take the mold of my body, an Imogene-shaped well permanently printed in its foam. How did anyone ever get out of bed? I wondered. Forget our obligations, our jobs. Why would we ever leave the comfort of this thing that knows our bodies so well? I knew I should check my email. Who knew what other messages I could have in my inbox waiting for me, and return that call to my mom that she had made 3 days before. But instead, I drew my shades and burrowed deep under my blankets. I would deal with it all after I'd had some rest. That's what I needed, according to Dale, some rest. After dozing off and on for a few hours, my phone buzzed. I was surprised to see it was Kip. What would he want from me in the middle of the day?
Studying sucks.
I stared at his message for a moment, puzzled, before replying. Isn't that what you were supposed to be doing all last week?
Probably.
A minute later,
I was a little preoccupied with other things, though.
I grinned. Looking for a study break?
I wish. If I don't get through this trig stuff, I'm fucked for tomorrow.
I felt deflated. If he didn't want to have sex with me, then what did he want? My phone buzzed again.
I've been in the library since 7 a.m. Bored as fuck. Hope your day is going better.
He just wanted to talk. He'd texted me not because he wanted something from me, but because he'd been thinking of me. My day might actually have yours beat as far as shittiness goes.
Oh, yeah? Tell me about it.
Under my nest of blankets, sinking ever deeper into my mattress, Kip and I continued to talk into the afternoon. Chapter 11. Maggie and Maggie would turn 23 that Wednesday, and so, with repeated encouragement from Rianne, I joined her and the other apprentices out for a birthday dinner that Tuesday night. The Woods twins chose a Mexican restaurant in downtown Scarsdale, a loud, obtrusive place with bright, sugary drinks and plastic tablecloths, and complimentary bowls of chips and salsa on every table. Mariachi droned through the speakers, and my head ached. Chapin wasn't present, not that her absence ever necessitated remark, but everyone else, even the usually sour Babs, was in high spirits. Rianne sat to my right, with Babs beside her, and Raj was sandwiched between the twins across the table. Rianne took out her phone for a picture, and Raj slung his arms around the Woods' skinny bodies, their 3 faces pressed tight together. "Dude, cilantro in your teeth," Babs said, pointing. Raj bared his teeth and leaned over the table.
lick it out for me?"
They all howled. Rianne turned to me, still laughing, welcoming me to join in on the fun. I hated that I could tell she felt sorry for me. 6 goblets filled to the brim with Pepto-Pink frozen margarita appeared. "Drink!" Maggie commanded. Their 5 heads bowed to meet their colorful straws, even Babs, who apparently no longer abstained from drinking. I followed suit, and the icy thickness shot a painful blast to my temples. When I raised my head again, everyone was smiling at me, though whether their smiles were friendly or wary, I couldn't decide. If they were willing to pretend I hadn't spent the past 2 weeks shut up in my bedroom, then I was too. Conversation floated between grad apps, midterm exam grading, and a drunken night the 5 of them had shared at a bar the weekend before. I sucked up my drink and did my best to play my role. "Yeah, just about done. Yeah, totally a pain. Yeah, too bad I missed out. I'll be there next time." I was working on my second drink when Raj materialized at my elbow, having dragged over a chair from an unoccupied table nearby. "Raji," Maggie pouted, "where are you going?" He pointed at me.
"Going to catch up with Imogene for a sec."
"Okay," I said, realizing as I did that a response wasn't expected of me. He turned to me.
"Hello?"
He still had a bit of cilantro in his teeth. I caught a flash of green as he spoke. I gave a furtive look around the table to make sure nobody was still paying attention to this unexpected seat rearrangement. He noticed.
"Don't worry, it's cool," he said.
"Okay." I tried to look cool.
"So?"
He leaned back in his seat.
"What's up?"
A simple question that could spawn a million answers. "Not much." He smiled past me for an unseen TV audience. These girls liked him, his being male a fun anomaly, and their attention made him cocky. I had a strange desire to see him taken down a peg, by cooler girls, or better yet, by cooler guys, by anyone who could see right through the fabricated confidence his sole maleness among unhip girls allowed him.
"Okay, listen. Chapin told me what you told her about us."
He lowered his voice and waggled his brows.
"You know, hooking up."
"Okay." My margarita gurgled unhappily in my stomach. Okay was the only word that seemed safe anymore.
I have a girlfriend, you know?"
I nodded. Nodding was okay, too.
"And I thought it was weird, especially since we haven't hung out in a long time, you and me. Like, why would Imogene say that when we don't even hang out? And then I thought, well, maybe we should hang out more often."
Nod, nod, nod.
"I don't know. It's like, ever since she told me..."
He smiled, suddenly sheepish.
"I guess I've just been thinking about you."
I stopped nodding.
"Not like that,"
he said quickly.
"Just thinking." "Do we have a birthday in the house?"
A voice sang from behind. We turned and watched as a group of waiters spilled out of the kitchen, one wielding a giant slice of chocolate cake and another a vihuela. Raj turned back to me as they started in on Feliz Cumpleaños.
"So, let's hang out sometime soon."
"Okay." I was back to my standby response. He flashed another smile and returned to his seat between the twins. I peered down into my drink and sucked it up until I could see the bottom of the glass. Kip finished his exams that Thursday afternoon, and late on Thursday night he invited me over. It was almost 2 a.m, and I had just taken off my bra and slipped into bed, resigned at last to the fact that I wouldn't be hearing from him that night. When my phone vibrated with a message notification, I leapt from my covers. I was at his door a few minutes later, an emergency official reporting for duty. He'd kissed me before he'd even fully opened the door.
"Hi,"
he said. We smiled goofily at each other. We hadn't been together since the Sunday before. After scooping me up and carrying me to his bed, he clawed at my clothes. I helped him off with my shirt and pants, eager to comply. Once I was naked, he knelt before me, rubbing my thighs. I resisted the urge to cover myself.
"Wow," he said.
He squeezed my thighs tight.
"Wow, wow, wow."
Hey, you too. I reached down and tugged at his shirt. He stood, stumbling a bit, and unlatched his belt. His pants and boxers crumbled around his ankles. We both looked down at his penis, which hung flaccid between his pale legs.
Uh-oh.
He flicked it with his finger, and it swung, a useless pendulum.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
It was then that I realized he was wasted. You okay? Kip grinned guiltily at me, a kid with his hand caught in the cookie jar, and sat next to me on the bed. He buried his face between my breasts.
"Help me, Teach. I'm fucked up."
Teach. I inhaled sharply, inadvertently. Please don't call me that.
"What, Teach?"
Kip's head lolled, his neck failing to hold it up.
"Short for teacher."
I know, I don't like it.
"Teacher, apprentice, whatever the fuck you are."
I dug my nails into my palms. I had thought it unspoken that we wouldn't address my title. It felt like a taunt coming from his mouth then, or a threat. He's drunk, I reminded myself. He doesn't know what he's saying. How much did you have to drink? He shrugged, head still firmly pressed into my chest.
"Too much. Too much to get it up."
He giggled at the near rhyme and sang this line again in a girlish falsetto. "Too much to get it up." He paused and grabbed himself.
"And too much Adderall, which makes my dick go poof."
He blew a raspberry and released his penis, letting it swing downwards again. Well, that would do it. Newly energized, he sat up and looked at me with wide eyes.
"You can do something."
He laid his hand on the back of my head and pressed it downward, urging me towards his lap.
"Use your magical mouth to make me magically hard."
I knew I should have been annoyed, angry even, but I wasn't. I didn't like this Kip, but I liked seeing him without his edge, without his cool. It felt raw and vulnerable, private. Seeing him this way was like being let in on a secret, and I felt special, even as Kip pushed me single-mindedly towards his crotch. I slipped to the floor, crouched on my knees. I didn't feel like I had kneeling before Zeke Maloney's insistent appendage. I felt older. I felt more capable. Kip stroked my hair and mumbled appreciatively, but we both knew the effort was in vain. Eventually, he pulled me up and hugged me into his chest, and we fell together back into his pillows. I kissed his face. He was mine to take care of, mine to make better. He'd never seemed sweeter to me.
"Let's just talk," he said.
His eyes were barely slits. Okay.
"Tell me about yourself, Imogene."
What do you want to know?
"I don't know. Anything."
Why is it that when someone asks me about myself, I could never think of a thing to say? Anyone could be from Lockport. Anyone could have a younger sister. Anyone could have gone to Buffalo State. I was anyone, no one. I spotted a Yale pennant hanging by his closet, one I didn't remember from before. I nodded to it. Is that new?
"Hmm?"
He opened his eyes, shut them again.
"Oh, yeah."
Is that where you want to go? He nodded.
"That's the plan."
That's where your brother goes. I said it before I could stop myself. He was quiet for a moment, and then, perhaps deciding he had told me this piece of information himself and forgotten, he let the moment pass.
"Where my dad went, too, and grandfather."
Wow.
"I want to sail there."
I thought I might have misheard him. As opposed to driving?
"No, sail there, like when I'm there, on the sailing team."
He paused, then added for clarification.
"I sail."
And then, without further prompting, eyes still closed, he began to talk. A monologue that didn't necessitate an audience, but that I listened to every word of nevertheless. He talked about growing up on the water in Hingham, about sailing with his father and brother, about his boat, the Orion. He smiled as he talked, and I smiled to hear him talk about something with such passion. We're talking, I thought. We'd moved on from our bodies, from sex. He turned to look at me, and his eyes bore into mine with sudden startlingly intensity, and I realized, like a blow to the head, that losing him would destroy me. I couldn't say when that became true any more than I could stop it from being true.
"I'll take you there sometime," he said.
"Where?"
"Home, to Hingham. I'll take you out on the Orion."
"Really? Me?" Kip opened his eyes, bloodshot and beautiful. He didn't love me, I knew that, but he felt something for me. He felt something close to what I did, or else I wouldn't know to feel that way myself. I was his mirror, after all. I hadn't and wouldn't have given him any more than he gave me. I closed my eyes, relaxed into those thoughts. He burrowed his head into my lap and spoke into the valley between my legs.
"You," he said. "You.
Dale asked me to meet him in his classroom Friday morning to start grading midterms, and having left Kip's room only hours before, all I could think of on my walk across campus was returning to my bed afterwards to sleep. Dale grinned when I entered his room. His hair was pulled back into a wispy ponytail, as it had been when I first met him, and he'd untucked his shirt.
"Imogene,"
he said, gesturing to the stack of papers on his desk.
"Welcome to my hell."
I thought maybe the strangeness of earlier in the week had all been in my head. He divided the midterms into 2 stacks and pulled a chair over to his side of the desk. "Want me to sit over there?" Dale patted the chair.
"That's what it's for."
I circled around the desk to join him. He slid me a stack of papers. Our knees touched under the desk, and I jerked away.
"Now, Imogene,"
Dale tapped my stack with his finger.
"what I'm looking for with these answers is clarity and conciseness. You'll be able to tell if they know their shit."
His fingernail was a little long. Everything about him seemed to need a little trimming. I wondered if he was married. "Okay," I said.
"Here are some guidelines as to what I'm looking for."
He handed me another sheet of paper printed with bullet points.
"Just let me know if you have any questions. I'll be right here."
He laughed at his own joke, and he was close enough that I could feel his breath, hot but not offensive. I nodded, unsure as to whether my own breath would offend. For a while we worked in silence. Dale stood a few minutes in to turn on a radio by the window, and hearing the slinky drum beats of reggae from the speakers surprised me. I thought to comment, but decided against it, not sure what I would say if I did. I'd finished grading one exam and half of another before Dale began to hum and then sing, bobbing his head and shoulders along with the music, all the while still marking the test paper before him with his red pen. I kept my eyes to the desk. Was he performing for me? Looking for praise, for laughter, for me to join in? I wished it were clearer sometimes what kind of response others wanted. Dale saved me from having to guess.
"Like this?"
"Sorry?"
"Reggae. Ever listen to it?"
"Oh, no, not really. Or, I guess not at all."
He laughed. "It's cool, isn't it?"
He scribbled a B on top of a test paper and began on the next.
"Chill."
He emphasized this last word, making it clear this wasn't part of his vernacular, that he was assuming the speech of his students. I responded with a smile I knew this time he was seeking, feeling strangely disappointed in him. I turned back to my test paper in the hopes of discouraging further conversation, but he wasn't to be discouraged just yet.
"This is also the perfect music to..."
I looked at him, wondering why he'd stopped. He had his thumb and index finger pinched together by his lips, and he sucked in and then blew an invisible stream of smoke into the air. I blinked at him dumbly.
Right.
He seemed suddenly embarrassed. He'd told a foolproof joke to the wrong audience. He ran a hand over his ponytail.
Right. You wouldn't do that. You're a good girl, right?
I guess so. I was having that uncertainty again, that one I'd had the first time I spoke to Kip when he walked me back to my room. What was allowed here, in the space between our ages, our stations? What rules were suspended outside of school hours?
Did you ever read Cymbeline? Princess Imogen was virtuous, unable to be wooed.
I felt too tired to remind Dale that he had told me this before, and that no, I still hadn't read the story of my namesake. Yeah, I have. He smiled at me. I stared back. The room felt airless. After a moment, I turned back to my stack of test papers. I could still feel his eyes on me.
So, what's going on, Imogen?
I turned back to him reluctantly. What do you mean?
You've just seemed so distracted lately. I just want to make sure everything is okay.
I wondered if I could pretend to have to leave, if I could ask to grade my exam papers back at home alone.